Authorities hope that the trains will be running in the next few hours once the dung, confetti, and pantyhose are clear from the track.
We're Sam and Ella, and we want to invite you now to Sam and Ella's, so you can get you and your family a good home raw meal. Sam and Ella, Lisa Sally's raw eggs.
Okay, we've got one contestant ready to go.
We're at 30 seconds.
It's me, Donnie. I'm here to resuscitate you about the instructions. Have you a winkling for such a service?
Yeah, well, that kind of incompetence.
No? Great. I've got a live one.
Okay, folks, we're getting close. 10 seconds.
Bye, Curious.
Go with the bomb check.
6, 5.
Let's go to
4,
black.
3.
Tap order. Taste the memory.
Hi, I'm Cookie Masterson, or as my library card says, Masterson Cookie Delinquent. Couldn't find a partner? Gee, it's kind of like a metaphor. Do you know what that means? And our wrong answer of the game is sponsored by...
It's never too late, Adult Orphanage. Just because they're not cute doesn't mean they're not lonely.
Okay, let's see what happens. Right off the bat, Salva Salve. Suppose rapper Flavor Flav is playing a Salvador Dali exhibition. If he wants the giant clock he wears around his neck to match the clocks in Dali's painting The Persistence of Memory, what should he do? Rock the mic so hard that his clock shatters? Bust rhymes so fly that his clock flies away? Play songs so chill that his clock freezes? Or heat up the stage so hot that his clock melts? Often referred to as Dali's melting clocks, the clocks in Persistence of Memory appear to be melting. Much like Flavor Flav's reality dating show Flavor of Love, I hear Salvador Dali once had his own show where women lined up to take rides on his famous mustache. This one's known as Farfagnoogies. Because it's not an actual beetle, which of these potential Volkswagens would not qualify for a game of Slug Bug? Volkswagen Firefly, Volkswagen Cricket, Volkswagen Ladybug, or Volkswagen Scarab? Fireflies, ladybugs, and scarabs are all types of beetles that are classified under the Coleoptera order. Crickets, on the other hand, are not classified as beetles. But I imagine this car would still have a good antenna. Huh? Crickets? How about, if it's not Harry Potter, it's trash. Time to get trashed.
Looking through your trash bag, what's it say about you? What's it say about you? Funky trash.
This trash seems to be coming of age nicely. Let's see what we got. The severed head of a pig, a pair of cracked children's glasses, and a broken conch shell. Looks like somebody's been recreating a famous novel in their spare time. Which novel is it? James and the Giant Peach, The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, Lord of the Flies, or Oliver Twist? A pig head on a stick, the glasses of the character Piggy, and the all-powerful conch shell are all important symbols in the classic novel, Lord of the Flies. I always thought that book was pretty anticlimactic. They just go out and buy some fly paper? Cheap.
Everybody quattro, hey!
Take a stab at. This game sounds disgusting, and it's a dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 names, and for each one I want you to tell me if it's a college football bowl game or just a menu item at a food chain. If it's a bowl game, press left on your plus control pad. If it's just a food bowl, press right on your plus control pad. A right answer could take you to the playoffs, but a wrong answer will leave you with a terrible taste in your mouth. There are 30 seconds on the clock. Okay, we're off. Tostitos Fiesta Bowl, KFC Famous Bowl, Taco Bell Border Bowl, Little Caesars Pizza Bowl, and Express Panda Bowl, Chick-fil-A Bowl, Chipotle Burrito Bowl. Great job. You must weigh like 1,000,000 pounds. Beef O'Brady's sponsors the St. Petersburg Bowl. Unfortunately, Beef O'Brady's didn't decide to call it the Beef O'Brady's Bowl. I think that's a shame because I love saying Beef O'Brady's. Beef O'Brady's.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Coming up, Beef O'Brady's. Hey, you know that Disney Channel show, That's So Raven? Don't pretend you don't know. Anyway, who is not so Raven? Edgar Allan Poe's famous character, Ray Lewis, Atticus Finch, or Scott Levy? Atticus Finch is the main character in To Kill a Mockingbird and has nothing to do with a raven. Out of Finch, Mockingbird, and Raven, I'd have to say Finch is my favorite bird name. My overall favorite bird is the red-faced booby. That'll bring an end to our first round. And you've got a pretty nice score. It's a shame there's nobody here to share it with. Remember, I'm doubling the value of each question in round 2. Let's keep going. Here we have literally. You know what I hate? People who overuse the word literally. Literally, I hate it. It literally drives me insane. Considering which part of the cinnamon tree literally gives us cinnamon, from which airport vendor would you literally get your Cinepack of caramel pecan bonds? Leaf-a-bon, root-a-bon, flower-a-bon, or bark-a-bon? Cinnamon is literally scraped from the inner tree bark of a cinnamon tree. So instead of Cinnabon, you'd go to Bark-a-bon. Bark. Why not try swanking it? Hey, what was the name of that Clint Eastwood directed boxing movie with Hilary Swank? 1 times 10 to the 3rd power dollar baby, 1 times 10 to the 6th power dollar baby, 1 times 10 to the 9th power dollar baby, or 1 times 10 to the 12th power dollar baby. That movie was $1 Million Baby. I actually never saw that movie because of personal ethical beliefs. I just don't think babies should box.
Plucking chickens, picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Next, we're all the Biggest Losers. If contestants on The Biggest Loser were judged with a Scoville scale, what would they have to do in order to win? Throw the best curveball, absorb the highest amount of UV rays, be the spiciest contestant on the show, or split in half the cleanest when hit with a chisel? The Scoville scale, or the Scoville organoleptic test, is a scale for measuring the spiciness of peppers. Come to think of it, eating really spicy foods the night before a weigh-in on The Biggest Loser might be a good weight loss strategy.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, if I die.
Coming up next, World War Wonder Bread. What do the Pillsbury mascot and the United States World War I soldier have in common? Both originated in 1916, both are called doughboys, both wore white hats, or both ate only bread. Infantrymen in the United States military were known as doughboys in World War I, and Poppin' Fresh, the Pillsbury mascot, is a tiny man made out of raw dough, also known as a doughboy. And just like the Pillsbury Doughboy, all World War I military doughboys were known to laugh like a little child when you poke them in the stomach with something other than a bayonet.
Hold me, never let me go. And my dream question time.
Hey, what's up?
Here we have Queasy Does It. If you found yourself in an actual vomitorium, what might you be doing? Painting a mural, processing animal fat, leaving an amphitheater, or training for space travel? A vomitorium is a passageway underneath the seating in an amphitheater. The vomitorium was also the name of my dorm room in college. Brace yourself for the attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. $4,000 for a right answer, but if you're wrong, you lose $4,000. And don't ever forget,
remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. You're so full of it. These things are all full of something. Good luck. There you have it! Holy cow, I think it's safe to say your head is full of brains, your heart is full of courage, and your soul is full of hope. And in case you can't tell, I'm being completely full of
You don't know Jack!
And the wrong answer of the game is brought to you by
Uncle Farty's Specialty Whoopie Cushions. That's how you know we're good.
All right, let's do this thing. First up, recommended by 4 out of 5 guidance counselors. What is not true of both Colgate University and Colgate toothpaste? Colors are red and white, based in New York, named after the same family of Colgates, or originally created in the 1600s. Both Colgates and Colgate were founded in the 1800s, not the 1600s. I don't think they brushed their teeth in the 1600s, or went to school. Come to think of it, did people even have arms back then? Yeah, pretty sure they didn't have arms. Up next, let's throw some pointy objects. Okay, listen up, it's closing time. Imagine a bar clock with a dartboard for a face. Which numbers would the hands be pointing to at exactly 3 a.m. closing time? 3 and 00, 6 and 20, 7 and 11, or 8 and 13? The 6 is on the right side and the 20 is up top, just like the hands of a clock at 3 a.m. But listen, any bar that closes at 3 is no bar for me. I'm generally in my Snuggie and reading a romance novel by 9:30. Try this on for size. Back in the saddle again, literally. And it's a dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 names, and for each one, tell me if it's a Kentucky Derby winning horse or one of the 100 greatest country music songs of all time, according to Country Music Television. If it's a horse that, in the past 25 years, has won the Kentucky Derby, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a top 100 country song, press right on your plus control pad. Each one right gets you 300 spend-a-bucks. Each one wrong costs you 300 rhinestones. Keep an eye on the timer. Ready? Let's go. Delta Dawn, Thunder Gulch, Rhinestone, Amarillo by Morning, Sunday Silence, I'm that bird, here's a quarter. Okay, you got all 7. Now here's a nickel, go find someone who cares. If I owned a racehorse, I'd probably name it Don't Come Home a-Drinkin' with Lovin' on Your Mind. Either that or Mr. Horsey.
Everybody quattro, hey!
Say hello to... I worry I may never get her done. Suppose Larry the Cable Guy wants to reach a different audience by expanding his catchphrase to a compound sentence with a conjunctive adverb. How would it look? Get her done, however, I will not judge you if you fail. Get her done, but I will not judge you if you fail. Get her done because I will not judge you if you fail. Or, get her done, semicolon, I will not judge you if you fail. It's a compound sentence, and however is a conjunctive adverb. But this would be a scary alternate reality where Larry uses complex grammar and English professors wear sleeveless flannel shirts.
Where's the ball, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Next, nights and daytime talk shows. Imagine King Arthur gets transported from his round table to the table on The View. Applying round table principles, who would be considered the head of the table? Harper Walters because she's the oldest, King Arthur because he is a king, Whoopi Goldberg because she tells the best stories, or nobody because everyone's equal. The fundamental purpose of the round table is that no one man is head and that everyone has equal status. But King Arthur always gets to sit next to the guest, especially when a sweet dish like Richard Gere is on. Tasty. That's the end of round one. And surprisingly, you're doing pretty well. Remember, in round two, every question is worth double. All right, you ready? Too bad. Coming up, tearing up my pouch. If former NSYNCer Joey Fatone were born as a kangaroo Joey, what would he sing when he was born? Ooh, girl, I'm 1 inch long. I'm lonely and 6 inches long. Hey, baby, I'm 1 foot long. I'm 2 feet long and missing you. When kangaroo Joeys are born, they're only about 1 inch long. 1 inch is also the length of my attention span whenever he starts singing.
Question 7.
And on its way, honk if you're holy. If die-hard believers in Calvinism design their own car decal, what would it look like? Calvin peeing on Arminianism, Calvin peeing on the separation of church and state, Calvin peeing on capitalism, or Calvin peeing on himself. Arminianism is the counter-belief system to Calvinism, claiming among other things that Jesus died for all, not just a pre-selected few. I want to get a car decal of Calvin peeing on a toilet. I hate toilets so much.
Locking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Take a stab at Waldorf. Gesundheit. Which of these items would not be prevented by the sneeze guard on a Waldorf salad bar? Booger-covered artichokes, snot-covered walnuts, phlegm-covered grapes, or mucus-covered apples? Waldorf salads traditionally include apples, nuts, celery, grapes, and mayonnaise. Artichokes are not included. Which really breaks the artichoke's heart. Hey, thank you.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm not.
May I introduce fake tan $100, camera $200, vanity priceless. I got tired of receiving only one fortune cookie per restaurant visit, so I did what any sensible consumer would do. I went to Costco and bought 2,500 of them.
Cookie fortune,
Now let's see what this fortune says here. People fade, but a picture is timeless. Good. I was hoping all my shirtless photos I took in the mirror would stand the test of time, but who would vehemently disagree with this statement? Rip Van Winkle, Dorian Gray, Dr. Jekyll, or Lolita? The Picture of Dorian Gray by Oscar Wilde is a novel about a man whose portrait ages instead of himself. I've already figured out how to avoid feeling old. Just tape a life-size picture of yourself onto all your mirrors. If people say you're in denial, just take them to the mirror and say, a mirror doesn't lie.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming? Question
Here's a good one. Ga! Which lyrics from Lady Gaga's song Bad Romance contain a word that you could not play in a game of Scrabble? Ra, Roma, Romama, Gaga, ooh la la, or Want Your Bad Romance? Somehow, almost all the words in this song are playable Scrabble words except for Roma. Call me a music snob if you want. I prefer the old songs that made sense. Wop babaloo bapa wop bamboo. Studio. Okay? Chamon! Step right up to the jack attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. 4,000 big ones if you're right. 4,000 gone if you're wrong. And most importantly,
remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. And the award is named, maybe you can win a Jackie. Good luck. That's all she wrote! Nice work. I'd like to give you an award called the Cookie. Be careful, it gets a little handsy when it's drunk.
You don't know Jack!
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Betchup, the baked bean sauce condiment. Winner of the best baked bean sauce condiment for 5 years straight.
All right, here we go. Kicking things off. Nut milk. What is up with all these milk substitutes these days? Soy milk, almond milk, coconut milk, rice milk? Those aren't milks. Milk comes from animals. Considering the animal that makes the fabric known as silk, who would be the perfect animal mascot for the #1 soy milk brand, Silk? Calcium, the caterpillar, low fat, the locust, protein, the panda, or vitamin, the viper. Silk is woven by the caterpillars of the silk moth. The caterpillars are sometimes referred to as silkworms. Now, of course, then people might get confused and think silk soy milk comes from caterpillar nipples, which is ridiculous. Everybody knows that soy milk comes from soybean nipples. How about, you're a bald man, Charlie Brown? Which one of these is not another name for a character from the comic strip Peanuts? Swine enclosure, famous Australopithecus fossil, 1969 music festival, or 19th century German scientist? There is no Peanuts character named after a famous German scientist. Although, German physicist Heinrich Hertz slept on the roof of his house and talked using only exclamation points. True fact. Okay, no, it's not. Moving on. Next up, rhymes with city. According to Forbes magazine's 2010 list of the most miserable cities in America, which song is the most ironic? I Love LA, Sweet Home Chicago, Cleveland Rocks, or Detroit Rock City? According to Forbes, the most miserable city in America is the Mistake on the Lake. Give it up for Cleveland, Ohio. Personally, I would have voted for Toledo, but yeah, definitely something in Ohio. I call this one Sarah Palin and Tall.
Hey, Cookie. Do you want to sign the sympathy card for Randy's family? I can't believe he's gone.
Oh, yeah. Me neither. You know, Roger, I'm really gonna miss all the, things Randy did, which I was aware of.
Me too. So I guess you're gonna need to hire a new gaffer.
Oh, that's it. He was a gaffer. What does a gaffer do again? I can't remember if he deals with the lights, holds the boom mic, operates the camera, or wait, does he do makeup?
The gaffer's the head electrician. Come on, Cookie.
Oh, that Randy.
It's so sad. Would you like a mint cookie?
Oh, don't mind if I do. Oh, these are so good, Roger. Oh, I'm so glad it wasn't you.
Where's the ball, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Buck her up for. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's a blanket with arms. It's also a this or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 names, and for each one, tell me if it's a member of the superhero team, the Justice League, or an as-seen-on-TV product. If it's a superhero, press left on your plus control pad. If it's an as-seen-on-TV product, press right on your plus control pad. Each one right gets you $300. For each one wrong, Superman burns $300 off with his laser vision. And act now, because you've only got 30 seconds to take advantage of this exclusive TV offer. Okay, let's move. Magic Bullets! Booster Gold! Juice Man! Sonic Ear! Power Man! Kaboom! Mr. Miracle! Congratulations, you've displayed your superior knowledge of infomercials and comic books. Go out and celebrate, and get some exposure to natural sunlight while you're at it. I'm working on a comic book of my own about a superhero called the Floby. He has all the powers of a vacuum that eats hair. Let's say so long to round 1. And you're doing pretty well, probably because there's no competition. Keep in mind, all the prizes are doubled in round 2. And lest you forget, keep an eye out for the wrong answer of the game. It's still out there. Now get out there and make me proud. Let's try pull down your square pants and cough. If scientists took over the writing of SpongeBob SquarePants, what would be a potential new name for the show? Mollusca Bob SquarePants, Arthropoda Bob SquarePants, Nematode Bob SquarePants, or Peripera Bob SquarePants? Sponges belong to the phylum Peripera. Of course, if scientists were writing for the show, it would probably be called Peripera Robert Parallelogram Trousers.
Question 7!
This one's called The Venerable Drew Brees. What do NFL quarterback Drew Brees and biblical figure Daniel have in common? Both are saints, both have confronted lions, both frequently handled pigskins, or neither have ever played in the Pro Bowl. The biblical Daniel is not a saint, but a prophet. He is, however, famous for surviving in the lion's den. And New Orleans Saints quarterback Drew Brees has played the Detroit Lions several times. And a lesser-known fun fact, they were both featured on the cover of Madden.
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Here's one for you. Blake Unlively. So, I was watching Gossip Girls the other... Billy? What are you doing here?
Did you nish me, Cookie? Did you nish Dillio drying?
What are you doing with that tire iron?
One's made of skin, one's made of wood, so who's the dummy?
Not me.
Billy and I haven't spoken since our, disagreement.
Hey, I have a question to ask, Dunny.
Okay, Just don't hurt me.
If Cookie would have drank the longest done in his dotty, what done would have broken? Feener, humerus, titia, or fidia? The feener, better known as the thigh done, is the longest done in the human dotty.
Please don't break my femur, Billy. I'll apologize.
Really?
I'm sorry I said Justin Bieber sounded like a cat stuck in a dishwasher.
Okay, thank you. That means a lot to me.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm not.
Here's one I like to call Rock Out with Your Spleen Out. Which of these bands' music would be, anatomically speaking, made of keratin? The Flaming Lips, the Shins, 9 Inch Nails, or the Black Eyed Peas? Nails and hair are chock full of keratin. I have no idea what I'd do with 9 Inch Nails. Probably give myself extensive brain damage when I pick my nose.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming? Questions.
It's time for If This Van's a Rockin', Ring the Doorbell. Who would most likely be chasing after a Turkish van as it sped away? A dog, an airport runway attendant, a contestant at U.S. National Cheese Rolling Championships, or Gary Busey? A Turkish van is one of the 40 recognized breeds of cat, so most likely a dog would be chasing it. Then again, would anybody be surprised to see a cat come running over a hill, followed a few seconds later by Gary Busey in Wild Pursuit? I don't think so. Welcome to the attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. 4,000 if you're right, but you'll lose 4,000 if you're wrong. And of course,
remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Detect this. What are you trying to detect? The right answers, I hope. Good luck. There it is! Hey, you set off our awesome detector. Nice. Now how do I turn this thing off? This button here should do it. No, that's not it. Make it stop! Shut up, will you? Just shut up! Ah! There.
You don't know Jack!
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Buzzkill Bee Beard Trimmers. When you've got bees on your face, make sure they're in their place.
Okay, no turning back. To get things rolling, happy birthday! My last beer party was a huge success. The highlight was when I built that beautiful harp out of bottles of harp beer. I highly recommend it. Real crowd pleaser. Say you build a harp out of bottles of harp lager. If you use 1 bottle for each string, about how many 12-packs will you need to make all the strings? 1, 2, 3, or 4? There are 47 strings on a standard grand harp, and 4 12-packs will give you 48 bottles of harp. Which means you'll have one delicious beer left over to drink while you enjoy your awesome new beer bottle harp. This one's known as In Technicolor. Which group may be suffering from a severe case of the skin-related condition cyanosis? The Na'vi, the Ewoks, the Vulcans, or the cast of Jersey Shore? Cyanosis is the blue coloration of the skin due to deoxygenated blood cells, and the Na'vi in the movie Avatar are very blue. Coincidentally, the dialogue in the movie Avatar, also blue. And now, sounds like Rambo. In a game of Rochambeau, what would beat Tina Fey's NBC sitcom? 30 lizard, 30 scissors, 30 stone, or 30 paper? Rochambeau is a fancy name for rock, paper, scissors, so 30 paper would beat Tina Fey's 30 rock. Which still makes no sense to me. How does paper beat rock? By covering it? So using that logic, blanket beats soldier.
Everybody quattro, everybody quattro, hey!
Why not try boxes, boxes, boxes? If the Container Store had a Boxing Day sale, how would the advertisements read? Half-price boxes on February 10th. All boxes 30% off on December 26th. 3 boxes for the price of 1 on June 3rd. Buy 3 boxes, get 2 free on August 8th. Time's a-wasting. Boxing Day is the day after Christmas when it was traditional to give servants and tradesmen presents. In America, we don't celebrate silly holidays like Boxing Day. We have real things to celebrate, like on Black Wednesday, when we celebrate awkwardly getting trashed in your hometown with people you went to high school with. Or Black Friday, the day after Thanksgiving when we celebrate people getting trampled to death in the pursuit of an Elmo doll.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Here's one for you. Nice unit. And it's a this or that. I'm going to read off 7 names, and for each one, tell me if it's a unit of currency somewhere in the world or a famous drag queen. If it's a unit of currency, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a drag queen, press right on your plus control pad. Each one right gets you 300 fads, fake American dollars. Each one wrong costs you 300. And keep an eye on the clock. Cool, let's do it. Balboa. Ruble. Whoopie. RuPaul. Cologne. Dong. Nice tucking. I like to take a crayon to my dollar bills and draw lipstick and eyeliner on George Washington. Totally makes him look like a chick. And you don't even have to do anything to his ridiculous hair. That'll wrap up round 1. And you're in pretty good shape, for now. Don't forget, in round 2, all the cash is doubled. And hint, hint, the wrong answer of the game is still there for the taking. Let's see what's in store. How about, I personally believe that people don't have maps. Suppose the Miss America pageant were decided based solely on who's the corniest. Considering which state grows the most corn annually, who'd be the big winner? Miss Nebraska and World Peace, Miss Kansas and the children, Miss Iowa and the less fortunate, or Miss Indiana and puppies? Indiana is never the answer. This would have worked. Iowa is by far the corniest state in the Union, producing over 2 billion bushels of corn per year. It also produces the most pigs. No offense, Miss Iowa.
Question 7.
Let's try Magic Fingers.
It's the put the choices into order, then buzz in and see if you are right. Question.
Okay, this one's an order question, so I'm adding $1,000 to the prize total. Arrange these magical things in chronological order based on when they were first brought into the world, from earliest to most recent. Magic the Gathering, Magic 8-Ball, Magic Johnson. Magic Johnson, Magic 8-Ball, Magic the Gathering, Magic 8-Ball, Magic Johnson, Magic 8-Ball, Magic Johnson, Magic the Gathering, or Magic 8-Ball, Magic the Gathering, Magic Johnson. The Magic 8-Ball was invented in 1946, Magic Johnson was born in 1959, and Magic the Gathering was introduced in 1993. You just picked up an extra $1,000 for that. But if you ask me, ladies, there's nothing more magical than getting to witness childbirth. Ladies?
Plucking chickens, picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Next. Skeletor sliced it into the sand trap again. If He-Man became master of the golf universe by winning the Masters tournament, what would he wear? Leather boots and a red jacket, a battle axe holster and a yellow jacket, a blonde wig and a blue jacket, or a fur Speedo and a green jacket? The winner of golf's Masters tournament is given a green jacket. It's classy, really. Who wants a trophy or a plaque? If I ever start my own prestigious golf tournament, I'm gonna give the winner a nice pair of slacks.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm 99.
Try this on for size. Lady and the Trump. What would happen if Donald Trump did a season of The Apprentice that accurately recreated the apprenticeships of the Middle Ages? All the contestants would be 5-year-olds, the season would last 7 years, new catchphrase, you're fired and you're murdered, or Trump would be a woman. Originally, apprenticeships lasted about 7 years. And after all those years of work and study, Trump's apprentice would finally be qualified to go on to another lower-profile reality show, or just release a sex tape or something.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming? Question time.
Take a good look at the Caddis in the Hattis. Which of these adorable rhymes would you not see in an autobiographical book by Dr. Zeus? Romans aren't stupider, but they call me Jupiter. I fought my dad Cronus, and then they took his thronus. I ended an era when I murdered Hera. Or, I was saved in a cave as a wee little babe. Hera, in Greek mythology, is Zeus's wife. He didn't kill her. Hera is also Zeus's sister. You can read about Zeus and Hera in the book Hop on Sis. Step right up to the Jack Attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. $4,000 if you're right, but say goodbye to $4,000 if you're wrong. And don't forget,
remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue of presidents and popcorn. Please rise and figure out these cinematic commanders-in-chief. Good luck. That's the game! Very nice. I'd offer you a presidential seal, but I'm not the president. I don't aspire to be president, and I've never played one in a movie. Although I do a great Abe Lincoln impersonation. Here, listen. Get off my plane! Nice, huh?
You don't know Jack!
And our wrong answer of the game is brought to you by
Ted's Wires. We don't sell anything but wires, so please stop asking.
Okie doke. This is really happening. First question. These mozzarella sticks could use a little dipper. If Planet Hollywood orbited within a ternary star system, how many stars would light up its red carpet? A third of Sylvester Stallone and Bruce Willis, Stallone, Willis, and Schwarzenegger, or the entire cast of 300? Ternary means three. It can be three of anything, but in astronomy, a ternary star system refers to three stars bound by gravity to the point they're forced to orbit one another. The good news is they'll get 15% taken off their meal price with their senior discounts. And on its way, pop. Ah! Tarts! I have to admit something. Every time something pops up out of my toaster, it scares the crap out of me. No matter how much I think I'm ready for it or how much I'm expecting it, and usually I'm expecting it, scares the crap out of me. This is why I've started cooking my Pop-Tarts in the microwave. If my toaster scares me, which classic kids game should I definitely avoid? Don't Break the Ice, Cootie, Guess Who, or Perfection? Perfection is that game where you try to get all the puzzle-like pieces in place before the board pops them all up at you and scares the crap out of you, much like Pop-Tarts in a toaster. I mean, come on, does the Pop-Tart have to pop out of there so violently? Can't it just give you a polite warning ding and then slide open from the side, like a DVD player? Why must I live in fear of toaster pastries? It's time for the Greatest Hits Generation. If the HBO miniseries Band of Brothers starred actual bands consisting entirely of brothers, what would you not see? The Beach Boys surfing into Normandy, the Jonas Brothers abstaining through the Netherlands, the Jackson 5 dancing through Germany, or Hanson going through basic training at home. Some of the Beach Boys were brothers, but some were also cousins and some were just friends. But if they did go to Normandy, they'd have fun till the German forces unleashed so much artillery that they'd be trapped in a hellscape of bullets and blood. An ordeal that few of them would survive, and none of them would fully emotionally recover from.
Everybody quattro, hey!
I call this one, Don't Go Chasing Water Bras, and it's a this or that. I'm gonna read off 7 names, and for each one, tell me if it's a type of waterfall, a style of bra, or both. If it's a waterfall, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a bra, press right on your plus control pad. If it's both, press your A button. Each one right gets you a cascade of $300. Get one wrong and your score falls. And keep your eyes on the timer. Alrighty then, here it comes. Punch bowl. Orange. Horsetail. Peephole. Segmented. Shelf. Fan. You did so well, you deserve a double A. Waterfalls and bras. 2 things I like to take telescopic photos of from helicopters.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Up next, The Odyssey, the poem, the movie. Suppose Homer's Odyssey were made into an epic film. Which of these would not be an appropriate casting decision? Celine Dion as a siren, Michael Phelps as Poseidon, Emerald Lagasse as Circe, or Sammy Davis Jr. as the one-eyed Polyphemus? Sammy Davis Jr. is the Cyclops Polyphemus, Celine Dion is the singing siren, and Michael Phelps is sea god Poseidon. Only Emerald Lagasse as Circe the sorceress doesn't fit. Personally, I've never read the Odyssey or anything else written by that guy. I'm a bit of a Homer-phobe. Round 1 is in the books. And you should be very proud of that score, because I'm not. Keep in mind, in round 2, everything is worth twice as much. And keep in mind, big cash prizes can be yours if you find the wrong answer of the game. Okay, how about it? Coming up next, oral exam. So I've got all my teeth, including my wisdom teeth, and they're all pretty clean and healthy. It's time I did something exciting with my mouth, like got a grill up in that shit. Say I decided to get a George Foreman grill. George on my top teeth, Foreman on my bottoms. If I have one letter per tooth, how many teeth will I have left over? 17 teeth, 19 teeth, 21 teeth, or 23 teeth? An adult should have 32 permanent teeth, including wisdom teeth, which of course I have. So taking away the 13 letters making up my George Foreman grill, that would leave 19 teeth still hanging out naked. And to make my new grill complete, I'm gonna hang a solid gold grease tray off my chin. Question 7! Coming up, none of this news is fit to print. Have you ever heard of the 6 W's? The 6 one-word interrogative questions a journalist needs to know to get a full story? Well, if USA Today decided to hire one specialized reporter for each of the 6 W's of journalism, who would they not hire? A whoer, a wire, a witcher, or a hower? The 6 W's of journalism are who, what, where, when, why, and the tricky one, how. Okay, sometimes they're referred to as the 5 W's and an H, but as is the protocol in print journalism, accuracy goes out the window in favor of what sounds good.
Plucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Say hello to All Rise for Mike Judge. Say Hank Hill becomes king of the hills by winning the mountain stages of the Tour de France. If he surges to the overall lead in his trademark white t-shirt, what color t-shirt would he have to switch to? A black Hanes, a green Calvin Klein, an orange Jockey, or a yellow Fruit of the Loom? The leader in the Tour de France wears a yellow jersey and/or undershirt. Just as in the lesser-known Tour de Texas, the lead rider is given a 6-pack of Lone Star and a shotgun. Yeehaw!
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm 99.
Next up, Rihanna, you glad I didn't say banana? Provided it's raining, which Ella would give insects protection similar to that of Rihanna's umbrella? Ella. Rosella, Ella, Calcavella, Ella, Scutella, Ella, or Villanella, Ella. Scutella refers to the small shield-like plate on the backs of insects, thus protecting them from the elements, like an umbrella. You can see examples of Scutellas on many of the creatures that live under the rock that Chris Brown crawled under.
Hold me, never let me go. And my dream
Here we have win, lose, or draw. You notice how game shows try to make themselves seem fresh even though it's the same thing over and over again by filming in different locations? It's North Dakota week on Wheel of Fortune. It's Deal or No Deal on location in Estonia. And I am not making that last one up. They actually filmed in Estonia. Anyway, considering the architectural feature added to the courtyard of the Louvre Museum in 1989, what TV game show would most likely film an on-location special there? The $25,000 Pyramid, Wheel of Fortune, Hollywood Squares, or Dog Eat Dog? The Louvre Museum in Paris features a giant glass pyramid in the front courtyard. The addition was built in 1989. Let's play some $25,000 Pyramid now. Start the clock. Okay, I'm very grateful to you. I'm kind of sexually attracted to you. Oh gosh, I pooped in the garden today. No, sorry, the answer was things my cat Poopsie would tell me if she could talk. Oh well. Brace yourself for the attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. $4,000 for a right answer. $4,000 gone if you're wrong. But keep this in mind.
Remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. What a drag. Dude looked like a lady in these movies. Good luck. There you have it! Great job! Hey, let's all celebrate by drinking sangria in crotchless panties. Kidding.
You don't know Jack!
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by I'm not dead, coffins for the living. Why wait to be dead to live in comfort?
All right, let's move. To begin with, imaginary numbers. Pick a real number, any real number. Bajillion, gazillion, quadrillion, or quadrillion. In the US, a quadrillion is a 1 followed by 15 zeros. And if you earn $1 quadrillion in this game, I will personally come to your home and make you an omelet. It won't be good, but I'll do it. This one's called The Name is General Hot Stuff. What do singer Mark Anthony and Cleopatra's beau Mark Antony have in common? They both went on a tour to Gaul, they both speak Spanish, they were both remarried, or both are known for wearing purple sunglasses. Both Mark Anthony and Mark Antony had previous marriages before they tied the knot with Jennifer Lopez and Cleopatra, respectively. And with one marrying J-Lo and one marrying the very wealthy Cleopatra, they both came into a significant amount of booty. Take a stab at, I like my Barbies extra chunky, and it's a dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 names. For each one, I want you to tell me if it's a brand of peanut butter or a vintage doll from the Barbie universe. If it's a brand of peanut butter, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a doll from Barbie's universe, press right on your plus control pad. Right answers will have you driving your winnings home in a miniature pink Corvette. But answer wrong and you'll be cursed with a lifetime of eating peanut butter and crackers with nothing to drink. Answer quickly before your character gets discontinued. We good? Here we go. Jif, Skipper, Skippy, Fluff, Smuckers, PJ, Tiff. Nice job. Now if we can only figure out a way to get you realistic looking genitalia. I used to put peanut butter all over my sister's Barbies. I had some weird fetishes in my 20s.
Everybody quattro, hey!
This one's known as You Make God Cry. If God makes it rain when he cries, what's he doing when it hails? Sweeping dust from under his bed, pouring out ice from his empty cocktail, rubbing his feet on carpet for static, then touching the earth, or flushing his toilet. Any third grader can tell you that hail is little balls of ice. Try not to think about what God's doing during mudslides.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Here's one I like to call Letter Wetter. How many points would you get for playing Boggle in a game of Boggle? 1 point, 3 points, 6 points, or 9 points? 6-letter words get 3 points in a game of Boggle. Of course, to really do well at Boggle, you have to come up with as many 3 or more letter words as possible using those same letters, like bog and log and boo log. Did I say log? I hate Boggle. That's the end of a thrilling first round. And you've got a decent score there. Don't screw it up. Don't forget, in round 2, all the cash is doubled. And don't forget, the wrong answer of the game is still out there waiting for you. Let's move on, shall we? Bucker up for working on my fitness. My nose is a little shiny. Makeup! Oh, thanks, Dana.
No prob, Cookie.
What's with your feet? Looks like you're wearing Frankenstein sneakers.
Oh, they're those shape-up shoes that get your butt in shape. Can you notice a difference?
Looks kind of triangular. That is a shape.
Thanks, Cookie, but I have a question. Since it looks kind of like a triangle, what could it have meant when, a guy on the street whistled and said that my butt looked acute? My butt has a 90-degree angle, my butt is a rhombus, my butt has a 120-degree angle, or my butt's angles are less than 90 degrees.
An acute triangle's 3 angles are all acute, or less than 90 degrees.
Oh, so is that a good thing?
I'm not so sure. Wait, Dana, what is that around your waist?
It's an abdoer belt. It contracts my stomach muscles so I can have killer abs without, doing sit-ups. I really love to exercise.
Clearly. Here's a good one. Dora does not rhyme with explorer. Which of Dora the Explorer's friends is a kleptomaniac? The monkey, the fox, the squirrel, or the backpack? Swiper the fox is always compulsively swiping things, so he may be a kleptomaniac. Maybe I'm getting old and cynical, but I don't think just saying Swiper no swiping cuts it anymore. It may be time to send Swiper to some kind of juvenile correction facility.
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
And now, picking on string theory. I recently went to my cousin Cooktholomew's wedding in Kentucky, and there was a really great band playing bluegrass versions of wedding classics. Celebration, The Electric Slide, I Like Big Butts. Anyway, I asked them in to help with this question.
It's the put the choices into order, then buzz in and see if you are right.
So for this question, you're going to get some auditory aid from Jeb, Kleb, Reb, and Haas. So listen carefully. Oh yeah, don't worry, I won't forget to add $1,000 for a correct answer for this one. So, put these instruments in order from fewest strings to most strings. Violin, guitar, banjo. Okay, ready? Quiet, Haas. Here we go. Guitar, banjo, violin, guitar, guitar, violin, banjo, or violin, banjo, guitar. A violin has 4 strings, a banjo 5, and a guitar 6. How many strings total is that, boys?
More than 10.
That'll net you an extra $1,000. And to play us out of this question, would you guys mind playing that beautiful rendition you did of the Etta James classic, At Last?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Scrolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm 99.
Next up, Mendeleev. Dmitri Mendeleev. Suppose James Bond villain Auric Goldfinger, named after the symbol for gold, AU, had a cousin named Silverfinger. What would be the most appropriate first name for Silverfinger? Nicole, Carrie, Naomi, or Agatha? Silver is represented on the periodic table by the symbol AG, which starts the name Agatha, just as gold is represented by the symbol AU, which starts the name Auric. Yes, Goldfinger and Silverfinger were destined for world domination. If only they could have found a job for their poor uncle Zinc Face.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming? Question.
Say hello to... I'm working on my resume this Sunday! If monster trucks wanted to advance their careers, which of these real monster trucks would need to crush the CFA exam? Undertaker! Bounty Hunter! The Broker! Defender! The CFA, or Chartered Financial Analyst exam, is something a broker would need to do well on. And I guess if it were looking for a job, then it would naturally log on to Monster.com. Welcome to the attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. 4,000 big ones if you're right, but if you're wrong, you lose 4,000. And most importantly,
remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Sorry, I don't speak British. How do you say that in American? Good luck. That's all she wrote! I am right chuffed. You have shown yourself to be the dog's bollocks yet again.
You don't know Jack!
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by the Red Council. From Rudolph to Russia, we are the Red Council.
And we're off. Let's start with... Oh no you didn't. Suppose speed skater Apollo Anton Ono falls down and his body reacts just like the character who always says, "Oh no!" What will happen? He'll bounce off the ice like rubber, he'll break into tiny pieces like glass, he'll get squished like clay, or he'll turn green and angry. The character who says, "Oh no," is Mr. Bill, the lovable clay figurine who's always getting his body squished by one thing or another. Another similarity is that Mr. Bill wears red, white, and blue, just like Apollo Ono. Am I right? USA! 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 Come on, say it with me. USA! US... No? US... Yeah, okay. Next. Why not try Young Vampires in Love? In case you haven't read the books, the vampires in Twilight... The vampires sparkle like diamonds. What would vampire Edward Cullen look like if his diamond sparkle were GIA certified as grade E for Edward? A colorless vampire, a near colorless vampire, a faint yellow vampire, or a yellow vampire. According to the Diamond Color Grading Scale established by the Gemological Institute of America, E-grade diamonds are colorless. And E-grade diamonds are friggin' expensive. I know this because I've had several costly failed engagements. I think I'm gonna go read Breaking Dawn one more time. Coming up, 'cause I'm a rocket duck. What do Scrooge McDuck and Sir Elton John have in common? They both dropped out of school, they were both born in Scotland, they were both named after Dickens characters, or they both are terrorized by the Beagle Boys. Both are self-made men as they dropped out of school at early ages. Which just goes to show you kids that the only thing standing between you and a massive bin of money to swim in is school.
Everybody quattro, hey!
Take a stab at, well, you sure smell fishy, and it's a this or that. I'm gonna read off 7 animals. For each one, tell me if it's definitely a fish or if it's definitely not a fish. If it's a fish, press left on your plus control pad. If it's not a fish, press right on your plus control pad. Each one right nets you 300 keepers. Get it wrong and I'll throw back 300. Make it fast. You don't want this one to get away. All right, let's get started. Jellyfish, cuttlefish, starfish, crayfish, sawfish, fish, eel. That's a keeper. It's interesting how they have the word fish in their names, but aren't actually fish. It's like a grapefruit. It's neither a grape nor a fruit.
Actually, Cookie, a grapefruit is a fruit.
I hate you, Chad.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Let's try. And introducing Brad Zapp with the son. Which difficult celebrity name have I misspelled? Jake Gyllenhaal, Shia LaBeouf, Scarlett Johansson, or Zach Galifianakis? Shia LaBeouf is the only name here that is misspelled. Next up, how to pronounce Chew the Tell I Giafor. Round 1 is complete. And you're sitting pretty for someone so ugly. Keep in mind, all the prizes are doubled in round 2. Okay, we're bringing it on. I call this one Choo Choo Meet Virginia. What train whistle sequence would notify the band Train that their career is going backwards? This, or this? 3 short whistle toots means the train is backing up. In other words, Train's concert tour would sound something like this. Hello, New York! Hello, Toledo! Hello, Southland Shopping Center! Question 7! Coming up next, internal temperatures. Our interns bought me this cooking thermometer for when I grill because they kept on getting salmonella. I guess it was nice, but I tried to tell them I'm doing that on purpose. Okay, say I didn't want to get an intern violently ill. Okay, sorry, let me start over. Okay, say I didn't want to get an intern violently ill. What should be the minimum internal temperature of the chicken we'll be having at our next staff cookout? 98 degrees Fahrenheit, 165 degrees Fahrenheit, 212 degrees Fahrenheit, or 320 degrees Fahrenheit. The USDA recommends chicken be cooked to 165 degrees to kill salmonella and other harmful bacteria. I guess I should stop giving the interns food poisoning. A part of me will miss it, but this does free up my schedule enough to fit in some flogging. Oh, hello! Unpaid help! I want to show you something! Come here, you! Oh, look at how cute they are when they're scared.
Plucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Next, Epic Fall. You know, I'm really not hungry, so maybe we could skip doing the cookie's fortune this time around. Maybe do a trash question or a,
Cookie fortune, twist. Cookie messages.
Okay, fine. You know, I'm putting on a lot of weight because of these questions. Let's just get to the fortune. No man is a failure who is enjoying life. Whatever. Which of these failures is enjoying Milton Bradley's game of life? George Costanza rolling dice, Willie Loman pulling a chance card, Wile E. Coyote spinning a numbered wheel, or you popping the Pop-O-Matic bubble? The game of life doesn't use dice or that weird bubble from the game Trouble. It uses a spinning wheel embedded in the middle of the game board. I hate playing life with Wile E. Coyote. I always get distracted by the free birdseed signs he leaves on the board.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, if I'm
Bucker up for Darty Dar Dar. Suppose Charles Darwin's famous world-traveling ship gets bought and renamed for advertising purposes. Which new name would keep the same breed of dog in the ship's original name? HMS Marmaduke, HMS Odie, HMS Snoopy, or HMS Fred Bassett? Snoopy is a beagle, and Darwin sailed on the HMS Beagle. So then you'd have a ship named after Snoopy, and then that MetLife blimp with Snoopy on it. All they need now is to paint a Snoopy on every car in America.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming? Question time.
Try this on for size. I'm from the future and I need pants. So I've been thinking I'd like to do some time traveling, but I'm not really comfortable with public nudity. Which time travel method is the safest bet if I don't want people in other time periods seeing my junk? The one from the Terminator movies, the one from 12 Monkeys, the one from The Time Traveler's Wife, or the one from Time Cop? Time travel requires some nudity in the Terminator, 12 Monkeys, and The Time Traveler's Wife. But in Time Cop, it just requires you to ride in some weird crash test simulator thingy. It also requires you to be Jean-Claude Van Damme, which is too high a price. Too high a price! Step right up to the Jack Attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. 4,000 if you're right, but you'll lose 4,000 if you're wrong. And don't ever forget,
remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Can I interest you in a threesome? Okay, I'll start off with an easy one. Ready, set, go. There it is! On the count of 3, pat yourself on the back and give yourself a high five. Ready? 1, 2...
You don't know Jack!
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by the Suitcase Suit Warehouse. Travel with only the shirt on your back and the many shirts folded and packed into that shirt.
All right, let's make history. Right off the top, as the world churns. If Fox decides to create a spin-off of their show Glee, in which the students go off to sing competitively in college while dripping in butter, what would the series be called? Gree, Gleed, Gee, or Gleet? If you've ever eaten Indian food, you probably had ghee, which is a liquidy, clarified butter that's used in cooking. So that would be the name of the new Fox show. I only found out recently that I'm Fox intolerant. Excuse me, I've been watching reruns of the Wanda Sykes show. Here we have Fresh Funky Factory. Hey, remember C&C Music Factory from the 90s? You know, pump up the jam because they're going to make you sweat, babies. Sweat! Sweat! Anyway, imagine Henry Ford became the manager of the C&C Music Factory. If he were to mandate the same work hours he established at his car plant, what would he say? Everybody dances now for 8 hours a day. Everybody sweats now for 10 hours a day. Everybody pumps up the jam now for 12 hours a day. Or, everybody rock and rolls now for 14 hours a day. Time's almost up. Along with other innovations like creating an assembly line and doubling wages, Henry Ford cut the workday from 9 hours to 8 hours. Of course, C&C Music Factory still wouldn't be as efficient as the Japanese R&B dance groups. It's time for What Big Cookies You Have, and it's a this or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 names, and for each one, tell me if it's the name of a Girl Scout cookie or a ride at Dollywood Amusement Park. You know, the country theme park in Tennessee named for big busted country legend Dolly Parton. If it's a Girl Scout cookie, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a Dollywood ride, press right on your plus control pad. Each one right gets you 300 Thin Mints. Each one wrong costs you $300, or approximately the cost of a box of Girl Scout cookies. And you've got just 30 seconds, so answer fast. Ready? Let's go. Do-si-do. Daisy go round. Wonder wheel. Lemon twist. Tag along. Shooting star. Truck oil. Yeehaw! Girl Scout cookies taste great when you leave them in the freezer. Dolly Parton just gets perky. Everybody quattro! Everybody quattro! Hey! How about Braveheart Attack? If William Wallace, aka Braveheart, wanted his soldiers to consider themselves friends of Bill W., how would he finish this speech? They may take our lives, but they'll never take our sobriety, our Grateful Dead records, our intelligence, or our boyfriends. Members of Alcoholics Anonymous sometimes refer to themselves as Friends of Bill W., after Bill Wilson, the organization's founder. And I mean, come on, Braveheart needed to get his drinking under control. That blue stuff on his face was clearly drawn there by his buddies after he passed out. He has no idea how ridiculous he looks.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
And on its way, I can't feel my legs, or I never had any. If a slug gets the munchies, which snack would it want to avoid? A Snickers bar, Swedish fish, an orange, or a bag of pretzels? Because of osmosis, a slug will dry up and die if it comes into contact with salt, something a bag of pretzels has plenty of. Slugs are also known to drown in beer, so basically these guys are no fun at parties, but they are very patient lovers. That brings a close to round 1. And you should be very proud of that score, because I'm not. Don't forget, all the questions in round 2 are worth double. And remember, our wrong answer of the game is still out there waiting to be picked. All right, let's get back to it. Open wide for McTheocracy with cheese. So Saudi Arabia held their first municipal elections in 2005, and they also now have McDonald's restaurants over there, which leads me to this. Which character wouldn't be able to vote for Mayor McCheese in Saudi Arabian McDonald land? Hamburglar, he'd have been hanged for burglary. Mayor McCheese, you can't vote for yourself. Early Birdie, she's female, or there is no voting in Saudi Arabia. Women do not have the right to vote in Saudi Arabia. It's unclear if birds do. But women in Saudi Arabia do have the right to become morbidly obese by way of fast food chains. So they're halfway there. USA! 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 Question 7! Here's a good one. The vinyl frontier. So, back in 1977, the Voyager spacecraft was launched into space to explore Saturn and beyond. On board was a golden record containing different kinds of music for anyone who discovered it to listen to. And there's a German academic who says he thinks that aliens may have hijacked the craft because it's sending strange messages back to Earth. I know! Anyway, considering the only rock and roll song included on the Voyager spacecraft's golden record, how might the aliens greet us? Imagine there's no heaven, Earthlings, and then die. Go, go, go! Take us to your leader, Johnny Be Good. Carry on, my wayward son. There'll be peace never. Or, we've taken the stairway to heaven to kill you all. Chuck Berry's Johnny Be Good is currently hurtling through the vastness of space. The most recent Mars probe was full of Metallica albums, but I think that was more a means of disposal.
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Up next, Livin' La Vida logo. So you know how Apple's logo is just a picture of an apple? Well, which of these companies' logos is not a picture of the thing described in its name? Target, Puma, Shell, or Caterpillar? Target's logo is a target, Puma has a puma in its logo, and Shell is a giant shell. But Caterpillar's logo is just the word caterpillar with a little yellow triangle at the bottom. Another company whose logo is thankfully not just a picture of their name, Johnson & Johnson.
Scrolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm 99.
Here's one for you. Like a bridge over troubled water chestnuts. I can't get enough of Chinese food. If it's poorly cooked chunks of chicken rolled in a spicy sauce, I am all over that.
Cookie fortune,
Wisdom. Let's see what my fortune is. Your life is like a river. Go with the flow. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But tell me this, going with the flow of which river would totally make my life go south? The St. Lawrence River, the Nile, the Euphrates River, or the Rhine? The Nile, the Rhine, and the St. Lawrence River all flow north, while the Euphrates flows south through Iraq into the Persian Gulf. Now, let's see, it's been about 5 minutes since I finished that spicy Kung Pao chicken and, yes, something has officially started flowing south.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming?
Here's one I like to call Cuckoo. A haiku question. Which response completes this verse? This first one does, number 2 completes it, the other choices are wrong, or none of the above. The 3 lines of a haiku are 5, 7, and 5 syllables long, respectively. Hey Bob, say haiku.
Okay. Haiku?
Gesundheit. Brace yourself for the attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. 4,000 big ones if you're right, but if you're wrong, you lose 4,000. And one more thing.
Remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Hello. Hello. Good luck. That's the game! Hello? Well, I don't have anything to say. I didn't have anything prepared for this kind of storm. I know. I know. Look. I said, look, now I can't prepare for every possible eventuality. All right. I'll make something up. Yeah, bye. Hi. Good score.
You don't know Jack! Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by the Breast Vet Cosmetic Animal Enhancement, because your pet deserves some heavy petting.
So let's make this happen. Okay, to get things started, ESPN Sane. If Jason Voorhees played the sport associated with his famous mask, what might his new victim shriek? Turn around, he's encroaching! Ref, he's slashing me! Look out, he's charging! Or, I think I'm going to faint! In hockey, a player is penalized with slashing when he swings his stick at the opponent. Contact is not required, which for Jason might be a problem. Hockey would be a nice fit for Jason. Plus, he's been looking to quit his job as a price slasher at a mattress outlet. This one's called I Could Eat a Chicken Foot. You know, I'm really freaking hungry. Intern! I need an immediate intern over here!
Yes, sir, Mr. Masterson.
Don't startle me like that, intern.
Sorry.
Call Domino's and order us a pizza.
Yes, sir.
Pepperoni! Hopefully it'll arrive before this game's over. I'm starving and I'm losing the ability to come up with things. So, you ever notice how the little round pieces of pepperoni on a pizza look just like the little round dots on a domino? I mean, in that they're both round. If Domino's Pizza started naming its pepperoni pizzas after the little dots on dominoes, what would they call them? Pepperoni pizzas, paparoni pizzas, popperoni pizzas, or pepperoni pizzas? The little dots on dominoes and dice, among other things, are often referred to as pips. And before they made their recipe change, Domino's Pizza used to taste pretty much like actual Domino's. But now they taste like actual Domino's with butter. Take a good look at date movies.
It's the put the choices into order, then buzz in and see if you are right.
I'm giving out a $1,000 bonus to anybody who gets it right. Put these movies in chronological order from earliest release to latest release. 1984, 2001, 2012. 1984, 2001, 2012, 2001, 1984, 2012, 2012, 1984, 2001, or 2001, 2012, 1984. 2001 came out in 1968, 1984 in 1984, and 2012 happened to the world in 2009. That earned you an extra $1,000. So let's see, I fell asleep during 2001, fell asleep during 1984, and wished I could fall asleep during 2012, but it was too loud.
Everybody quattro, everybody quattro, hey!
Why not try the Greenpeace lantern? Which superhero could be mistaken as someone committing self-immolation in the name of a cause? Aquaman petitioning against whalers underwater, the Human Torch lighting candles at a PETA rally, Wolverine refusing to eat to raise forest fire awareness, or the Hulk hulking out against global warming. Self-immolation is the act of setting oneself on fire in an act of protest, and the Human Torch flames on to tackle both bad guys and humanitarian issues. And then the counter-protesters could use the Human Torch to cook up some nice brisket.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Buck her up for American Fido. Oh, and it's a this or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 names, and for each one I want you to tell me if it's a Kelly Clarkson song or a dog that's won the Westminster Dog Show, within the past couple of decades. If it's Kelly Clarkson, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a champion dog, press right on your plus control pad. Answer correctly and you're one step closer to realizing your dreams of fame and fortune. But answer wrong and you'll get put back in your crate. Answer in under 30 seconds and you'll get some more pepperoni to munch on. Alrighty then, here it comes. Special times just right. A moment like this. Sorry Spice Girl. Miss Independent. Whispering on a carousel. Since you've been gone. Behind these hazel eyes. As Randy would say, my dog. I actually trained this dog here to sing a Kelly Clarkson song. That's pretty good, huh? That's round 1. And you're doing pretty well, probably because there's no competition. Remember, in round 2, every question is worth double. And hint, hint, big cash prizes can be yours if you find the wrong answer to the game. Now get out there and make me proud. Take a stab at your 4-foot grandma isn't very grand. I expect a certain amount of excellence out of everything I do, everywhere I go. Yes, from now on, only the grandest things for Cookie Masterson. I'm only going to eat 100 grands. I'm only going to play Grand Theft Auto. I'm worth it. Which of these vacation destinations would be the least grand? Arizona's Canyon, Australia's Barrier Reef, Tennessee's Old Opry, or Wyoming's Teton? There's the Grand Canyon, the Grand Ole Opry, and the Grand Teton, but Australia's Barrier Reef is merely great. The rest of the world could learn a little something from America when it comes to naming things. Oh, Australia, you have a Great Barrier Reef? Oh, China, what's that? A Great Wall? Well, welcome to America where everything is mother***ing grand. Boom! You're welcome.
Question 7.
Coming up next, that Greek party got way out of control. Who is geometry's mother's baby daddy? Hippocrates, Aristotle, Eratosthenes, or Euclid? Euclid is known as the father of geometry, so at some point he must have gotten perpendicular with geometry's mother. Hypotenuse.
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. guess I'll marry 8.
Next up, Gopher broke. So anyway, have you ever noticed how gophers are... Ow, what the hell? Man, I've got a bloody nose. Hey, hold on a second. Can somebody grab me my hanky?
Here you go, Cookie.
Thank you, Kimberly.
I've got to hold this white handkerchief over my nose for a few seconds and then everything will be fine. Hold on. Okay, let's take a look here. Hey, wow. All this blood on my white handkerchief kind of looks like a flag. Which flag could it not be? Canada, Japan, Turkey, or Pakistan? Pakistan's flag is actually green and white, which is what my hanky normally looks like after I blow my nose.
Scrolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me,
I call this one smooth as a baby's badonkadonk. Suppose Gillette came out with a new razor named for the philosophical principle Occam's razor. What tagline would you hear in the commercial? A shave in time saves 9. The unexamined shave is not worth doing. The simplest shave is always the right shave. Or I shave, therefore I am. Occam's razor states the simplest answer is likely the right one. Now I just hope they come out with Occam's bikini wax. Some of the stuff I've tried is so complicated.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming questions?
And now, David Hasselhoff owes me money. So, you ever notice how David Hasselhoff... Oh, there it is! Pizza's here! Pizza's at the studio!
Here's your pizza, Mr. Masterson.
Thank you, Danny. I knew you weren't such a bad intern after all.
It's Michael, sir.
Whatever. Oh, Lord, this is delicious. Hey, look at this Domino's box. There's actually a domino on it. I knew getting this pizza here would help me think of more things. How many total pips are there on the domino pictured on the Domino's pizza box? 2, 3, 5, or 7? The domino piece found on a Domino's pizza box, which is Domino's Pizza's logo, has a 2 and a 1 on it, meaning 3 total pips. 3, the average number of pizzas I eat a day. Welcome to the attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. $4,000 if you're right, but say goodbye to 4,000 if you're wrong. And don't forget,
remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. What'll it be? My favorite drink is a Shirley Temple Extra Water. Good luck. That's all she wrote! Well, somebody's sober.
You don't know Jack!
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Mama Leone's Pasta Beauty Parlor. We'll give your rigatoni the Rachel.
Okay, let's not waste any more time. First, you don't Knowles Jack. If Beyonce's song Single Ladies were about a planet that's single because no one's put a ring on it, what would one of the lyrics be? Up in the club, Saturn just broke up. Gloss on Venus's lips, a man on Venus's hips. Acting up, drinking Neptune's cup. Or Uranus up on him, he up on Uranus. Venus has no rings, so it's totally single. Personally, I'd rather date Venus because those other three are all gas giants, if you know what I mean. Next, honey ones. Which of these sweet nothings is not a word found on a US $1 bill? Tender, share, trust, or private? You can trust that the one will be tender and private, but oh no, share is not in its vocabulary. Also, every dollar bill has a little poop and cocaine on it. That's really true. They've done tests, poop and cocaine. May I introduce feta toe cheese? And it's a dis or dat. I'm gonna list off 7 names. For each one, tell me if it's the name of a Greek actor or the name of a skin disease. If it's a Greek actor, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a skin disease, press right on your plus control pad. For each one you get right, I'll give you 300 OPAs. Get one wrong and you'll lose 300. Answer quickly. The faster you go, the less your rash will spread, and you'll make more money. We good? Here we go. Elias Cateus, Tania Creris, Nevis oligimicus, Lupus vulgaris, Marina sirtis, Gouty paniculitis, Mia Bardalos. You've made it to the Topopolis. It does kind of bother me that every time my Greek dermatologist burns off my warts, he insists on yelling, Opa! Everybody quattro! Everybody quattro! Hey! How about shut up and go to sleep? According to the classic lullaby Hush Little Baby, how could you assume Lewis Carroll's character Alice got her famous looking glass? Her mama bought her a lame billy goat, her mama bought her a mute dog named Rover, her mama bought her an unstable horse and cart, or her mama bought her a knockoff diamond ring. According to the song Hush Little Baby, if that diamond ring turns brass, mama's gonna buy you a looking glass. Ah, yes, just what every baby needs, a diamond ring and or looking glass.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Here's one I like to call Olympic lines. Which of these Olympic medal conspiracy theories is totally true? The gold medal is mostly silver, the silver medal is mostly bronze, the bronze medal is mostly lead, or all the medals are mostly chocolate. The bronze medal is bronze, the silver medal is silver, but the gold is really just a silver medal with a gold coating. I heard that made an already awkward visit to a cash for gold place even more awkward for Michael Phelps. That'll wrap up round 1. And you've got a pretty nice score. It's a shame there's nobody here to share it with. Remember, I'm doubling the value of each question in round 2. And lest you forget, the wrong answer of the game is still there for the taking. Let's get back to the action. Here's a good one. Your philosophy is comic. Oh. If philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche were alive today, who would likely be his favorite comic book superhero? Captain America, Superman, Thor, or Aquaman? Nietzsche had a theory of an Übermensch, literally a Superman that mankind was evolving toward. He also foresaw mankind having a standard uniform of little red underwear with a cape.
Question 7!
Let's try the many uses of wood. Hey everybody, my dummy friend Billy O'Brien is here.
Don't call me that.
What, a dummy?
No, your friend.
One's made of skin, one's made of wood, so the dummy.
Not me. Oh, Cookie, I brought you a book.
A book? Why, thank you, Billy.
You're welcome, Dunny. Now shut up and listen up. Which of these ducks is not a real for Dunnies duck that I could give to Cookie? Raising goats for Dunnies, Wicca and witchcraft for Dunnies, skydiving for Dunnies, or online dating for Dunnies? There is no real duck called skydiving for Dunnies. Don't tell Cookie. Here you go, Cookie. It's a duck called skydiving for Dunnies.
But Billy, this is just a folded over page of a stick figure jumping out of an airplane.
And is he wearing a parachute?
No, he isn't wearing a parachute.
Exactly.
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Say hello to Prince of Wales. You know the artist formerly known as Prince? Yeah, Prince. Well, if Prince Charles revealed that Prince was his long-lost son, what would Prince's real name be? Prince of the House of Wessex, Prince of the House of Tudor, Prince of the House of Wales, or Prince of the House of Windsor? Windsor is the official last name of the British royal family, so he'd be Prince of the House of Windsor. By the way, this is actually what it sounds like when doves cry.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm 99.
Here's one for you. The City Beautificationator. If Governor Schwarzenegger wanted to make the City of Angels more angelic with Putty murals, what would you find throughout Los Angeles? Baby angels playing near Grauman's Theater, warrior angels guarding the Hollywood sign, harpist angels playing at Capitol Tower, or angel hair flowing through Rodeo Drive. The Putty are those chubby, naked baby angels flying around in Renaissance paintings. And perhaps their sweet cherubic innocence will have a profound impact on the city during the 15 minutes before they're all tagged with gang signs.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming? Question time.
Coming up, putting the F in art. You know, some people think we do too many fart jokes in this game. Honestly, I think those people are talking out of their butts. But we're a class operation here, and I don't want anybody to get the idea that we use farts just for cheap comedy purposes. That's ridiculous. So let's talk about farts. Seriously. What's not in a fart? Ethane, carbon dioxide, nitrogen, or hydrogen? Ethane is a gas that is not a component in flatulence. And you can't forget the other component of flatulence, the element of surprise! Step right up to the Jack Attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. $4,000 for a right answer. $4,000 gone if you're wrong. And of course,
remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. And this is happening where? The scene is set, I just don't know where. Good luck. There you have it! Wow, pretty impressive. According to my master computer, You should be living in the city of Winterville. Not bad. It actually says you're supposed to be the mayor of Winterville. Well, congratulations. Oh, wait a second. I misread. This actually says Wienerville. You're such a wiener.
You don't know Jack!
And today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by
Lawn Wax. Keep your lawn looking clean and smooth without the bumps or red marks.
All right, let's move. First on the docket, undergraduarments.
Attention, this is Bob. I need all interns and Donnie in my office stat.
Oh my God.
Don't worry, Cookie. We will have all your questions ready.
Okay. So, anyway, if the 8 Ivy League schools decided to pull panty raids on each other, who would not have to cross state lines with panty contraband? Dartmouth panty raiding Yale, Harvard panty raiding Brown, Columbia panty raiding Cornell, or Princeton panty raiding Penn? Of the 8 Ivy League schools, only Columbia and Cornell are in the same state, New York. And since they're panties from the Ivy League, I guess that makes them smarty panties. Here we have itch like an Egyptian. Which of these pest control products could the Pharaoh of Egypt have used to protect his people from one of the 10 plagues? Raid Wasp and Hornet Killer, Rid Lice Killing Shampoo, Black Flag Roach Motels, or the Tick Key? Lice is the only insect listed here that was one of the 10 deadly plagues of the Bible. I think the Pharaoh would have been better off getting the lamb's blood-based spray. Up next, Sergeant, grab that whoopee cushion. At ease, it's a dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 things. For each one, I want you to tell me if it's a military weapon or something found at the hilarious novelty mall store Spencer's Gifts. If it's a military weapon, press left on your plus control pad. If it's Spencer's Gifts, press right on your plus control pad. Each right answer gets you 300 novel bucks. But get one wrong and you'll be given the 21 gun salute to $300. And you've got 30 seconds. Okay, let's move. Laser Airzuka. Cluster bombs. Dispenser repeater. Handheld gaydar. Grasshopper cannon. Green laser kaleidoscope. Blacklight magic mushroom poster. You really know your Spencer's Gifts. I'd say go out and celebrate, but chances are you've already spent your money on a Ninja Turtles chain wallet and a Lil Wayne t-shirt. Although just about anything at Spencer's Gifts could be used as a weapon. For instance, you could scare away the enemy with a giant cardboard cutout of Robert Pattinson.
Everybody quattro! Everybody quattro! Hey!
And on its way, look over there, suck-up. If the kids from the Animorph book series were to transform into animals that created a diversion whenever they were in trouble, what would they morph into? Pink flamingos, red herrings, blue whales, or white rabbits? A red herring is an expression used when something draws attention away from the central issue. I just thought it would be funny to have red herrings be the actual correct answer to a question. Yeah, turns out it wasn't as funny as I thought. But hey, thanks for playing along.
Where's the ball, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
This one's called This One Hurts, but Not for Long. All right, we're up to question 5. So, I'm sorry, hang on a second. Bobby there?
Cookie, it's Kim. We're almost done with the rest of the questions.
Oh, good.
Yeah, almost.
Excuse me, were it possible in the mainframe for someone to bring forsooth into a reference booklet on animal husbandry, I would be greatly iniquinated.
Oh, please God, no. Anyway, Which rod is 1 rod tall? A 5.5-foot Rod Stewart, a 16.5-foot Rod Blagojevich, a 50.5-foot Rod Serling, or a 124.5-foot Dennis Rodman? 1 rod equals 5.5 yards or 16.5 feet. Next question. How many rods of unnecessary letters are there in Blagojevich? That's all we got for round 1. And surprisingly, you're doing pretty well. Keep in mind, all the prizes are doubled in round 2. Enough small talk. It's time for the right to record a studio album with mediocre sales. Well, we're still here. Let's go. Which of these American Idols is doing something not protected by the U.S. Bill of Rights? Carrie Underwood carrying a Colt 45, Adam Lambert protesting censorship, Kelly Clarkson voting for governor, or Taylor Hicks contesting parking tickets in front of a jury? The Bill of Rights is another name for the first 10 amendments to the U.S. Constitution. It wasn't until the 19th that women got the right to vote. Although Clarkson was shocked to learn she couldn't vote for governor via AT&T text message. Question 7! Open wide for Kiefer. I hardly know her. All right, let's see here. If 24 did one more season, Jack Bauer got involved. Jack with Bauer, what would the season be? Okay, this works. Good. Here we go. If 24 did one more TV season where Jack Bauer got involved with a Jack that's a Bauer, what would the season be about? Jack Bauer doing mechanical work on a parade float, Jack Bauer riding a donkey whose mother was a mule, Jack Bauer playing a game of euchre, or Jack Bauer riding a donkey whose mother was a mule? So in euchre and a few other card games, the jacks are called Bauers. In fact, Bauer, B-O-W-E-R, comes from the German word Bauer, B-A-U-E-R, just like Jack Bauer. Which reminds me to pass out invitations to my 24-hour office euchre party. It's a $300 entry fee, and you have to hold in your pee the entire time, just like Jack Bauer.
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
And now, the meaning of words can be what is oftentimes impregnable. Women today, what with the impetuous ordering of the unmentionables from the QVC unnecessarily is ludicrous. What? Women today, what with the...
Cookie, Donnie wrote this one.
Oh, boy. Suppose a woman requisitioned from QVC some slippers derivated from real Angora wool. Heretofore, when such slippers are dispatched, which slippers should one expect to be arriving from there? Yeah, Donnie wrote this. Slippers derivated from a lamb, slippers derivated from a kitty, slippers derivated from a goat, or slippers derivated from a bunny. Angora wool has the alacrity to be derivated from lambs, cats, and goats. It cannot, however, be extradited from bunnies. Bob, please tell me that's the last question written by Donnie.
Well, he is currently writing the Jack Attack.
No!
Look, I'm sure it'll be fine.
Chad!
You need something, Cookie?
Chad, go write the Jack Attack. Do it.
Sure, man. Just shoot me a text as a reminder.
Right now, Chad! Right f***ing now!
Scrolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, if
Here's one for you. Don't leave Happy alone with the turkey baster. Okay, now let me take a look at this one. Well, it's in plain English anyway, so we're moving in the right direction. If Snow White...
Cookie!
Kim! This round is already screwy. I don't need you... But shut it! Now, if Snow White made the 7 dwarfs a Thanksgiving dinner, which of these would make Sleepy extra sleepy?
But actually wouldn't, even though some people think it would.
What the hell is going on?
Fact-checking error. Just keep reading.
Is it... the omega-3s in the butter substitute, the carbohydrates in the stuffing, the sugar in the cranberry sauce, or the tryptophan in the turkey? Yes, tryptophan is a chemical in turkey that makes you sleepy.
But
Upon further research, we found that though the amino acid tryptophan causes drowsiness, the small quantity of it found in turkey, along with amino acid only being effective on an empty stomach, means that it wouldn't make sleepy more sleepy. More likely, people eating too much food and drinking alcohol on Thanksgiving is what makes them drowsy.
Well, I can't wait to see what happens next.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming?
Next. Oh, crap. We don't even have a title for this one? Hello? Do we have a question? Bob? Kim? Helen!
Don't look at me.
Great. So, is it hot in here? Intern! Bring me a raspberry lemonade. Good Lord, it's hot.
Here's your Snapple, sir.
Good, now go vacuum my wigs.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay, be cool, Cookie. Question. Need a quest. Drop my lid. Oh, yes. All right. Here's your next question. Pigs have penises that are twisty like corkscrews. Right? Yeah, right. No way. I don't know. Or I, refuse to answer. Sure, why not? That's what it says here, so, yeah, let's just say that it's true. This is a disaster. Chad!
Yeah, Cookie?
The Jack Attack, is it done?
Locked and loaded, man.
Really? Chad, you're beautiful. And you wrote it so quickly.
I think you're gonna like it. It's like real minimalist. Back to basics, you know what I mean?
Yes, amen, brother. Back to the basics. Brace yourself for the attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. $4,000 if you're right, but if you're wrong, you lose 4,000. And don't ever forget,
remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Do what I say and we'll get through this together. You wanna pick... Wait, what the hell did he do here? No, we can't do this! Helen, shut it off! Shut it off! There it is! Well, decent job, especially on that oh-so-challenging Jack Attack. That one must have taxed your brain almost as much as it taxed the brains of my crack writing staff.
You don't know Jack!
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Felt Up and Puppet Lube, now with a tingling sensation to let you know it's working.
Okay, no turning back. Let's begin with... Ah! I'm free! Free falling! You know that John Mayer song, Gravity? I don't, but it probably goes something like, la la la, something, your body is something, yeah. Let's say that gravity is working against John Mayer because he fell out of a hot air balloon. Ignoring air resistance, which of these statements is true? John Mayer falls at a constant speed of 9.8 meters per second. It takes John Mayer 9.8 seconds to hit the ground. John Mayer accelerates at 9.8 meters per second squared. Or John Mayer weighs 9.8 kilograms during the free fall. Watch your time. On Earth, free-falling objects will accelerate at a rate of 9.8 meters per second squared. And we could finally know once and for all if his body truly is a wonderland, once the coroner finishes the autopsy. Here's one I like to call a chicken of a different color. I just got back from Panda Express. Today I had the orange chicken and mandarin chicken. Yesterday I had the orange chicken and kung pao chicken. Tomorrow I think I'll have the orange chicken and the sweet and sour chicken. Anyway, I got this fortune cookie here.
Cookie, fortune sweat. Cookie, fortune cookie, master.
Okay. Always remember to look at yourself. Oh, who would totally love this fortune? Narcissus, Gaia, Echo, or Calliope? In Greek mythology, Narcissus fell in love with his own reflection in a pond, so he always remembered to look at himself. And I always remember to look at myself. It's why I have my toilet bowl chromed. This one's known as the Moly Trinity. Which of these left-leaning mold celebrities might be mistaken for a mole for the right because the mole is on the right side of their face? Robert De Niro, Barack Obama, Cindy Crawford, or Marilyn Monroe? Robert De Niro's beautiful blemish is on his right cheek. Moles can be confusing. I was watching Goodfellas for an hour before I realized it wasn't a speck on my TV screen. He really doesn't move much in that movie.
Everybody quattro, hey!
Let's try a cult favorite. And it's time for a this or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 names, and for each one, tell me if it's a religious cult or a location in the Chronicles of Narnia. If it's a cult, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a location in the Chronicles of Narnia, press right on your plus control pad. Get one right and you'll be drinking $300 worth of Kool-Aid. Get one wrong and you'll see $300 magically vanish. And you've only got 30 seconds. Cool, let's do it. World's End. Heaven's Gate, the Solar Temple, Lone Islands, Urantia, Stable Hill, Deep Realm. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms must have showed up because you're on fire! I'm thinking of starting my own cult. If you sign over your worldly possessions to me, I can not only make sure that you know Jack, but that you come to accept him as your personal savior.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Here's a good one. Excuse me, this frontal lobe is undercooked. If a zombie ate 3 pounds of my brain, what might I yell? Ah, you ate a quarter of my brain! Oh, whoa. Ah, you ate half of my brain! Ah, you ate 75% of my brain! Or nothing because he ate my entire... The average human brain weighs about 3 pounds. Let's see if that's true. Bring me an intern.
You asked for somebody, sir?
Hi, Josh. Could you stand here real still for a minute?
Sure, Mr. Masterson.
Okay, let's put this on the scale. Now, how about that? 3 pounds. I probably should have put a tarp down first. That'll bring an end to our first round. And you're in pretty good shape for now. Don't forget, in round 2, all the cash is doubled. And don't forget, keep an eye out for the wrong answer of the game. It's still out there. It's time. Up next, don't stare directly at the juice glass. What would kids say about the great taste of Sunny D if it had the same main ingredient as the actual sun?
Tastes like hydrogen. That's good helium. You can really taste the nitrogen.
Or,
Mom, more sulfur, please.
the sun is made up predominantly of hydrogen. Kids might also say,
Ah! It burns with the intensity of 1,000 explosions.
Question 7!
take a good look at. You lipos suck. So, I've had a little work done. Can you tell? What would be the most accurate compliment to pay someone who had a little nip-tuck pointing done? Her skin is as smooth as glass. He has abs of steel. She's built like a brick house. Or wow, did you have plastic surgery? You know those guys up on scaffolding who repair the mortar between bricks? They're tuck pointing. Word of advice, make sure you find an experienced bricklayer, or you'll end up tuck pointing in all the wrong directions.
Blood and chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
And on its way. I'm so hungry I could choke a horse. Sorry, hold on, I'm calling the sandwich shop to place an order.
Sandwich shop.
Oh, hi Gus. This is Cookie here at the studio and
Yeah, what you want? Very busy here.
Right, sorry. What's the special today?
Special is Hercules choice. You want it?
Gus says today's special is Hercules Choice. If I want to make the same choice that Hercules made, what should I order? The Parmesan Pleasure Panini, the famous French frites, the Vegan Virtue Veggie Soup, or brawn on a bun?
Vegan Virtue Veggie Soup. Hercules choose virtue, so the gods make him immortal. Oh, by the way, he'd come with side of curly fries.
Well, Gus, I'm not a vegan, but that soup does sound good, so... Hello? Gus? Oh, we always seem to get cut off.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm not nice.
Bucker up for... Tattoo. What would it look like if French actress Audrey Tattoo got a tattoo of Audrey 2? A distant star on her butt cheek, a carnivorous plant on her ankle, an animated cocker spaniel on her lower back, or a doomed boat on her breast. Audrey 2 is the dangerous singing plant with a taste for human blood from the musical Little Shop of Horrors. And the best way to show off Audrey Tattoo's ankle tattoo of Audrey 2 is if she wore a tutu.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming? Question 10.
This one's called, They Gave Kenny a Horrible Disorder, You Bastards! Which South Park character appears to suffer from hydrocephalus? Mr. Hanky, Mr. Slave, Mr. Hand, or Mr. Mackey? Hydrocephalus causes enlargement of the head due to excess fluid buildup, and Mr. Mackey has an enormous head. Hydrocephalus can be a serious condition, but I'm pretty sure he's going to be okay. Welcome to the attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. 4,000 if you're right, but say goodbye to 4,000 if you're wrong. And don't forget,
Remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. You're my #1 fans. I'd like to thank my fan club, the Cookie Munsters. Good luck. That's all she wrote! Yeah, I mean, you did all right, but I have this bootlegged version of the same Jack Attack from 05 that's way better.
You don't know Jack!
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Herbs. They are seriously, totally just herbs used for wholesome baking. We swear.
If you happen to find our sponsor's wrong answer of the game, you'll be rewarded with big prizes and cash. Okay then, why wait any longer? To get started, make pranks, not war. Suppose you could travel back in time with some toilet paper. How might you TP Sitting Bull's TP? Take some Charmin to the Cheyenne, take some Soft and Gentle to the Sioux, take some Angel Soft to the Apache, or take some Cottonelle to the Cherokee. Sitting Bull, perhaps the most famous of all Native American leaders, is of the Sioux Nation. You could also go back in time with some modern toilets so Sitting Bull could spend less time as Squatting Bull. It's time for Baby Made a Mess in His Portfolio. I don't think that E-Trade baby should be sitting around relying on somebody else to make a movie about him and get rich. I think he should just be investing in his own thrilling biopic. Suppose the E-Trade baby uses all his earnings to produce a movie remake. If it makes as much international box office money as the original, which film would be most profitable? E-Trade Baby Mama, Rosemary's E-Trade Baby, 3 Men and an E-Trade Baby, or $1 Million E-Trade Baby? $1 Million Baby was outclassed by 3 Men and a Baby in the US, but worldwide, $1 Million Baby crushed it with over $200 million in gross revenue. I would love to see a movie starring the E-Trade Baby. I would also like to light myself on fire. Why not try the sport of Larry Kings? If Larry King learned karate and started competing but refused to wear a belt, how would you know he had reached the highest rank? He'd be wearing gold suspenders, he'd be wearing white suspenders, he'd be wearing green suspenders, or he'd be wearing brown suspenders. Brown is the highest ranking color underneath black, and since Larry King doesn't compromise his style, they would be brown suspenders. Wax on, wax off is actually the instructions written on one of Larry King's prescription bottles.
Everybody quattro, hey!
Say hello to the hills need bifocals. Which of the following hills have eyes? Vatican Hill, Capitol Hill, Parliament Hill, or Kremlin Hill? Parliamentary procedure states all laws must be passed with either an aye or a nay, and Parliament Hill, the home of the Canadian Parliament, is no exception. So, I guess Canadians would say, I vote aye, eh? I vote.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
I call this one Sleeping with the Fishes, and it's a this or that. I'm going to read off 7 animals. For each one, you need to tell me if the singular and plural version of the animal are the same, or if the singular and plural versions are different. If the singular and plural versions are the same, press left on your plus control pad. If the singular and plural versions are different, press right on your plus control pad. For each one you get right, I'll give you 300 monies. Get it wrong, and I'll be docking you 300. Oh, and be as quick as a gaggle of cheetahs. The faster you go, the richer you'll be. Okay, we're off. Moose. Mouse. Goose. Deer. Sheep. Bison. Ox. Platypuses. Also, more than one octopus are called octopi. Octopi. That's the end of round 1. And you've got a decent score there. Don't screw it up. Keep in mind, in round 2, everything is worth twice as much. Let's keep going. Take a stab at what happens in England stays in England. You know, marrying Henry VIII was quite a gamble. Which of these roulette bets has roughly the same odds as the odds of being beheaded after marrying Henry VIII? Evens, 1 through 12, red, or 00? There's about a 1 in 3 chance of winning this bet, and King Henry VIII had 2 of his 6 wives beheaded. Just goes to show you, ladies, a good divorce lawyer will make all the difference.
Question 7!
Coming up next, my number's been retired. Can I have yours?
It's the put the choices into order, then buzz in and see if you are right.
Okay, now sometimes these order questions can be a little tough, so I'm adding $1,000 for a correct answer. Put these famous athletes in order of the numbers they wore, starting with the lowest. Dan Marino, Babe Ruth, Michael Jordan. Babe Ruth, Michael Jordan, Dan Marino, Michael Jordan, Dan Marino, Babe Ruth, Dan Marino, Michael Jordan, Babe Ruth, or Babe Ruth, Dan Marino, Michael Jordan. Their numbers were 3, 13, and 23 respectively. That earned you an extra $1,000. That's also the same order you'd put them in for how important the Looney Tunes were in their careers.
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
How about I Shudder to Think? If Shutter Island were actually an educational film about shutter speeds on a camera, which sequel would you watch to learn how much or how little your camera lens should open? Aspect ratio ridge, depth of fields, aliasing valley, or aperture falls? The aperture setting on a camera determines how much the lens should open when taking a particular picture. I love movies with twist endings. That's why I keep demanding that this game end with a twist. And you'll find out that twist after the 72nd and final episode.
Cookie, sorry to interrupt. There are actually 73 episodes in the game.
Oh, spoiler alert, Bob!
Scrolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm 99.
Next up, geographically accurate fashion. I love those collared shirts that have a little animal on the chest. It's like I have a little pet, or that I only have one nipple and it's in the shape of a tiny man riding a horse. Suppose you could only buy animal logo shirts if the animal were native to the country in which you were shopping. Which of these shirts would you not be able to buy? A Le Tigre tiger shirt in a Japanese Bloomingdale's, an American Eagle bald eagle shirt in a Canadian mall, a Lacoste alligator shirt in a Chinese Macy's, or an Express for Men lion shirt at a mall in Kenya. The tiger is native to India, Russia, and other parts of Asia, but not Japan. Which is a really good thing because tigers are terrible at karaoke.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming?
Coming up, rhymes with cabbage. I feel bad for the really smart people from the 1800s who, if they were alive today, would be very rich and very famous. Instead, they rode horses and got syphilis. If Charles Babbage were alive today, what would his personalized Porsche license plate probably say? Aviator, radiate, ahoy mate, or calculate? Charles Babbage created the first real working calculating machine and is known as the father of computing. Point of fact, the calculator was invented by accident when Babbage was trying to create a machine that could spell boobs with upside down numbers. Step right up to the Jack Attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. 4,000 big ones if you're right, but you lose 4,000 if you're wrong. And most importantly,
remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. You're gonna stick that where? Scopes can get to some pretty hard to reach places. Good luck. That's the game! You nailed it! You're either a doctor or someone who just likes to get their orifices scoped.
You don't know Jack!
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Ultimate Control Remote Controlled Universal Remote Control. If you buy every bullshit tech device that hits the market, you should buy this one too.
All right, let's make history. Let's begin with all that vajazzling. Time for a good old-fashioned SAT-style analogy question. Caesar Milan is to dogs as Jennifer Love Hewitt is to what? Cats, horses, boyfriends, or ghosts? Caesar Milan is the dog whisperer, and Jennifer Love Hewitt plays the ghost whisperer. I actually use a lot of Milan's dog whispering tricks on the interns here. Yeah, if they do something I don't like, I just poke them in the side, or I put on rollerblades and make them pull me down the street by a leash. May I introduce the Da Vinci Doodle Codes? You know, Leonardo da Vinci didn't just paint, he made sketches of things that wouldn't be invented until many years after his death, which I believe makes him some sort of evil wizard. Anyway, suppose the characters in Dan Brown's The Da Vinci Code only investigated Leonardo da Vinci's famous sketches of inventions. What would not be a potential clue? Jesus was married to his machine gun, Mary Magdalene flew away on an airplane, the Pope rides a motorcycle, or Leonardo was in a secret cult called the Parachutes. Da Vinci sketched drawings foreseeing the machine gun, airplane, and parachute, but no evidence has surfaced to indicate Da Vinci foresaw the advent of a motorcycle. Which is strange because Da Vinci is considered by most to be the inventor of the sidecar. Let's try when words try to find themselves. What are noun, verb, adjective, and adverb? Nouns, verbs, adjectives, or adverbs? They're all nouns. I guess it seems kind of weird that a verb is a noun, but hey, my name is Cookie, and I'm not a cookie.
Everybody quattro! Everybody quattro! Hey!
Why not try the Audubon Guide to Vampires? And bloody hell, it's a dis or dat. I'm gonna list 7 names, and it's up to you to classify each one as either an official U.S. state bird or a character from the TV show Buffy the Vampire Slayer. If it's a state bird, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a character from Buffy, press right on your plus control pad. Snare the right answer and you'll nab $300. But a blind stab's gonna cost you $300. And always keep your binoculars on the timer. Alrighty then, here it comes. Willow Goldfinch. Willow Termagant. Willow Rosenberg. Art Bunting. Cordelia Chase. Riley Finn. Mayne. You didn't just bury that this or that, you cut off its head and stuffed garlic down its throat. You ever get pooped on by a vampire? It's hard to get out, but it's supposed to be really lucky.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
And now, I'm so happy, and you know, I'm not reading this question title, it's stupid. I can already feel myself starting to get annoyed with everything during the show. I should probably go ahead and take the medicine my doctor prescribed for my so-called out-of-control anger issues. Let's see here, how often am I allowed to take these? Oh, come on. You know, I can't understand anything it says on this friggin' bottle because it's using all kinds of crazy medical lingo that no one ever explained to me. That pharmacist is a gigantic f***ing liquor. What medical shorthand should I write on this bottle if I want to tell my pharmacist to stick it where the sun don't shine? PR, bid, ad lib, or T&A? PR is medical shorthand for per rectum. I think that gives you a clear enough visual image. You know what? Screw it. Can't read the instructions. I'm just gonna take some of these. Can't get it. Won't open. How do I get this? Damn it! Damn it! It's stuck! So tired now. Round 1 is complete. And you've got a pretty nice score. It's a shame there's nobody here to share it with. Don't forget, all the questions in round 2 are worth double. And keep in mind, the wrong answer of the game is still out there waiting for you. Well, no time like the present. Open wide for novelty buys for the hearing impaired. You ever go to a ball game and wave one of those big foam fingers around while I'm trying to watch the game? Given the letter those #1 foam fingers resemble in American Sign Language, which Major League Baseball team would you expect someone with a #1 finger to be rooting for? Oakland A's, Detroit Tigers, Toronto Blue Jays, or Houston Astros? In ASL, a D is formed by touching your fingertips to your thumb and extending the index finger upwards. And after a game, it's customary to greet fans of the other team with a similar hand formation, just with a different finger.
Question 7!
Coming up next, my teeth are falling out and everyone has dog faces. Oh man, last night I watched a movie and ate 3 boxes of toaster pastries, and as happens, I fell asleep and had the craziest dream. So in this dream, I was invited to a mysterious gathering during a thunderstorm at this mansion with all these strangers, except one of the strangers was my cat Poopsie, and one was my cat Mayonnaise. And my mom was there, but she was murdered.
I've been murdered!
And we had to figure out which one of us was the murderer. The weirdest part of the dream is that there were 4 different endings. What could possibly be the movie I was watching last night? Click, Clerks, Clue, or Closer? Oh yeah, Clue. That was the movie I watched last night. I know it was just a dream, but I should probably call my mom and make sure she's all right.
I've been murdered! So I can't take your call right now. Leave your message after the beep.
That's weird.
Plucking chickens, picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Up next, in the face! Imagine a Hellraiser movie where Pinhead gets his normal pins replaced with acupuncture needles in an effort to calm his temper. What would be a good name for the movie? Cruel Head, Milliner Head, Tatting Head, or Filiform Head? Filiform needles are used in acupuncture to relieve pain and stress. And as someone who knows the level of stress one goes through when harvesting human souls, believe you me, he needs the therapy.
Rolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm 99.
Bucker up for Turn Me Online. So, after the Nile, the Amazon is the 2nd longest river, and the Yangtze is the 3rd longest river, which leads me to this. If you wanted to order a book from Amazon while near the Yangtze, which web address would you use? Amazon.co.uk, Amazon.cn, Amazon.fr, or Amazon.co.jp. The Yangtze River is in China, and domains in China end in CN, like this real address for Amazon in China. Of course, if you just wanted to order a book from Borders while near a border, you'd have a lot more options.
Hold me, never let me go. And my dream
This one's known as Credit or Dread It. Suppose the number of free credit report commercials you've seen is the same as the highest possible FICO credit score. If the ads are a half minute long, how many minutes have you spent on them? 400 minutes of your life, 425 minutes of your life, 450 minutes of your life, or 499.5 minutes of your life? The highest possible FICO credit score is 850, and at 30 seconds or a half minute each, that means you've spent half of 850 or 425 minutes of your life on those commercials. Which is only a fraction of the time I spend watching QVC, which is also why my credit score is 14. Welcome to the attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. $4,000 if you're right, but say goodbye to $4,000 if you're wrong. But keep this in mind.
Remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. I was born with a plastic spoon in my mouth. Good luck. There you have it! Well, congratulations. We designed this jack attack to be incredibly easy for living organisms. Yay, you passed this test. You are not dead or a zombie or an inanimate object. Probably. I once saw one of those duck shit put on your desk that dips its head up and down into a glass of water do pretty good, so you might be one of those.
You don't know Jack! Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by U-Planet Murder Supplies. Because the best murders are carefully premeditated.
And right this way. First question. Do I have any math in my teeth? If Greek number cruncher Archimedes competed on Top Chef, how might the judges react to his famous Euclidean pie? For me it has both positives and negatives. Interesting, the composition is both real and imaginary. It'll be hard to divide this prime pastry. Or, whoa, call me irrational, but this flavor is unending. Time. The Greek letter pi is given to represent the ratio of the circumference of a circle and its diameter, an irrational number with no finite value. I don't know, the only math I can handle is adding up my combination plates at Mexican restaurants. Here's one for you. You should direct garbage. It's time to play Send In Your Trash.
Looking through your trash bag, what's it say about you? What's it say about you? Funky trash.
Says here today's trash was sent in by a famous Hollywood director. Oh man, this smells. Okay, found some pointy ears, a gorilla suit, and some really quite lovely bones. Which Hollywood director sent in this trash? J.J. Abrams, Peter Jackson, Ridley Scott, or Kevin Smith? The ears from Lord of the Rings, the gorilla suit from King Kong, the lovely bones from, the Lovely Bones. That's interesting. I would have expected to find more nappy beard clippings. Here's one I like to call Error Question 3 Not Found. And I think it's supposed to be a dis or dat. I'm gonna list off 7 names. For each one, I want you to tell me if it's a famous computer virus, a flavor of Mountain Dew, or both. If it's a computer virus, press left on your plus control pad. If it's Mountain Dew, press right on your plus control pad. And if you think it's both, press your A button. Right answers will give you a rush of caffeine, but answer wrong and you'll crash in more ways than one. Let's slam this dis or dat in 30 seconds. Ready? Let's go. Baja Blast. Creeper. Live Wire. Sasser. Code Red. Blaster. Whiteout. Yeah, you killed it. Awesome, you really did it. Woo! Oh man, I gotta cut back on the Mountain Dew. I've been lucky enough to never get a computer virus. On the contrary, I generally get very encouraging offers from attractive, sexy women. And most recently, a gentleman in Mozambique who just needed my bank account and social security number. And I should very soon be seeing a 500% return on my $10,000 investment. It's a very exciting time for me. Next up, the Eagles are all getting bald. Which band would only be able to see its namesake during a North American tour? Gorillaz, the Mountain Goats, Wolf Parade, or Andrew Bird? Mountain goats, sometimes called Rocky Mountain goats, can only be found in North America. Yes, the Mountain Goats. Look, a North American bar mitzvah / wedding tour is still a North American tour, okay?
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Take a good look at 9 Things I Hate About You. 2009 was a great year for the number 9. Put these 2009 9 movies in alphabetical order. District 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, District 9, District 9, 9, 9, or 9, District 9, 9. Alphabetical order starts with numbers first, then letters, so the number 9, District 9, and finally 9 spelled out would be the proper alphabetical order. I can't wait for their sequels, 9-2, District 10, and 9s. We've finished round 1, and you're sitting pretty for someone so ugly. Remember, in round 2, every question is worth double. And remember, our wrong answer of the game is still out there waiting to be picked. Okay, here it comes. How about avian bird funk? So maybe you've heard of the legendary funk band George Clinton and Parliament Funkadelic. And if you haven't, just pretend that you have. It'll make you look cooler. If George Clinton wanted to incorporate a parliament of birds into his live show, what would be featured on stage? Funkadelic crows, Funkadelic owls, Funkadelic turkeys, or Funkadelic eagles? A group of owls is known as a parliament. Another group that should try this owl thing would be the Who. Who?
Question 7!
Coming up. Nice sermon this morning, Mr. Manson. What do Marilyn Manson and the Notre Dame Cathedral have in common? Both have hunchbacks, both call Paris their hometown, they are both gothic, or both are known for the Dope Show. Marilyn Manson performs Gothic-inspired music, and the Notre Dame Cathedral is an example of Gothic architecture. They also both make you contemplate the existence of God.
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Try this on for size. Hide and geek. Where isn't Waldo? California, Alaska, Alabama, or Florida? Apparently, there are towns called Waldo in a bunch of U.S. states, but Alaska isn't one of them. I thought I spotted his red and white striped shirt there once, but it turned out it was just a baby harp seal that had been mauled by a polar bear.
Scrolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm 99.
And on its way, me talk so good. So, if there's one favorite time of the year for me, it's fall because of all the beautiful fall foliage and the...
That foliage, Cookie?
What, Bob?
I'm saying the word is foliage. A lot of people say foliage, but that's wrong. It's supposed to be foliage.
Oh, well, excuse me for talking like a human being. In order to help me not offend the sensibilities of Bob, which expression am I using correctly? Get down to brass tacks, Your Majesty. For all intensive purposes, Mr. President, don't take it for granted, my lord. It's of the utmost importance, Your Highness.
This expression is often misused as brass tacks, T-A-X, but for once, Cookie was actually correct when he said tack, T-A-C-K-S.
Thanks, Bob.
No problem, Cookie.
So, irregardless of that...
regardless?
Bob, shut up.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming?
It's time for Ocean's 0. Which of these movies has the greatest difference between its title and the number of Oscars it was nominated for? 7, 8.5, 9, or 10? 10, the classic Bo Derek running on the beach in a bikini movie was nominated for 2 Oscars. That's a difference of 8, the largest difference here. And if I were in charge of the Oscars, I know exactly which 2 things in that movie I'd give those Oscars to. Brace yourself for the attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. 4,000 if you're right, 4,000 gone if you're wrong. And one more thing.
Remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Dot your I's and cross your eyes. Keep your eye on the eyes. Good luck. That's all she wrote! Way to keep your eye on the prize. However, your other eyes seem to be wandering around aimlessly the whole time. And to be quite honest, it's actually freaking me out a little bit.
You don't know Jack!
Good game, everyone. Donnie, what's next?
So, are you thinking you'd like to raid more?
Order have increased as militants on both sides have begun wagging their butts at each other while putting their thumbs in their ears and sticking out their tongues in a fashion that clearly flaunts the disrespect.
America's #1 zombie recording artist. He's inspired millions with his words and his voice. And now available for the first time on compact disc.
We have a live one, all set.
We're going in 30 seconds.
Hi, I'm Donnie. I'm the instructions steward. Are you interested in divesting some instructions? No? Great. I've got a live one.
Pull it together, folks. 10 seconds.
Yes. Short attention pangs, huh? Hop to it, comrades.
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Bedwomb Buddies Fetus Doll Factory. Just insert your fetus doll into the plush uterus accessory and watch her grow.
And so it begins. Right off the top, pool search party. Considering Marco Polo's famous voyage, if you yelled Marco while covering your eyes in his home country of Italy, what would you hear back? Marco yelling Polo from India, Marco yelling Polo from China, Marco yelling Polo from Egypt, or Marco yelling Polo from Spain? In his journey, Marco Polo left Italy en route to China. He spent many years there. Just be careful when you're trying to find him. At about the 5,000 mile mark, you might bump into this great big wall. Say hello to more than a dealing. If you were horribly ichthyophobic, which card game would you most likely avoid? War, Old Maid, Go Fish, or Crazy Eights? Ichthyophobia is the fear of fish. The only fish I'm afraid of is the mega shark from the movie Mega Shark vs. Giant Octopus, which isn't really a fish or a real thing at all, but still it frightens me. Here's a good one. Burrito's beautiful this time of year, and it's a this or dat. I'm gonna read a list of 7 items. For each one, tell me if it's the name of a city in Southern California or a Taco Bell menu item. If it's a SoCal city, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a Taco Bell item, press right on your plus control pad. For each correct answer, you get 300 taco shells. For each one wrong, minus 300. And hurry, the quicker you are, the more moolah you win. All right, let's get started. Enchilito, El Monte, Cerritos, Chalupa Baja, Chula Vista, Encinitas, Escondido. With a performance like that, you deserve a 4th meal. I mean, some third world countries would love to just have a 2nd or 1st meal of the day, but don't let that deter you. This reminds me, I actually just ate at Taco Bell a few hours ago and... Excuse me, what was I saying? I forget what I was saying. Everybody quattro, hey! This one's called The Uptight Love Boat. Which one of these movie titles contains roughly the amount of time it took the Mayflower to sail from England to America in 1620? 8 Crazy Nights, 28 Days Later, 9.5 weeks, or 9 months? It took the Mayflower 66 days, or roughly 9.5 weeks, to land in America. And it only took nearly 400 years afterward for the ShamWow to be invented.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Next, trapped in a laundry box. If French mime Marcel Marceau had worked at the French Laundry in California, what would have gotten him fired? Merely pretending to conduct the orchestra, only faking doing the ironing, just simulating cooking a meal, or simply imitating washing the car. The French Laundry is perhaps the most famous 5-star restaurant in America. Although, do they have an unlimited salad bar like Golden Corral? I don't think so. Let's say so long to round 1. And you should be very proud of that score, because I'm not. Don't forget, in round 2, all the cash is doubled. Okay then, here we go. I call this one, Oops, I Did It Again. You know, if there's one thing I bet Britney Spears is good at, it's math. So, imagine you have 10 of the year's hottest new toy, the Britney Sphere. It's a ball filled with silicone. How could you arrange your Britney spheres in the densest way possible? In a pyramid, in a circle on the floor, in a 3-4-3 three-dimensional polygon, or balanced on top of each other in a vertical line. The densest way to arrange spheres, that is, if you're looking to use the least amount of space possible, is in a pyramid. And on top of that, those Britney spheres are already pretty dense. Yeah, they're really dense. Very dense, those Britney spheres.
Question 7!
How about Confucius says, "Wake me up when it's over." Well, I grabbed a sweatshirt full of fortune cookies from this Chinese restaurant I always go to. They never check. You're supposed to just grab one. Anyway, I'm now going to tell you your fortune. There we go. A true friend never asks for too much of your time. Ah, profound. So with that in mind, which of these movies would be the worst friend of all? Avatar, Braveheart, Goodfellas, or Titanic? Clocking in at 194 minutes, Titanic would require more of your time than any of these other films, making it a very bad friend indeed. At that length, you could eat 3 Chinese meals and be hungry for a 4th by the time it's over.
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Open wide for dog. The extra G means it's good. If Snoop Dogg wrote a rap dedicated to Snuppy Dog, what would be an appropriate lyric? Wanna sweep my chimney, dog? Dog, you ain't nothing but a medieval outhouse. I'm gonna clone you, dog. Or, yo, dog, make me a Scottish sausage. In 2005, scientists in South Korea announced they had created the first cloned dog, an Afghan hound named Snuppy. And if Snoop did clone that dog, he'd have twice as many bitches.
Scrolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm 99.
And on its way, shoehorny. You know that saying about how the size of a man's foot is related to the size of his... I don't know if that's true, but it definitely makes me lie about my shoe size. Assuming we're talking about men's shoe sizes, which one of these pickup lines would make women most impressed with me? Hey baby, I'm a US size 9. Want to see my UK size 9? I'm a Europe size 9, if you know what I mean. Or, I'm a Korean size 9, and I am happy to see you. A UK size 9 is the biggest shoe size here. It's equivalent to a US size 9.5, Europe size 42.5, and Korean size 272. But as we all know, it's not the size of the shoe that matters, but how you polish it.
Hold me, never let me go. And my dream
Coming up next, ABC. Because their alphabet has the most letters, which game show would be the hardest? French Wheel of Fortune, Cambodian Wheel of Fortune, German Wheel of Fortune, or English Wheel of Fortune? The Cambodian alphabet has 74 characters. Interesting tidbit, over there Vanna White is spelled V-H-U, V-H-U, H-U, R-R-R-R-U-H-A-G-H. Welcome to the attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. $4,000 for a right answer, but if you're wrong, you lose $4,000. And don't forget,
remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. And the horse you rode in on. Giddy up. Good luck. There it is! Are you one of those people who really loves horses? Like in a creepy, draws ultra-realistic pictures of horses on loose leaf? That fantasizes about riding bareback on the beach, feeling the hard, velvety beast gallop beneath you kind of way? Yeah, me too.
You don't know Jack!
That'll do it, folks. What's going on, Donnie?
Hey, are you eager to play another round?
Demonstrators threw hot dogs, knockwurst, and kielbasa as the Prime Minister's motorcade passed by. This is
Hi, I'm Lance Anderson. You know me from my movies Terminal Intensity, Multiple Explosions, and Terminal Intensity 2. But back in Appleton, Wisconsin, Miss Edith Parker knew me as the boy who hated geometry.
Hypotenuse, Lance. Ow!
Miss Parker tried to teach.
Okay, we've got one contestant.
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Vitamin Holy Water, made with the right vitamins and minerals to make you feel born again.
Okay, let's see what happens. To get things rolling, what about Biob? Which scream does not have the proper amount of A's for the situation? Ah! Our credit rating is bad! Ah! My car broke down! Ah! I've got a drinking problem! Or, ah! I've got small breasts! AAA is the highest corporate credit rating score. It doesn't go up to 4 A's. Plus, the A's are good, not bad. I also would have accepted, ah, these batteries are really small. Or, ah, I'm a hot air ballooning enthusiast in Albuquerque. Next up, more garbage than meets the eye. If Transformers director Michael Bay only used the editing technique where overlapping images fade into one another during scene transitions, what would his Transformer name be? Jump Cutter, Cutaway, Cross Cutter, or Dissolver? A dissolve is when one scene gradually blends into the next one. Another thing that dissolves in those movies are the rational plot lines. Coming up, I refuse to make any jokes about Paul Rudd. Oh man, I was just thinking about Paul Rudd. I love that guy. He's funny, talented, he just seems like a good dude. I'm a Paul Rudd fan, do you hear me? I'm pro Paul Rudd. Oh man, could Paul Rudd get any ruddier? I mean, seriously, could he? Yes, he could put on a lot of weight. Yes, he could blush a lot. Yes, he could stop shaving. Or no, stop asking. Ruddy means a sort of healthy red, so yeah, that's one way he could get ruddier. Which totally makes sense because people must always be complimenting him, and Paul Rudd, he's a humble guy. I mean, all the compliments are true, but still Paul Rudd must be all like, stop, you're making me blush. And that just makes people like him more because he's friggin' Paul Rudd. Oh, I love that man!
Everybody quattro, hey!
Say hello to... Q is for question 4. You know those Sue Grafton mystery books where she works through every letter of the alphabet? The first one was A is for alibi, then B is for burglar. Well, say Sue Grafton decided to write a new mystery series about far more minor crimes. What would be the 12th book in the series? J is for jaywalking, L is for littering, M is for mattress tag removal, or R is for rolling through a stop sign. L is the 12th letter in the alphabet. My favorite book in the series is probably S is for stealing your neighbor's Wi-Fi. Gripping.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Let's try promenade to the hoop and slam dunk. It's time for a dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 things, and for each one, tell me if it's a move made in the NBA or a move made in square dancing. If it's an NBA move, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a square dancing move, press right on your plus control pad. Get one right and you'll do-si-do into 300 big ones. Get one wrong and you'll brick $300. We've only got 30 seconds. We good? Here we go. Wave the ring! Jack step! Hey, check! Stir the bucket! Give and go! Pick and roll! Partner trade! Bow to your left, bow to your right. Ask who cares, not me. I tried square dancing once, but I couldn't control my balls. No, wait, I meant basketball. No, wait, it was square dancing. That about does it for round 1. And you're doing pretty well, probably because there's no competition. Remember, I'm doubling the value of each question in round 2. All right, you ready? Too bad. Here we have Better Beak Airful. Oh no! There's a new avian flu going around where people can't recognize words with the letter A in them. To test yourself, you start counting up from 0. What's the first number you can count to that'll test whether or not you have this illness? 88, 175, 947, or 1000? Believe it or not, the number 1000 is the first number counting up from 0 that has the letter A in it. Hey, I said the letter A. I guess I don't have the avian Lou. The avian Lou? Lou? Oh, mother ucker! I lost my S! Question 7! Here's a good one. Shack Attack. So I was reading Shaquille O'Neal's Twitter the other day.
Cookie, might I bespeech upon you to allow me to profit this interjection?
Okay, Donnie, but it has to be concise.
Concise, as if to say any other way would be disparageable? Ha! Suppose you desire respite and henceforth proceed to vacationing. While postulating a destination, you choose upon further askew New Jersey. If, while being there, you listen only to musicality originated from New Jersey, what melodious offerings would you not be comprehending? Swerving to Journey's backlog of melodiosity, proceeding to enjoy the Bon Jovi armoire, receiving the earl offerings of Bruce Springsteen, or snapping your diglets to the veins of Frank Sinatra.
Journey inaugurated their musical Journey in San Francisco before caterwauling to national attention theretofore after. Whoa, what the hell? You know, Donnie, maybe you should try cutting out a lot of the extra words you say. You know? Maybe just try cutting right to the point.
Oh, really? Maybe if your prattering were less ampule, then maybe my elocutions wouldn't seem quite so relevant.
Yeah, forget it.
Lord and chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
May I introduce a super convenient truth. Which of these animal acts would Al Gore have the biggest issue with in regards to global warming? Or with over 1.5 billion in the world, cows emit a massive amount of methane through belching and flatulence. But if there's one thing I've learned over the years, you can't teach cows anything via a PowerPoint presentation.
Scrolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, if not nine.
Try this on for size. Martin Lawrence of Arabia.
It's the put the choices into order, then buzz in and see if you are right.
All right, there's a lot of information to process in this question, so it seems only fair to bump up the cash a little. Let's add $1,000 for a correct answer. Arrange these Martin Lawrence movie roles in this order: security guard, cop, undercover cop, thief posing as a cop. Blue Streak, National Security, Bad Boys, Big Mama's House. National Security, Bad Boys, Big Mama's House, Blue Streak. National Security, Blue Streak, Big Mama's House, Bad Boys. Or Bad Boys, National Security, Blue Streak, Big Mama's House. He played a security guard in National Security, a cop in Bad Boys, an undercover cop in Big Mama's House, and a thief posing as a cop in Blue Streak. That earned you an extra $1,000. I'm looking forward to his upcoming role as a cop who goes undercover as an actor, playing a thief pretending to be a cop in National Blue Mama's House Bad Streak Houseboy 2. Yeah, that should be good.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming? Question time.
Here's one for you. Pirates who understand science. What would a pirate who only sailed with ocean surface currents and never against them be able to accurately claim? We sailed from New York to Florida. We sailed from California to South America. We sailed from North Africa to England. Or, we sailed from China to Australia. Watch the time. This is the only route here that follows an ocean current rather than fighting against it. Although they could have traveled faster in a car, have extra time to stop at a bar. Ringo Starr! Step right up to the Jack Attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. 4,000 if you're right, 4,000 gone if you're wrong. But keep this in mind.
Remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Taking it to the max. I love pushing the limits of what's possible. Good luck. That's the game! Wow, you really know your maxes. I'm gonna call you Max. Goodbye, Max.
You don't know Jack! Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Loco Louie's Breakable Party Favors. On sale this week, ceramic water balloons.
So let's get to it. Let's start with Bury Me With My Slide Rule. You know how sometimes they rename shows when they put them in syndication, like American Idol Rewind? Well, if the HBO series 6 Feet Under were repackaged under a different title for syndication, which fresh new title would be accurate? 1 fathom under, 2 furlongs under, 3 cubits under, or 4 meters under? A fathom is a unit of measurement equal to 6 feet. Can you fathom that? Huh? Okay, I'm not gonna lie to you, I pretty much phoned that one in. I missed a meeting. Bucker up for Marvelous Jewelry. If the Hulk were a mood ring, how would he be feeling? Violent and angry, stressed and nervous, meditative and philosophical, or calm and neutral? The Hulk is green, and so is the neutral color on a mood ring. I think he was so angry because the only pants that came in his size were purple. This one's called You're Fired! Now Marry Me! On which special version of The Apprentice might Donald Trump ask contestants to perform a Trump marriage? The Pinata Apprentice, the Pinochle Apprentice, the Pinochet Apprentice, or the Pinafore Apprentice? A Trump marriage occurs in the game of Pinochle. I think Trump's wedding vows sort of went like this. I promise that this is going to be the biggest marriage of all time. Really just a great, classy, super successful marriage that will tower over and dwarf all the other marriages. And it's really just going to be top-notch all the way.
Everybody quattro, hey!
Why not try Britches Brew? And it's a this or that. I'm gonna read off 7 phrases, and for each one, tell me if it's the title of a Miles Davis album or a t-shirt color at the Gap. If it's a Miles Davis album, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a Gap t-shirt color, press right on your plus control pad. Each one right, I'll trumpet your victory with $300. Get one wrong and I'll be charging you $300. Don't overplay this solo. The faster you go, the more cash you'll pick up. Cool, let's do it. Mercury Blue. Blue Haze. Blue Period. Equinox Blue. Kind of Blue. Dream Blue. Dark Magus. That's real cool, Daddy-O. Real cool. Skeetly Popsy Bow. I hear they're releasing a Miles Davis line of pants at the Gap. They're khakis with a spit valve.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
And now, Fiery Balls of Death and other children's stories. You gotta hand it to Buzz Aldrin. Sure, he's walked on the moon, but he's not satisfied. He's now tackled the equally challenging tasks of appearing on Dancing with the Stars and writing a children's book. If Buzz Aldrin wrote a new children's book about a space rock who's fallen through the atmosphere, landed on Earth, and is trying to make new friends, what would it be called? The Adventures of Mikey the Meteor? The Adventures of Mikey the Meteorite? The Adventures of Mikey the Meteoroid? Or The Adventures of Mikey the Mennonite? While moving through space, it's a meteoroid. While entering the Earth's atmosphere, it's a meteor. And when it lands on the Earth, it is a meteorite. Or if you're my great-uncle, the Reverend Cookadiah Masterfoot, it would just be called one of God's kidney stones. Round 1 is in the books. And surprisingly, you're doing pretty well. Keep in mind, all the prizes are doubled in round 2. Okay, let's do this. Up next, 7 ancient Wonder Breads. Remember going on field trips in school and your mom packed you a miserable lunch in a brown paper bag, like it was your ransom or something? Well, imagine you're on a school trip to one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. Which of these is a Wonder Bread sandwich being enjoyed at the only wonder of the ancient world that is still standing? A PB&J at the Pyramids of Giza, a bologna and mustard at the Great Wall of China, a mayo sandwich at the Statue of Zeus, or an olive loaf sandwich at the Lighthouse of Alexandria? The only wonder of the ancient world still standing today are the Pyramids of Giza. And the 8th wonder of the world? Why there aren't more bus drivers who murder children. This one's known as Easy as @BC. You know, I really feel we gotta milk this Kesha and her ridiculously spelled name for all she/its worth. So, what would Kesha's Twitter updates look like if the shift key on her keyboard broke? Ketua loves you all, come party with Kefora, Kasevana is eating lunch, or Kanina is rethinking everything. The $, an integral part of Kesha's name, is located on the 4 key of a keyboard. What was even more confusing was her post about will being greater than I, which is greater than am. Still trying to figure that one out.
Rotten chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Next, sock your mom.
Hiya, Tal.
One's made of skin, one's made of wood, so who's the dummy?
Not me.
Why, it's my good friend Billy O'Brien. What brings you here today, Billy?
Well, Cookie, do you like kids' playground chants?
Kids' playground chants? I love those, Billy.
Great, listen up and you just might learn something, Dunny. Nine nother and your nother were hanging out clothes. Nine nother punched your nother right in the nose. What color was the blood, Tlasna?
You mean plasma?
Yeah, that's what I said. Is it blood red, Lennon yellow, asparagus green, or turley white? Blood Tlasna is yellow, so your nother's face is gonna be covered in yellow liquid. Yeah, well, last time I saw your nother...
Billy!
I mean, her face had this...
Billy!
No comment.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, Nite-Time.
Take a good look at... Nice bra, brah. What does it sound like when a brome hits a Brahmin? Sound 1. Sound 2. Sound 3. Or sound 4. A Brahmin is, of course, a type of cow, and a brome is a classic line of Cadillac cars. So we've heard a brome hitting a Brahmin, now the sound of a Brahmin being hit by a Dennis Rodman.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming? Question time.
It's time for There's No Place Like a Coffin. You know, I love watching The Wizard of Oz whenever they play it on TV, but it's kind of weird now because, except for a few remaining elderly munchkins, just about everybody in the movie is dead now. It's kind of creepy. Which dead cast or crew member from The Wizard of Oz has, according to a famous saying about death, gone somewhere over the Rainbow Bridge? Judy Garland because she's a woman, the hanging stagehand because he committed suicide, the mayor of Munchkin City because he's a little person, or Toto because he's a dog. When pets die, they're said to go over the Rainbow Bridge. Somewhere over the Rainbow Bridge. But let's be honest, we all know that little f***er Toto went straight to hell. Welcome to the attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. $4,000 if you're right, but say goodbye to $4,000 if you're wrong. And don't ever forget,
Remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Names are for the birds. These names are pretty foul. Hope you have a safe flight. Good luck. That's all she wrote! Now, to commemorate your performance, there was supposed to be a ceremonial releasing of 100 white doves. Unfortunately, I forgot to punch holes in the crate, so instead of that, I'm going to dump all these bird carcasses onto the floor. Well, there you go, that's all of them. Congrats.
You don't know Jack!
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Nighttime Putty. Warning, do not use nighttime putty during the day, sunset, or sunrise.
Okay, let's light this sucker. begin with, a king-sized water bid. If eBay creates a sister site named after a long, narrow inlet with steep sides formed by glacial activity, what would it be called? E-Bite, E-Gulf, E-Fjord, or E-Cove? A fjord is a long inlet of water with steep sides caused by glacier activity. E-Fjord, the #1 auction site for Norwegian knickknacks and Scandinavian pieces of crap. Coming up next, catching the fortune fever. Dear Magic 8 Ball, will I be happy with this fortune cookie's fortune?
Cookie fortune, sweat. Cookie fortune, cookie master sweat.
Please say I'll find true love. Courtesy is contagious. Catch it. It's in the air. Well then, which of these courtesies could I catch from the air? A courteous case of gingivitis, a courteous case of tuberculosis, a courteous case of mono, or a courteous case of syphilis. Tuberculosis can be transmitted by a cough or a sneeze, which releases the bacteria into the air. So what's my point? My point is this. The only foolproof way to not get tuberculosis is to abstain from being courteous. Here's a good one. Game shows that serve 4 terms. If Franklin Delano Roosevelt were the secret banker on Deal or No Deal, what would be a fitting new title of the show? Deal or Square Deal, Deal or Raw Deal, Deal or Fair Deal, or Deal or New Deal? The New Deal was a program designed by the Roosevelt administration to promote economic recovery and social reform from 1933 to 1941. And as Joe Biden would say, that was a big f***ing deal.
Everybody quattro, hey!
Take a stab at Bada Bing, a song of sixpence. And here's an offer you can't refuse, a dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 names, and for each one, tell me if it's a character from The Godfather or a Mother Goose rhyme. If it's a character from the Godfather trilogy, press left on your plus control pad. If it's from Mother Goose, press right on your plus control pad. Each right answer gets you 300 Little Boy Blues or greens. Get it wrong and $300 get whacked. You've got 30 seconds. Okay, let's move. Luca Brasi, Bobby Shafto, Mo Green, Tom Hagen, Solomon Grundy, Jack Spratt, Sonny Corleone. Welcome to the family. I'd like to combine The Godfather and Mother Goose for some really great stories. Baba Black Sheep, have you any wool? No, because your severed head is lying on the pillow next to me.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Coming up, I would totally tap that word. I don't understand why people have those crazy smartphones with a full QWERTY keyboard built in. I don't understand it. I'm perfectly fine with my faithful old cell phone that's barely a step up from a landline. And anyway, I've got the hang of this one. I can text like a jackrabbit on it. For example, which of the following words can I spell on my phone using only one button? Struts, feeted, oops, or putty? I can spell the word feeted by hitting the 3 button 11 times. Hold on, I just need to text this girl I'm trying to get to go out with me. Just a sec. Let's see here. And where's the P? And now... forget this, I'll just fax her. That's the end of a thrilling first round. And you're in pretty good shape, for now. Don't forget, all the questions in round 2 are worth double. Now get out there and make me proud. Say hello to... You must be this dismembered to party. I don't get why people donate their body to science. I don't want a bunch of nerdy med students poking me with a stick. I want to donate my body to being awesome, so that even in death, I can be the life of the party. Yeah! Which party supply made from my dead body parts would be the longest? An esophagus limbo stick, a large intestine stripper's pole, a small intestine bong, or an aorta party horn? A small intestine is approximately 22 to 25 feet long as compared to the 5-foot-long large intestine. The others are shorter. Although before anyone drinks anything out of my GI tract, they might want to rinse it out first. Just going off of what has come out, there's probably gotta be some weird stuff still in there, like goober jelly.
Question 7!
This one's known as Trashylvania. Well, looky here, somebody sent in their trash.
Looking through your trash bag, what's it say about you? Funky trash.
Oh, now this sack of garbage is kind of weird. There's a dummy's guide to conducting an interview, a book illustrating New Orleans nightlife, and a headshot from Kirsten Dunst signed Fangs for the Break. Whose trashy research is this? Stephanie Meyer's, Bram Stoker's, Anne Rice's, or Stephen King's? Anne Rice's interview with the vampire is mostly set in New Orleans, and the film adaptation starred a 12-year-old Kirsten Dunst in one of her first roles. I especially enjoyed the sequel, Customer Service Survey with a Vampire.
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Here's one for you. A plain pickup line. If Orville Wright was Wilbur Wright's wingman at a bar, which pickup line would be the biggest lie? Wilbur is my older and more experienced brother. He used to repair bikes, but now he repairs hearts. He got famous in South Carolina, but he is modest everywhere. Or, he has a patent, so you know he's unique. Wilbur was older, a bike repairman, and he had a patent for the airplane. But Kitty Hawk, the town where the Wright brothers successfully tested the first airplane, is in North Carolina. Another pickup line he could have used was, would you like to join the Quarter of a Mile High Club?
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm 99.
May I introduce... The rain in Spain falls mostly on the plain. What's the secret code word? Trousers, flugelhorn, shiny, or pompadour? As I mentioned at the top of the episode, the secret code word is flugelhorn. Okay, the new secret code word is Zubas. I'm not gonna ask about it again this game, but someday, years from now, I may come and ask you for it, and you better remember it.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming? Question 10.
Let's try direct-to-DVD sentence diagramming. Suppose some cheerleaders made a cheer to identify what part of the sentence "it" is in the movie franchise Bring It On. How would the cheer go? The subject is number 1. Give me a D for direct object. Go conjunction go. Prep position. Prep position. It is the direct object that is being brought by the understood you. Hey, Cookie, you're so fine, you blow my... Ah! This is why I need interns that know how to partner stretch. Ah! Brace yourself for the attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. 4,000 big ones if you're right, but you lose 4,000 if you're wrong. And of course,
remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. What's your secret? Can you keep a secret? Good luck. There you have it! Hey, what's your secret? I just want to let you know next time we'll be testing for trivia performance-enhancing steroids. Consider yourself warned.
You don't know Jack!
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Gas o' the Sea Dolphin-Fueled Cars. Why wait millions of years for a dolphin to turn into oil?
Okay, what are we waiting for? First up, I prefer books with paper. Which radical thinker would be livid if he discovered his manifesto were being distributed via Kindle? Charles Manson, Ted Kaczynski, Thomas Paine, or David Hasselhoff? As a neo-Luddite, Theodore Kaczynski, aka the Unabomber, held a staunch anti-technology stance. The fact that we're asking this question in a video game probably wouldn't make him too happy either. And on its way, Tyler Perry presents a question about Tyler Perry. If Tyler Perry made a movie titled Tyler Perry Presents Presents, what would he also be presenting? Homophones, contronyms, homographs, or similes? Presents and presents, as in gifts, have the same spelling but different pronunciations and meanings. That's a homograph. Yeah, so I'm working on a screenplay for the movie Cookie Masterson Presents Diary of a Mad Game Show Host. It's a coming-of-age tale about a troubled yet charismatic host and his erotic journey to adulthood. All the parts will be played by Tyler Perry. Next up, laughter is the best medicine unless you have a tumor. You know, I'm not even hungry, but these stupid fortune cookies are right in front of me, so... I can't help myself, I have to eat them.
Cookie fortune Masterson.
Alright, let's see what my fortune has to say. He who laughs last laughs loudest. I'm not sure who laughed loudest, but given when they died, who almost certainly laughed last? Chris Farley, Ed McMahon, Richard Pryor, or Sam Kinison? Kinison died in 92, Farley died in 97, and Pryor died in 2005. McMahon died most recently in 2009, so he almost certainly laughed last. I don't know exactly how he died, but I'd like to imagine a doctor saying, "Damn it, we're losing him!" And Ed with his final breath replying, "You are correct, sir."
Everybody quattro, hey!
Up next, don't summon that band, and it's a dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 names. For each one, I want you to tell me if it's a voodoo spirit or a band name. If it's a voodoo spirit, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a band name, press right on your plus control pad. Each right answer gets you $300 not annoying dollars. But watch out, each wrong answer causes $300 to be spirited away. And you've got 30 seconds to finish casting your spell. Alrighty then, here it comes. Chumbawamba, Damballa, Dishwalla, Nago Shango, Wigglesting, Azaka, Buck Cherry. That was great. You're such a doll. Now let me stick needles into you to see if my enemies feel any pain. Seeing live bands play is just like being in a voodoo ceremony. There's smoke, people are all singing along, people are sacrificing goats. Yeah, that Jonas Brothers concert really got out of hand.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
I call this one, Who Cut the Cheese? So, who most likely cut the cheese? The sommelier, the maitre d', the potager, or the affineur? An affineur is a cheese expert. Tomorrow we'll learn about Dutch ovens. That brings a close to round 1. And you should be very proud of that score, because I'm not. Keep in mind, in round 2, everything is worth twice as much. And lest you forget, the wrong answer of the game is still there for the taking. Well, no time like the present. How about... Yes, but does it come in a V-neck? If former American Idol judge Simon Cowell were to create a new talent show for people who wear cowls, what would it be called? Nurse Idol, Monk Idol, Prisoner Idol, or Farmer Idol? A cowl is that hooded robe that monks wear. Little known fact, under the hooded robe, monks generally wear low-cut, tight-fitting black V-neck t-shirts.
Question 7!
Next. But I like my kneecaps. Oh, hold on. Let me take this. Hello?
Yeah, hey, it's me. Where's my cabbage?
Oh, hi, Sling Jimmy. Cabbage? Oh, right, the money I owe you? See, I was gonna...
Look, I'll be there in a Howard. Have my cheddar, or I'll snip off your joystick.
Okay then. Bye, Jimmy. Oh, man. I innocently borrowed $200 from this guy named Slang Jimmy, and now he's coming by to collect the cabbage, plus 100% interest. Which slang amount should I have ready for him? 2 C-notes, 3 Benjamins, and 10 Sawbucks, 10 Jacksons, and 3 Finns, or 20 large? Now pay attention. A Benjamin is slang for a $100 bill, and a Sawbuck is a 10, so $200 at 100% interest. I owe him $400, or 3 Benjamins and 10 Sawbucks. Maybe he'd be happy with a copy of You Don't Know Jack instead. I mean, he said something about snipping off my joystick, so he must like video games, right? He's gonna need a lot more than 3 fins. And speaking of fins, you know what you've just won? A Dolphin-Fueled car from Gas of the Sea Dolphin-Fueled Cars. It's transportation with a porpoise. This wrong answer of the game has earned you a sweet 8,000 clams. Well done.
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
And now, this smells a little off-Broadway. Which of these is not a book that got made into a movie that got made into a musical? The Lord of the Rings, Big, High Fidelity, or Legally Blonde? Although this 1988 film was made into a musical for the stage, it's not based on a book. They're planning to make You Don't Know Jack into a musical. Here, let's check out the script here. Oh look, there's a part written just for Paul Rubens. That should be good.
Scrolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, if not nine.
Try this on for size. The Norse Unleashed. If the Norse god of thunder and his wife were on the cover of the National Enquirer, which Brangelina-like combo name would they probably get? Kinky, Throbbin, Sore, Membor. Thor and his wife Sif could be called Thif, but personally I prefer Sore. I read in US Weekly they're breaking up because their relationship is all thunder and no lightning, if you know what I mean. Sorry, you're very nice god people.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming? Question 10.
Open wide for... I have a fear of wits. Okay, I'm gonna be nice and warn you that this is a trick question. You're welcome. Which of these superheroes is the best equipped to stand at the base of the tallest mountain on Earth? Iceman, Aquaman, Human Torch, or Nightcrawler? While Mount Everest is the tallest mountain above sea level, Mauna Kea in Hawaii is actually the tallest mountain in the world. It just starts beneath the ocean, and that makes Aquaman best suited to stand at its base. Well, it's good to see Aquaman is good for something. Welcome to the attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. $4,000 for a right answer, but if you're wrong, you lose $4,000. And most importantly,
remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. What kind of a character are you? I'm an invisible game show host, but what are these guys? Good luck. That's the game! You totally killed that Jack attack. Just murdered it. Which reminds me, the police are looking for you. Hope you don't mind. I told them where you live.
You don't know Jack!
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Chick of the Sea Mermaid Starter Kits. Now with your choice of seashells or double D shells.
Okay, let's get this show on the road. First on the docket, Hannibal Lecter Health Nut. Suppose Hannibal Lecter wants to eat healthier, so he starts removing the skin before eating a person. What could he make with the leftover skin from one human adult? A 6 square foot human skin snuggie, a 13 square foot human skin tablecloth, a 21 square foot human skin area rug, or some 32 square foot human skin curtains. The surface area of the average adult skin is 21.5 square feet, enough for Hannibal Lecter to make a quite stylish area rug. And the rugs match any decor. They come in peach, brown, olive, and new freckle. This one's called Me, Myself, and I Think That's a Supernova. If the eternal sunshine and eternal sunshine of the spotless mind only lasted as long as our actual sun is expected to last, what would be a more scientifically accurate name for the movie? A gazillion more years of sunshine of the spotless mind? 5 billion more years of sunshine of the spotless mind? 5 million more years of sunshine of the spotless mind? Or 50,000 more years of sunshine of the spotless mind? In about 5 billion years, our sun will blow off its outer surface and become a white dwarf. Oh, and it won't be taking us along for the ride. So if the world will definitely end by then, I might as well quit this diet. Bucker up for comic strip tease. Which comic strip character should read the self-help book He's Just Not That Into You? Blondie, Lucy Van Pelt, Kathy, or Nancy? Lucy from the Peanuts comics totally loves Schroeder, but he's just not that into her. And Charlie Brown should read the self-help book Everybody's Just Not That Into You because you're a big downer who sucks the life out of everything.
Everybody quattro, hey!
Why not try? This question is brought to you by the letters G, P, and S, and DISORDAT. I'm gonna read off 7 names. For each, I want you to tell me if it's a GPS device for your car, to give you directions, or a character from the children's show Yo Gabba Gabba. If it's GPS, press left on your plus control pad. If it's Yo Gabba Gabba, press right on your plus control pad. Answer correctly and stay on course. But start getting answers wrong, and you could get lost in the nonsense world of children's television. You have 30 seconds to reach your destination. Cool, let's do it. TomTom, Roby, Garmin, Trimble, Ratz, Fufa, Muno. Yay, Gabba Gabba! I actually use a device similar to a GPS to navigate me through this game.
Make fun of any contestant currently playing game.
Oh, you stink!
Proceed to question 5.
Oh, this makes my life so much easier.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Here we have never date a princess. Assuming it's true that gentlemen prefer blondes, which of these Disney dates would a gentleman most prefer? A hot tub dip with Ariel? A magic carpet ride with Jasmine? A Wonderland picnic with Alice? Or a canoe trip with Pocahontas? It was begging to be picked. Alice from Alice in Wonderland is the only Disney lady here who's blonde. But really, is it gentlemen who prefer blondes? Or is it more dudes? I think they should change it to dudes prefer blondes. And just give gentlemen their own phrase like gentlemen prefer monocles and chablis. Ariel the mermaid is not a blonde. But speaking of mermaids, you've won some fresh and ready mermaid eggs from the one and only Chick of the Sea Mermaid Starter Kits. Strong, beautiful, and obedient. That's a Chick of the Sea mermaid. Now odorless. This wrong answer of the game just got you an extra 4,000 smackers. Congratulations. That'll bring an end to our first round. And you've got a pretty nice score. It's a shame there's nobody here to share it with. Remember, in round 2, every question is worth double. Let's keep going. May I introduce I Would Die for College Credit. I'll be with you in a second, just need to do an intern interview. So, Jeffrey, are you proficient in Excel, Word, Outlook, snake handling, getting punched in the face, poison ingestion, and PowerPoint?
What?
Great. You start next Monday.
Okay.
Suppose Jeffrey's first assignment is to sleep in a box with the animal responsible for the most human deaths each year. You know, for research purposes or something. What would his deadly roommate be? A hungry wolf, a bloodthirsty mosquito, a poisonous snake, or a bear? Mosquitoes, as carriers of malaria and other diseases, are responsible for over 2 million human deaths each year. Yeah, but in a box with a mosquito doesn't sound like that much fun. Yeah, I think I'll probably go with the wolf.
Question 7.
Try this on for size. Raimi River. What would you find in a collection of raiment from Sam Raimi films? Tobey Maguire's latex suit from Spider-Man, the Book of the Dead from The Evil Dead, the bag of money from A Simple Plan, or the demon from Drag Me to Hell? The term raiment refers to apparel or clothing, like Tobey's Spider-Man suit. It's got some weird stains that I hope are webbing.
Locking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
It's time for Pull Until It Breaks.
It's the put the choices into order, then buzz in and see if you are right.
You should know how this works by now. An extra $1,000 for a correct answer. Here we go. Place these wishbones in the chronological order of their first appearance. The salad dressing, the dog TV show, the college football offense. The salad dressing, the college football offense, the dog TV show. The college football offense, the salad dressing, the dog TV show. Or the college football offense, the dog TV show, the salad dressing. Watch your clock. Lipton started manufacturing wishbone salad dressing in 1958. The wishbone offense was introduced in 1968, and the children's dog series started in 1995. That'll net you an extra $1,000. The salad dressing continues to be sold, the football play is still in use, but the magical dog, alas...
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, if not nine.
Coming up next, Yo-Yo Mama. I love Yo Mama jokes, because Yo Mama is really fat and or stupid. Finish this Yo Mama joke with the casino game where you can bet Yo Mama. Yo Mama is so fat, if you poke her, she'll flop. She straight up roulette herself go. Her slots are really loose, or she craps 11. In the game of craps, you can bet on Yo or Yo-11, which just means 11. And speaking of craps, Yo Mama's so ugly when she walks by the bathroom the toilet flushes. Snap!
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming?
Say hello to Gee Whiz. In the movie The Wiz is a giant fire-breathing head. Why is this ironic? He was played by Michael Jackson, whose head once caught on fire. He was played by Richard Pryor, whose head once caught on fire. He was played by Nipsey Russell, whose head once caught on fire. Or he was played by Nicolas Cage, who played Ghost Rider. Richard Pryor's hair caught on fire in real life while freebasing, and he played The Wiz in the musical The Wiz. People need to be more careful when handling flames. I keep all my scented candles on a table away from anything that could... Ah! Ah! Look at me! I'm the Wiz! Step right up to the Jack Attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. $4,000 if you're right, but say goodbye to $4,000 if you're wrong. And one more thing.
Remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. I want your real autograph. Believe it or not, you're about to see stars. Good luck. That's all she wrote! Wow, I'm almost inclined to say I'm impressed. Almost. It's still just a trivia game. I mean, honestly, can you change a flat tire, roast a piece of meat, sew on a button? The things that really matter.
You don't know Jack!
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Jack's Bald Caps and Hairless Knick-Knacks. Because if you actually shaved your hair off, you might find something weird under there.
All right, let's get this party started. Right off the bat, Assassinate Gate. Okay, I've had it. Every scandal since Watergate is called something or other gate. Monica Gate, Nipplegate, Stripper Gate, Henry Louis Gates Gate. Enough! It's time to throw down the gauntlet, people! Are you with me? Suppose I start a task force to remove the suffix gate from all new writing before it gets published. If I stupidly get caught up in my own scandal, what would it be called? Abnegate Gate Gate, Abrogate Gate Gate, Expurgate Gate Gate, or Circumnavigate Gate Gate? To expurgate is to edit out offensive material before it gets published. So ironically, in my effort to expurgate gates, my pathetic scandal would be called Expurgate Gate Gate. And you know, it would have something to do with hookers, but who the hell would leak it to the public? Well, I'd have to investigate. Here's one I like to call Doogie Frankenstein, MD. If Dr. Frankenstein's monster had spoken very casually, how might he have addressed the doctor with his first words? Theo, what's up? Hey, Victor, nice lab coat. You call this dump a dungeon, Willie? Or yo, Boris, thanks for the brain. The doctor from Mary Shelley's classic novel was named Victor Frankenstein. Another little-known fact, Bram Stoker's famous vampire is actually named Count Derek Dracula. Here's a good one. Original Sin City, and it's a dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 words, and for each one, tell me if it's a word from the Garden of Eden story in the Bible, a Las Vegas nightclub, or both. If it's from the Garden of Eden story, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a Vegas club, press right on your plus control pad. If it's both, press your A button. Each one right gets you 300 apples. Each one wrong costs you 300 plus table service fees. And you've only got 30 seconds. Okay, we're off. Pure. Eve. Vanity. Plus. Naked. Sweat. Rain. That was so good, I'm having trouble keeping my fig leaf in place. They say Vegas is Sin City, but I think it'd be difficult for the devil to tempt somebody with an apple in Vegas. He'd have to wait in line for an hour to get it off the buffet. Everybody quattro! Everybody quattro! Hey! Next, Misters of the Universe. Which Mister has a Mrs.? Mr. Clean, Mr. Big, Mr. Echo, or Mr. T? One right answer coming up. Although the others are bachelors, Sex and the City's Mr. Big has been married a couple of times, most recently to Carrie Bradshaw. Also married was Mr. Rogers. You never saw his wife on the show, but he always insisted that we just missed her. Mr. Clean is unattached, despite the fact that the ladies love his muscles and bald head. Just like how everyone will love this bald cap from Jack's Bald Caps and Hairless Knick-Knacks. Finally, a workable solution for those cursed with a full head of hair. This wrong answer of the game is worth $4,000. Congratulations.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Why not try getting whacked in F sharp? If the rival mob on The Sopranos consisted of an all-female group with extremely low voices, what would they be called? The Basso Profundo family, the Baritone Gang, the Contralto Mob, or the Countertenors? Contraltos are female singers with the lowest voices. Like me. I'm just kidding. I'm totally a dude. That's the end of round 1. And surprisingly, you're doing pretty well. Don't forget, all the questions in round 2 are worth double. Okay, how about it? Here's one for you. My housewife is a fake. I've been watching these Real Housewives shows on Bravo. I've noticed something about the opening credits of these shows, though. The cast is always holding some kind of fruit. The Real Housewives of Orange County are holding oranges. The Real Housewives of New York are holding apples. The Atlanta Housewives are holding peaches. But during the opening credits of the Real Housewives of New Jersey, the housewives aren't holding anything. WTF? Considering the state fruit of New Jersey, what should they be holding? Bananas and leopard print tops, strawberries and garbage bags, kiwis and Sopranos DVDs, or blueberries and spray tan. New Jersey's state fruit is the blueberry. And their state animal is the Snooki. Question 7! Open wide for the stuff you find under the bleachers. It's time for us to see what kind of trash somebody sent in today.
Looking through your trash bag, what's it say about you? What's it say about you? Funky trash.
Okay, what do we have here? We've got some dry cleaning slips for a Robinson 42 uniform, a subway map of Brooklyn dated 1958, and some old postcards of Ebbets Field. Which professional baseball franchise sent in this garbage? Kansas City Royals, Los Angeles Dodgers, Boston Red Sox, or Milwaukee Brewers? Jackie Robinson crossed the color barrier for the Brooklyn Dodgers at Ebbets Field in 1947. 11 years later, the franchise moved to Los Angeles. The Dodgers moved to LA to sell their screenplay, but ended up just waiting tables and doing a couple of weird fetish films.
Rotten chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
How about priceless art? I have a coupon for that. Suppose Campbell's produces a line of tomato soups commemorating pop artist Andy Warhol. Based on his philosophy on fame, what might the expiration date read? Consume 1 second after opening, best within 15 minutes of purchase, stays frozen for 24 hours, or reheat leftovers for a lifetime. Andy Warhol is known for his statement, "In the future, everyone will be world famous for 15 minutes." And now everybody just says 15 minutes of fame. Which, as we know now, is really a silly statement, considering YouTube's maximum upload limit is 10 minutes.
Scrolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm 99.
Fuck her up for Beakers in the Hood. If the Bloods and Crips took litmus tests and their pH levels matched their colors, where would the Crips end up on the scale? Highly alkaline, motherfucker, highly acidic, motherfucker, neutral, motherfucker, or greasy, motherfucker. Alkaline materials turn litmus paper blue, and the Crips color is blue. I actually learned some complicated gang hand symbols. Ow! My fingers! Motherfucker!
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming?
Coming up, you simpletons could never understand my food. As a deep and complex individual, I prefer to eat food that reflects that. Which of these complex foods contains complex sugars? An orange painting its feelings, a forlorn glass of milk, pasta reading poetry about death, or a chocolate bar contemplating existence? Carbohydrate, such as the starch found in pasta, is a complex sugar. And trust me, pasta reading poetry is pretty moving. I nearly broke into tears when Penne got on stage and read his poem, Penne for My Thoughts. Oh, the part about the Italian sausage was gut-wrenching. Welcome to the attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. 4,000 if you're right, 4,000 gone if you're wrong. And of course,
remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. If you're going to travel through time, travel right. I've seen one version of your future. Hopefully you can change it. Good luck. Well, if your score was a branded toothpaste... What the? Cookie! It's me, Cookie from the future. You're me? Yes, and I need your help. The sequel to this game... Wait, what happened to my hair? You have no hair. That's not important. The future of this game franchise is at stake, and I do too have hair. Really? That comb-over isn't fooling anyone. Alright, look, the future is really stressful. I've lost some hair. Are there no gyms in the future, Pudgy? You know, forget it. Never mind. Screw you, you dicks.
You don't know Jack!
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Lil Smacky's Candy Contraband. You can't get cavities if it goes straight through your veins.
And we're off. Kicking things off, eat me. So you seen this guy on the Travel Channel, Andrew Zimmern? The guy who eats bizarre foods? He bugs me. If you wanted to enjoy sweetbreads, which bizarre Andrew Zimmern dish would satisfy? Deviled lung salad, thymus tetrazzini, buttocks a la king, or coccyx casserole? Sweetbreads refer to the thymus gland and a couple other really gross innard type things that people don't normally eat. Most people don't normally eat. I love sweetbreads. Oh, they're so sweet. And now, check out Sarah Jessica Parker's guns. And it's a dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 names, and for each one I want you to tell me if it's a type of gun or a male character from Sex and the City. If it's a type of gun, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a character from Sex and the City, press right on your plus control pad. Right answers will win you money for some extra ammo. But answer wrong and you will be forced to walk around in heels in New York City for days. Fire those answers off quickly for extra cash. Alright, let's get started. Lee Enfield, Aiden Shaw, Steyer Scout, Skipper Johnston, Smith Jared, Pancor Jackhammer, Stanford Blatch. Good work. Cosmos are on me. Sometimes I have to think, does Carrie look better with straight or curly hair? I mean, I'm really torn. Like, I think she looks really sophisticated with her straight do, but sometimes the curly is super flirty and fun, like, mother! No, it's okay, it's good. I needed that. Up next, tall, dark, and If you shopped at a specialty designer clothing store called Big and Tall and Polydactyl, what item could you purchase? Husky Levi's jeans with 3 legs, large 4-toe wide candy shoes, huge Burton ski gloves with 6 fingers, or matching Chanel nose rings for 2 noses? Want to see the right answer? Polydactyly is a condition in which a person has more than 5 fingers or toes on a hand or foot. That happens to really complicate things when trying to give someone the middle finger. Looks like this little piggy had none. Or did it? You just won a candy syringe from Lil Smacky's Candy Contraband. Lil Smacky's Candy Contraband. We'll find your sweets while you find a vein. Today's wrong answer of the game is worth a tidy $4,000. There you go. This one's known as a penny to keep your thoughts to yourself. Oh, what time is it? I gotta feed my parking meter. I'm gonna get another farking parking ticket. Where's that nerdy PA?
You beckoned Mr. Masterson.
Yeah, Poindexter. Do you have change for $1? I need you to go feed my meter.
What combination of change do you desire, sir?
What do you mean, what combination? How many different ways can you make change for $1, you geek?
27, 92, 159, or 293. There are, indeed, 293 different ways to make change for $1. There's 3/4, 2 dimes, 5 pennies, 1/2 dollar, 9 nickels, 5
Can
pennies.
someone get me a
1/4,
roll of
3
quarters so I can
60
punch this
pennies,
Melvin in the
7
chops?
15 pennies.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
And on its way, World War II. You know how the World War II movie Inglourious Bastards has a misspelled title? Well, say the Inglourious Bastards are on the run from the spelling Nazis. If they want to keep misspelling things, what should they do? Meet with their ambassador, seek asylum, go to the embassy, or send an emissary? If the spelling Nazis, or spelling SS if you will, are after the misspelling happy Inglourious Bastards, they should definitely seek asylum with 2 S's because it's really spelled with 1 S. ASYLUM. See how I did that? Put an SS in all the words like that? Yeah, I'm pretty good with slightly inappropriate World War II humor. Sometimes my jokes can create quite a furor. That's all we got for round 1. And you're sitting pretty for someone so ugly. Remember, I'm doubling the value of each question in round 2. All right, let's get back to it. Take a stab at one small step for man, one giant leap for a tiny man. The only thing the ladies love more than game show hosts is astronauts. That's why I'm branching out. Since only 3 countries have sent people into space, and I've been rejected by the astronauts and rejected by the cosmonauts, what's my last choice? Become a micronaut, become a taikonaut, become a psychonaut, or become an argonaut? Only the US, Russia, and China have sent people into space, and China has taikonauts. At least that's the common anglicized version of the Chinese term. If that doesn't work out, I'll have to go the privatized route and pay millions to buy a ticket into space. And with my luck, I'm sure I'll end up sitting right next to Lance Bass.
Question 7!
Let's try. Sharks are teaching gym class, but spaghetti knows my name. I had this really weird dream last night. In my dream, my cat Poopsie was a retired basketball player who got sucked down a golf hole by my other cat Mayonnaise, who was dressed as a rabbit, which was really cute actually. But my mom wanted to enslave all of the cartoon cats to work at an alien theme park. But Poopsie and Bunny Mayonnaise and Bill Murray played my mom and the aliens in a basketball game. And I kept on believing I could fly, but I don't think I ever did. What movie did I watch before I fell asleep? Was it Hoop Dreams, Kazam, Space Jam, or Like Mike? Poopsie played Michael Jordan in Looney Tunes live-action adventure Space Jam. Michael Jordan is quite an actor. He's like the Michael Jordan of baseball of acting.
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
I call this one Lost in Your Isles. Due to its size, on which Hawaiian island would the cast of Lost most likely have gotten lost? Hawaii, Oahu, Maui, or Niihau? The Hawaiian island of Hawaii is the largest of all the Hawaiian islands, thus making it the easiest for the losties to get lost. I just got all the old DVDs of Hawaii, and I really don't think the founders knew where they were going. I mean, when it became a state, I don't think Hawaii got really good until the last few years.
Scrolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, if I die.
This one's called More Like Late Night with Jimmy Fallon. Zing! How much is the square root of the band The Roots? Right about 6 1/4 Roots members, just under 4 Roots members, a little over 2 1/2 Roots members, or exactly 1 Roots member. The Roots, the Grammy-winning hip-hop group, also the house band for Late Night with Jimmy Fallon, has 7 members. The square root of 7 is 2.6 something something something. Let's face it, if they made a sitcom called 2.5 Roots Members, I'd totally watch it.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming?
This one's known as... Do I have to spell it out for you? If you were a gelatophobe, which text message would you not want to receive from me? JK, LOL, OMG, or frowny face? Gelatophobia is the fear of being laughed at. Oh, come on, I was laughing W / U lowercase, not @ U lowercase. Brace yourself for the attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. $4,000 for a right answer, but you lose $4,000 if you're wrong. And don't ever forget,
Remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. What's covering your eyes? You always seem to be wearing something over those beautiful eyes. Good luck. There you have it! Okay, so you obviously have 20/20 vision, but can you see dead people? Because that's the only thing that really impresses me these days.
You don't know Jack!
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Mysterious Boxes Incorporated. Pacta sunt servanda, pulvis et umbra sumos.
Okie doke, this is really happening. Okay, to get things started, I could eat a whole mother goose. I'm doing a lot of statistical breakdowns of nursery rhymes and organizing them by category. First, I put hickory dickory dock and other rhymes about clocks on this timeline. Now, which nursery rhyme info would not fit in my pie chart? You know, my chart featuring nursery rhymes with pies in them. Little Jack Horner's plum to thumb ratio, Old King Cole's distinct types of merriment, girls Georgie Porgy kissed, or varieties of bird deaths in Sing a Song of Sixpence. Old King Cole smokes his pipe and listens to Fiddler's 3, but there's no mention of pie anywhere in his rhyme. Also, I'm working on this bar graph, which includes all nursery rhymes that feature people drinking in bars. Try this on for size. Pimp my carriage. Hey, ever watch MTV's Spring Break coverage? I keep it TiVo'd and watch it every Tuesday. This week I'm watching Spring Break 2010 where they wrap a guy and a girl up in a fantasy burrito. Anyway, if MTV did a show about Amish people called MTV's Room Springa Break, what would you hear in an episode? Yahoo! This is the week we choose a mate! The girls go wild with this butter churning marathon! Woo! We have freedom to visit the outside world! Or, we're in mourning! Get your soul-stealing cameras off us! Hello! Room Springa is an Amish tradition where teens get to experience the outside world before deciding to choose the Amish lifestyle as an adult. And once they realize the outside world is made up of MTV shows like Pranked, The Hills, and 16 and Pregnant, they gladly return to the Amish lifestyle. It's time for Heather Has Two Motherlands.
It's the put the choices into order, then buzz in and see if you are right.
Okay, this one's super easy if you ask me, but I'm contractually obligated to throw in an extra $1,000 for a correct answer. Here we go. Place these Russian dolls in order from oldest to youngest. Anna Kournikova, Anton Chekhov, Mikhail Gorbachev. Gorbachev, Chekhov, Kournikova, Gorbachev, Kournikova, Chekhov, Chekhov, Gorbachev, Kournikova, or Chekhov, Kournikova, Gorbachev. Anton Chekhov, the playwright, was born in 1860, Mikhail Gorbachev, the politician, in 1931, and Anna Kournikova, the tennis player, in 1981. You just picked up an extra $1,000 for that. This also just so happens to be the order from least attractive to most attractive.
Everybody quattro, hey!
And now, Pain in the Slash. Because he's been killing the longest, which of these serial killers is closest to being able to retire and collect his serial killer pension? Freddy Krueger, Jason Voorhees, Michael Myers, or Chucky? The iconic movie slasher starred in his first Halloween movie in 1978, earlier than any of these other characters. The serial killer pension is a pretty good one. $3,500 a month plus access to an anger management counselor, whom you may choose to murder.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Coming up, thank dog it's Friday. And stop panting, it's a dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 names. For each one, I want you to tell me if it's a breed of dog, a famous religious figure, or both. If it's a dog, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a religious figure, press right on your plus control pad. And if you think it's both, press your A button. Each right answer blesses you with $300. But get one wrong and you're $300 deeper in the doghouse. You've got 30 seconds to finish. Ready? Let's go. Sharpay, Lao Tzu, Saint Bernard, Vizsla, Zoroaster, Olivier de Flandre, Shallow eats quaintly. A truly godlike performance, except for all those breaks you took to lick yourself. That was excessive. Growing up, I had a dog that could walk on water. Well, actually, he just peed on the kitchen floor and then happened to stroll through it. Let's say so long to round 1. And you've got a decent score there. Don't screw it up. Keep in mind, all the prizes are doubled in round 2. And don't forget, keep an eye out for the wrong answer of the game. It's still out there. It's time. Next, don't joke about that. You know, the more time passes, the more it's acceptable to make jokes about disasters. For instance, it's totally fine to make jokes about the bubonic plague. Bubonic plague. But it's not really funny to make fun of, say, the Iraq War. With that in mind, considering the timing of some of the world's most famous disasters, which of these tasteless jokes most merits a too soon response? Knock knock, who's there? The Chicago Fire! Take my Lindbergh baby, please! The Titanic walks in and the bartender says, "You're sunk!" Or, why did the Hindenburg crash into the road? The Hindenburg disaster occurred in 1937, more recently than any of the other disasters, thus really prompting the phrase, too soon. And you'll be saying, "Oh, the humanity" at the Zany Hut next Friday, where I'll be doing jokes like these that will be sure to offend you on multiple levels. Question 7! Take a stab at... I like big halibuts. If a Subway footlong costs $5 and they come out with a new halibut sub that's as long as the USS Halibut submarine, which is 350 feet, then how much would you expect to pay for one? $1,750, $1,890, $2,001, or $3,500? 350 multiplied by 5 is 1,750. Hooray for math! And nothing goes better with halibut than some slightly undercooked Parmesan oregano bread.
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
And on its way, partly cloudy with a chance of space battles. Sorry, just a second. I want to listen to this speculative fiction weather report.
The weather today calls for continued desert heat across the entire planet with a 0% chance of rainfall. Also, there's a giant sandworm warning until the foreseeable future.
What fictional planet was that weather report for? Hoth, Pandora, Arrakis, or Caprica? It's so obvious. Arrakis, the planet from the Dune books, movie, and miniseries, is a desert planet plagued by giant sandworms. I get all kind of weird stations with this satellite radio.
Overall, trading in Wonderland was down today on the heels of the Cheshire Cat failing to obtain bailout money from the Queen of Hearts.
No, that's the planet from Avatar that was named after the Greek myth of Pandora's box. And speaking of boxes that may or may not contain all of the world's evil, you've just won a mysterious box from Mysterious Boxes Incorporated. It's a box. Do whatever you want with it. But be warned, if you open it, there's an outside chance it may mean the end of the world as we know it. Today's wrong answer of the game gets you another 8,000 on top of your current score. Sweet.
Scrolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm 99.
Say hello to tongue twisters. And speaking of tongue twisters, which tongue twister would anger a copy editor? Betty Botter bought a little bit of butter? How much wood would a woodchuck chuck? Unique New York is very unique. Or Mommy made me masticate my M&Ms. Unique means that something is one of a kind. Therefore, it's either unique or it's not, but nothing can be very unique. Although, to be fair, any tongue twister would upset a copy editor as they are devoid of any mirth or whimsy.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming?
Here we have 4! Your refreshment. Where would you find the rapper/actor you would have to mix with lemonade to make the drink named after golf legend Arnold Palmer? The set of NCIS Los Angeles, the set of Law & Order SVU, the set of Barbershop, or the set of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2? And Arnold Palmer is a drink made of half lemonade and half iced tea. And rapper/actor Ice-T plays a detective on Law & Order SVU. My rap name would probably be Ice Age, because after I dropped a rhyme, it'd probably be deathly quiet for thousands of years. Welcome to the attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. $4,000 if you're right, but if you're wrong, you lose 4,000. And don't forget,
remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. What do you teach? I hope you had a well-rounded education. Good luck. That's the game! Wow, you must be real book smart. But you know what Mark Twain says? Don't let school get in the way of your education.
You don't know Jack!
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Lube, Ratz, Gerbil, and Rodent Grease. Be sure to grease your gerbil every 10,000 smiles.
All right, let's do this thing. First, you say stupid things on stage, I say tomato. One of the great traditions of theater is to take along some fruits and vegetables and throw them at the actors if you are dissatisfied with their art. Say you're watching a horrible passion play, so you start hurling passion fruit at the actors. If the lead actor stays in character, what would he say? Let he who is without sin cast the first fruit. What fruit through yonder window breaks? I want to suck your fruit. Or, ho ho ho, think I'll make a fruit cake. Now, Passion Play is a play about Jesus, and Jesus said, to paraphrase, let he who is without sin cast the first stone. And as Mel Gibson said, to paraphrase, you stupid mother... Coming up next, Cloudy with a chance of gastric bypass surgery. What expression would Al Roker say to really hammer home that he's at his most elevated state of happiness? I'm on Cirrus Cloud 9. I'm on Allostratus Cloud 9. I'm on Stratus Cloud 9. Or, I'm on Cumulus Cloud 9. Cirrus clouds are considered high clouds that start at 16,500 feet and can reach 45,000 feet. Ironically, I have a restraining order that requires me to stay at least 45,000 feet away from the Today Show window set. Open wide for... Do you believe in miracles? Yes! Hey, remember the miracle on the Hudson? You know, the hero pilot that landed U.S. Airways Flight 1548 right there on the Hudson River? It was like the ending to a Disney movie. I half expected animated bluebirds to show up and carry the passengers to shore. Anyway, that got me thinking. The lovable captain of the Miracle on the Hudson plane shares a nickname with which lovable Pixar character? The piggy bank from Toy Story, the head monster from Monsters, Inc., the lead rat from Ratatouille, or the little boy from The Incredibles? Oh, you're gonna kick yourself. You didn't sully yourself on this one. They're both nicknamed Sully. Captain Chelsea Sully Sullenberger and the monster James P. Sully Sullivan. They spell their Sullys differently, but the spell they cast on our hearts is the same. Rats are rodents, and they could sure make good use of your wrong answer of the game prize. Gerbil grease from Lube, Ratz, Gerbil, and Rodent grease, because there's nothing worse than a dry rodent. This wrong answer of the game has netted you an extra 4,000. Congratulations. Here's one for you. If looks could kill, then this would be a dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 names. For each one, I want you to tell me if it's a female serial killer or a Victoria's Secret model, or both. Just kidding. If it's a serial killer, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a Victoria's Secret model, press right on your plus control pad. Right answers will give you more bills to stuff your bra with. But answer wrong and you may be just another you don't know Jack victim. Keep your eye on the clock to keep your score alive and beautiful. We good? Here we go. Adriana Lima. Elle Gunnis. Giselle Bundchen. Rosemary West. Eileen Warnos. Carolina Kirkova. Elizabeth Bothery. I cannot stop staring at how beautiful your score is. Oh, I love Victoria's Secret. There's really nothing better than slipping into a bra that fits just perfectly and creates a really nice line under your clothes. I mean, you know, if you were a woman. That's what I meant.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Let's try. Aren't guitar teachers the real guitar heroes? I like games like DJ Hero and Guitar Hero, but I think they cast aside who the real musical heroes are. Auxiliary percussionists. Which of these games features a percussion instrument in the title? Ocarina Hero, Sitar Hero, Timpani Hero, or Sousaphone Hero? Timpani is, drumroll please, a drum. Okay, time to give this game a test run. Okay, here it comes. It's coming up. Just about time. Okay, here I go. Nailed it! Now I just need to wait 2 minutes and do it again. I love this game. That's round one. And you're doing pretty well. Probably because there's no competition. Don't forget, in round two, all the cash is doubled. Let's move on, shall we? Why not try... Cue the montage. Montages are my favorite parts of movies because you get to witness so many activities achieved in just one day. There are a lot of historical people I would love to have a montage with. People like Mark Twain, Abe Lincoln, my birth father. Well, suppose I have a montage-type day with Upton Sinclair. Based on the horrors he wrote about in the jungle, what would we definitely not do? Feed each other hot dogs, laugh and run through the zoo, carve our names into a tree, or go on a romantic boat ride. Upton Sinclair is the author of The Jungle, a book that reveals the corruption of the American meatpacking industry during the early 20th century. As long as we get to ride a tandem bicycle and have an ice cream cone down by the lake, then I'm happy.
Question 7.
May I introduce Galactic Shoutout. If the Earth wanted to yell at the Sun about the distance between them, what would it yell? Hey you! Oh hey! Oh you! Hey oh! AU stands for Astronomical Unit, and the distance from the Earth to the Sun is 1 astronomical unit. Sometimes it also yells hey ya. Both the Earth and the Sun are huge Outcast fans.
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Take a good look at the Dunny's Dunny.
One's made of skin, one's made of wood, so who's the dummy?
Not me.
I haven't broken out Billy O'Brien in a while. Maybe I should take him out for a question, see if I still have my mad ventriloquism skills.
Let me out, I have to take a tiss.
Hey, Billy, haven't seen you in a while. Who's your friend?
Oh, this ninny dag of sawdust? It's my ventriloquist dunny, Nike McDride.
You have your own dummy named Mikey McBride?
Yeah, you got a problem with that, punk?
Since I was hardly getting out of the docks, I had to take out a hottie.
Nasty, don't just take up Master D.
Whoa! Hey, let's stick to question asking.
Which movie should I new to the top of my Netflix queue if I want to watch something starring my favorite movie star, Philip Seymour Hoffman? The Curious Case of Dungeon and Dutton, Mr. Nagorian's Wonder in Torian, Pirates of the Caribbean, The Black Girl, or Doubt? Yeah, he is in that.
You have a really great taste in movies, Nike.
Thanks, Dilly. You're my best friend.
No, you're my best friend.
Hey, what are you looking at, Master Sucks?
Sorry. This is really, really strange.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm 99.
Up next, sawing your family's honorable name in half. How did David Seth Kotkin magically change his name to David Copperfield? He pulled the name out of a black top hat. The copper idea came to him during a penny in the ear trick. He had a dream about it during a levitation trick, or he just copied from the book David Copperfield. Super magically, he just stole it from Charles Dickens' book.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming? Question time.
How about configuration menu? Okay, so fingerprints are apparently one of 3 or 4 different types of patterns. Which of these finger foods is not covered with an officially classified fingerprint pattern? An arch-smeared pizza bagel, fruit smudged with a loop, a whirl-covered mini quiche, or corn chips with a dip? Arch, loop, and whirl are apparently all types of fingerprint patterns. A dip, however, is not. But I think this whole fingerprint identification thing is a hoax. I mean, they can't really tell different fingerprints apart from each other. Uh-oh. I didn't mean to kill him. He was just barking so loud.
Get down on the ground! Down on the ground!
Oh, it's okay. They were just after one of our interns. Shot him dead. Hey, can one of you other interns bring me a new pair of underwear over here? Step right up to the jack attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. 4,000 big ones if you're right, but say goodbye to 4,000 if you're wrong. But keep this in mind.
Remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. How many points did I get? You gotta know how to keep score. Good luck. That's all she wrote! Well, nice job. But I should remind you that it's not whether you win or lose, but how you play the game. And if you didn't play the game in a hot tub on a jet on your way to friggin' Vegas, then I don't want to hear about it. But if you did play in a hot tub on a jet, then I definitely do want to hear about it. And I would like to see pictures.
You don't know Jack!
And today's wrong answer of the game is being brought to you by
Yellow Pages audio telephone books. It's never been easier to use a public directory recorded onto cassette tapes.
Okay, it's time. First up, boredom. Hey you, intern, get over here.
Yes, sir?
What's that wooden wheelie thing under your arm?
This? A skateboard?
Skateboard, huh? I like the sound of that. Let me see that thing. I'm going to attempt to spin around on this so-called skateboard. If I spin for the entire duration of this question, which amount of spinning will leave me facing in the same direction I start from? An 810-degree pop shove-it, a 1,170-degree nollie front side, a 1,620-degree fakie backside, or a 3,240-degree hang 10. 3,240 degrees is 9 360s in a row, so I would end up facing the same way I started. Here goes. 1, 2... My pelvis! My pelvis! Here's a good one. Did you know Jack? If we were playing a version of You Don't Know Jack in 1950, what would be the only feasible way you could send me your answer to this question? Call me on my toll-free 1-800 number, transmit your answer via your CB radio, email your answer to me, or post your answer to a BBS. Smart people choose this. The first CB radio was invented in 1945, so you would technically be able to call in your answer on a CB, good buddy. We'd play you a clip from the 1950s version of You Don't Know Jack, but it turns out there isn't a single question we can show that isn't incredibly politically incorrect. It was a different time. No one would have heard about toll-free numbers until the late 60s. But you can hear about all kinds of numbers with this. Your new telephone directory audiobook from Yellow Pages Audio Telephone Books. Let your fingers do the walking over to your audio device so they can press play and then you can listen. This wrong answer of the game got you $4,000. Nice job. Here's one I like to call Question. Have you heard? The TV show Numbers was killed. I'm so mad. I love that show. See, every crime can be solved with simple math. I'm gonna find the son of a bitch who did this. Let me just get out my calculator here. Okay. The 6 seasons of the TV show Numbers had this many episodes. 13, 24, 24, 18, 23, 16. Now, I bet we can solve the mode of this crime by determining the mode of those numbers. So what is it? 6, 18, 19.667, or 24. Ah, yes, the mode of a group of numbers is the number that appears most often. In this list, the only number that appears more than once is 24. So 24 is the mode. So that's it. The TV show 24 killed Numbers.
Cookie?
Yes, Kimberly.
24 was canceled too.
What? 24 was killed too?
Yes.
It was the terrorists.
Everybody quattro, hey!
Buck her up for, hand up a hot tin puppet, and it's time for a dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 names, and for each one, tell me if it's a character in Tennessee Williams' play Cat on a Hot Tin Roof, or a character in Jeff Dunham's ventriloquist comedy act. If it's a character from Cat on a Hot Tin Roof, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a Jeff Dunham dummy, press right on your plus control pad. Get one right and you'll be the puppet master with $300. Get one wrong and you'll have a good old-fashioned southern drama on your hands. And you've only got 30 seconds. Alrighty then, here it comes. Peanut. Cooper. Big Daddy. Bubba J. Sweet Daddy D. Brick. Reverend Tooker. Billy, got anything to say?
That performance gave me wood.
For whatever reason, Dunham is a very successful guy. He has millions of dollars and lots of comedy specials. But I have something he doesn't.
Meningitis?
Yes.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Next up, I love you, dear. If Betty White were to ride a lawnmower...
Come on, little Betty White is way too young to get on a lawnmower.
Oh, hey, it's Old Man. How did you get in here?
Look, I taught the Red Baron how to fly. I ain't no fool.
Certainly not. Well, what have you been up to, old man?
See, my great-great-grandson took me to this dining establishment the other night. Now, it's based on a country that was colonized as a penal colony. Penal. Anyway, I got out of that place before the waitstaff could steal my good fake eye.
Ah, I see. Old man says he went to a restaurant based on a country that was once colonized as a penal colony. Where'd he go? Olive Garden, Chipotle, Panda Express, or Outback Steakhouse? Starting in the late 18th century, Australia served as a penal colony for British convicts.
What are you talking about?
What do you mean? I was just telling you what restaurant was based on a country colonized as a penal colony.
Penal.
That'll wrap up round one. And you've got a decent score there. Don't screw it up. Don't forget, all the questions in round two are worth double. All right, you ready? Too bad. And on its way, a banker's dozen. Hey, you know that Dunkin' Donuts slogan, America runs on Dunkin'? Well, if America really ran on Dunkin', what would the Federal Reserve not be able to do? Buy and sell U.S. jelly donut securities, lend apple fritters to banks in non-emergencies, issue the production of glazed donuts, or regulate the chocolate munchkin industry. The Federal Reserve buys and sells securities, issues the production of money, and regulates the banking industry. But it can only lend money to other banks in emergency situations. The problem with the Dunkin' States of America is that if Congress adds too many donut holes into legislation, it just gets messy, especially if they're powdered.
Question 7!
Open wide for... This question is rated XXX.
It's the put the choices into order, then buzz in and see if you are right. Question!
I'm adding $1,000 for a correct answer. Put these things in the order they first premiered, from earliest to most recent. X-Files, XFL, X Games. X-Files, X Games, XFL, XFL, X-Files, X Games, X Games, X-Files, XFL, or X-Files, XFL, X Games. The X-Files premiered in 1993, the X Games in 1995, and the XFL ran its whole course from 2001 to 2002. That just earned you an extra $1,000 bucks. Nerds, burnouts, and jocks. We've pretty much covered all our bases on this one.
Plucking chickens, picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
This one's known as John Travoltopoulos. If a new musical called Grease featured the official name of the country Greece, which song lyric would you hear? Automania is the word that you heard. Republic of Athenia is the time, is the place, is the motion. And Hellenic Republic is the way we are feeling. Or Greased Lightning. Greece is really the only country whose official name sounds nothing like its common name. It's officially called the Hellenic Republic. The best part of Grease the musical is when Olivia Newton-John puts on some leather pants and eats a gyro.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm not nice.
Take a stab at... Vegan parties are awesome. Which of these vegans is making a huge drinking mistake? Alicia Silverstone drinking a Corona, Ellen DeGeneres drinking an Amstel Light, Moby drinking a Heineken, or Woody Harrelson drinking a Guinness? Isinglass, a fish product, is used in the fining process of this stout beer. There's also a single drop of leprechaun blood in every glass.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming?
Coming up next, The Prince of Peace. Hey, you know that poem, Footsteps in the Sand, where the dude talks about walking on the beach and seeing his footprints with God's footprints right next to him? Yeah, me neither. Anyway, if you were walking on the beach and you saw footprints next to yours that look like equals signs, who might be walking next to you? God wearing Spanish espadrilles on his feet? God wearing Japanese geta on his feet? God wearing Australian Ugg boots on his feet? Or God wearing kitten heels on his feet? Japanese geta are traditional wooden sandals that are elevated by two wooden pieces that look like an equals sign. How come whenever I'm at the beach, the only things next to my footprints are rotting jellyfish and used syringes? Welcome to the attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. 4,000 bucks if you're right, but if you're wrong, you lose 4,000. And of course,
Remember the clue.
it's gotta be a match that fits this clue. The final curtain call came too soon. These actors didn't make it to see the final cut. Good luck. That's the game! Okay, I'm gonna jump on the bandwagon. You're the greatest! Like if you died, your funeral would probably be broadcast on TV. And I would watch and cry into my popcorn.
You don't know Jack! Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Safety-Co's Car Darts. Pacify your backseat drivers with a set of sharp projectiles. Safety-Co's Car Darts.
All right, here we go. Okay, to get things started, Hollywood is full of squares. Suppose the Hollywood squares replace their giant tic-tac-toe board with a checkerboard. How many B-list celebrities would they need to fill the whole board? 39 plus Richard Simmons, 63 plus Gilbert Gottfried, 99 plus Joan Rivers, or 131 plus Bruce Valanche. A checkerboard has 64 squares, so they would need 63 annoying B-list celebrities in addition to Gilbert Gottfried. The best part of the game would be when you work your way to the other side of the checkerboard and become a king, and Stephen Baldwin has to stack himself on top of Janine Garofalo. Try this on for size. I only raid tombs until my acting career takes off. So people are always... What was that?
What was what, Cookie?
Security!
Cookie, just drop the stalker thing, okay? There's no one here without proper ID. You're fine.
There's no one here without proper blah blah blah. Okay. Anyway, if Tomb Raider's Lara Croft explored crofts instead of tombs, what would the game be called? Small Farm Raider, Impact Crater Raider, Playground Equipment Raider, or Inflatable Boat Raider? A croft is a small farm often kept by a tenant. I can't imagine that would be a fun game. Quick, those parsnips need to come out of the ground now! It's time for Philly Fanatic Filet. Suppose an NBA All-Star game didn't get catered and the players resorted to eating the team mascots. Which of these pieces of mascot meat could be served as a flank steak? The Sun's gorilla's chest, Benny the Bull's eye, Hip Hop the Rabbit's shoulder, or Bango the Buck's abs? No, I'll get this. A flank cut of meat is the abdominal muscles of the animal. Of course, if you're gonna eat a sports mascot, he's probably gonna taste a little gamey. Bullseye? Missed the mark on that one. But get ready to take aim with a brand new set of car darts, courtesy of Safety-Co's Car Darts. Now with even sharper darts. Today's wrong answer of the game earns you $4,000. Enjoy. And now, you smell heavenly. And it's a dis or dat. I'm gonna list off 7 items, and for each one you have to tell me whether it's a Christian rock group or an Axe body spray scent. If it's a Christian rock band, press left on your plus control pad. If it's an Axe body spray scent, press right on your plus control pad. For each correct answer, we'll elevate your score by $300. But for every one wrong, we chop 300 off. But don't drag your feet. The reckoning is just 30 seconds away. All right, let's get started. Rise. Under oath. Critical mass. Dark temptation. Demon hunter. Essence. Fireflight. You rocked as much as a Christian band does in front of the 700 club audience. I would listen to Christian rock, but I wear a promise ring to remind myself that I made a vow not to.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Here's one for you. Warning. Question contains and pee. Which gender is the NBC peacock? Male, female, hermaphroditic like all peacocks, or it's not even a peacock? All peacocks are male. The females are called peahens. And we know the NBC icon is a peacock because of his dangly, hangy down, his colorful plumage. Round 1 is complete. And you're in pretty good shape for now. Remember, in round 2, every question is worth double. Let's get back to the action. Why not try Stop Coldplaying with yourself? If Coldplay changed their name to reflect the coldest temperature, absolute zero, what would their name be? 0 degrees C play, 0 degrees F play, 0 degrees K play, or 0 degrees R play? 0 degrees Kelvin is absolute zero, the temperature where particles theoretically stop moving. Scientists can slow down the movement of molecules in extremely cold temperatures, but Coldplay can slow particles down by sheer boredom.
Question 7!
Here we have Call of Nerd Duty. You know, every once in a while...
Cookie.
Ah!
It's me, security.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you guys are great.
Uh-huh. Anyway, is your stalker about 6'4", 220 pounds, scar below the left eye, shaved head?
Yes! Did you see him?
No.
Yeah, they'll think it's really funny when the show's being hosted by dead Cookie Masterson. All right, where was I? Oh, yeah. So, what would be the proper military term if 4 Best Buy geek squads banded together to fix a computer? The Geek Platoon, the Geek Brigade, the Geek Battalion, or the Geek Corps? Now, platoon usually consists of 2 to 4 squads. Luckily, if their fingers get caught in a laptop fan, they can always use their clip-on ties as a tourniquet.
Plucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Up next, when 2 countries love each other very much, they get really close. If they followed real-life world geography, which 2 Dancing with the Stars contestants would dance the closest together? Kathy Ireland and Chad Ochocinco, Kelly Monaco and Chad Ochocinco, Kelly Monaco and Mark Cuban, or Kathy Ireland and Mark Cuban? Monaco near France and Chad in Africa are the closest of the country combos here, so Kelly Monaco and Chad Ochocinco would dance the closest together. Of course, the closest 2 here are Ireland and Monaco, which would mean Kathy Ireland and Kelly Monaco dancing very close together. And you'll have to excuse me now, I'll be back in 3 minutes.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm 99.
Coming up, the British are charming, the British are charming. So imagine the movie Love Actually took place in the Louvre. What would...
Hello, Cookie. I told you I'd be coming to see you.
My stalker! It's my stalker! Help!
No, Cookie, I wouldn't hurt you. I'm your biggest fan. You're so talented.
Really? Oh, thank you.
I love your acting. And I love the music you do with the Boxmasters.
Boxmaster?
And your Oscar. And your marriage to Angelina Jolie.
Okay, hold on. I think there's been some kind of stalking mix-up. Yeah, you've clearly got me confused with someone else. Which celebrity should this guy really be stalking? Brad Pitt, Billy Bob Thornton, Ben Affleck, or Brian Bonsall? Billy Bob Thornton was married to Angelina Jolie for a while and plays with the band the Boxmasters. So I'm pretty sure he's the guy my stalker is meant to be stalking.
Well, this is embarrassing, but thank you so much. I'm off to find Billy Bob.
Well, good luck to you. Keep in touch.
Yeah, if I get a chance, I'll drop you a line. It just might be a while, because it's really time-consuming to cut those letters out of magazines.
Yeah.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming? Questions.
How about a baby? How sweet! So you know that little girls are made of sugar and spice and everything nice? Well, since it comes in an adorable pink packet, what would little girls be made of if they were watching their figures? Equal in spice and everything nice? Splenda in spice and everything nice? Sugar in the raw in spice and everything nice? Or sweet and low in spice and everything nice? Sweet and low packets are pink, perfect for diabetics and little girls. And if there's anything I've learned from toddlers and tiaras, it's never too early for infants to worry about their figures. Brace yourself for the attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. 4,000 if you're right, but you'll lose 4,000 if you're wrong. And most importantly,
remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. I'm feeling incomplete. Something is missing. Good luck. There it is! You're special, and it's not just because of that extra thing you call a mole, though that may be the source of your power.
You don't know Jack!
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by high-end brand leather toilet paper. We put the assy in classy.
Hang on tight, we're in for a ride. First question. When you're old, bones are hard to come by. Hey, remember the nursery rhyme, Old Mother Hubbard? She went to the cupboard to give her poor dog a bone, but when she got there, the cupboard was bare and the poor dog had none. Shut up, doggy! Somebody get this damn intern's dog out of here! Based on his Scientology teachings, what advice would L. Ron Hubbard most likely give old Mother Hubbard? Don't worry, you can see your dog in heaven. Don't worry, you can see your dog in another life. Don't worry, after your dog dies, it ceases to exist. Or, don't worry, there is no such thing as a dog. Scientologists believe that people come back in life after life after life. A kind of reincarnation. Actually, according to Scientology, old Mother Hubbard may herself have been a dog in a previous life. Not that she's any sort of hottie in this life either. Next. Good luck, woodchuck. Okay, listen carefully. If a woodchuck could chuck wood, and the woodchuck would not chuck anything else, regardless of how much wood the woodchuck could chuck, what would the woodchuck be? Caprophagus, xylophagus, necrophagus, or geophagus? Chucking, eating, or burrowing into wood are all examples of xylophagy. That's how a xylophone gets its name, because it's made out of wood. Which only serves as another reminder. Never leave your woodchuck in the same room as your xylophone. This one's called Where Pop Culture Meets Agriculture. Alright, before we ask our next question, we're going to bring out a young member of our local 4-H club, Jimmy Ritter and his prize cow, Shamrock.
Gee, thanks, Mr. Masterson. I'm excited to be on the show, and so is Shamrock.
Okay, Billy, you're going to have to clean that up. Anyway, go for it.
If the 4-H Club wanted to cut the crap and change its name to the number of H's that really appear in its 4-word motto, what would it call itself? 5H, 4H, 3H, or 2H? The H's in 4-H stand for head, heart, hands, and health, but health has 2 H's.
So, Billy, you raised Shamrock yourself?
That's Jimmy, Mr. Masterson. And yep, I raised him from a young calf.
Well, you two must be real close.
We sure are, but farm life is farm life, and now it's time to slaughter him.
Hey! 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 No! Everybody quattro! Everybody quattro! Hey! Here's a good one. Zhuzh, you're dead. And it's a dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 names, and for each one, tell me if it's the name of a Zhuzh pet electronic hamster or a form of Decon brand rodent bait. If it's the name of a Zhuzh pet, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a form of Decon rat bait, press right on your plus control pad. Each one right, get you some cheese. Each one wrong, get you a little bit of the hantavirus. Keep an eye on the clock. Finish the maze quickly for a bonus reward. Ready? Let's go. Pellets. Patches. Wedge. Chunk. Pouch. Nugget. Num-nums. Oh, Damster. I've got some Decon pellets, pouches, and wedges here, and to tell you the truth, they look and smell delicious. I sure would like to... Hey, intern!
Yes, Mr. Masterson, you called?
Here, Jason, try this.
It's Jennifer?
Right, whatever. Try some of this chicken.
Oh, okay.
Well, alright. I guess I'll have some fiddle-faddle.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
May I introduce Son of 10,000 Maniacs. Based on its ingredients, which root beer might help the kids on Elm Street stay awake to fend off Freddy Krueger? A&W, Barks, Mug, or Hires? Barks is one of the few root beers to contain caffeine, which might help the kids on Elm Street stay awake so Freddy Krueger doesn't kill them in their sleep. Another way to avoid Freddy, don't move to Elm Street. That's the end of a thrilling first round. And you've got a pretty nice score. It's a shame there's nobody here to share it with. Keep in mind, in round 2, everything is worth twice as much. And hint, hint, big cash prizes can be yours if you find the wrong answer of the game. Okay, here it comes. Let's try. I'd rather be an old maid than a young nerd. If you lost your regular card deck and had to play poker with Magic the Gathering cards, what would a full house look like? 2 Black Knights, 2 Fireballs, and an Elvish Fury, 2 Shivan Dragons and 3 Grizzly Bears, 2 Hearts of Ramos, 2 Hearts of Bogard, and 1 Heart of Light, or 3 Deliriums, a Throne of Bone, and a Void. Oh, honestly. In poker, a full house is 3 of a kind combined with 2 of a kind. But hey, why play poker when you've got Magic the Gathering cards, am I right? That's 7 to 12 consecutive hours of inconclusive gameplay right there. And you can still play tomorrow after you spend your entire allowance on even more cards. 5 hearts isn't a full house. 5 hearts would be a flush. Just like the exciting flush that will follow every use of your new leather toilet paper. Buy high-end brand leather toilet paper, because your end is high-end. Today's wrong answer of the game brings you an extra $8,000. Surprise.
Question 7!
Take a good look at a question for the whole family. We need more family-friendly entertainment. Movies and TV just have too much sex and violence and bad language. It drives me crazier than a with a plug. What would you expect to see in the movie trailer for the family-friendly flick My Diurnal Dad? Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson mowing the lawn during a full moon, Vince Vaughn reading the newspaper backwards, Gerard Butler waking up in the morning and sleeping at night, or David Hasselhoff struggling to urinate on a camping trip. A diurnal dad would be active during daylight hours. There's nothing more family-friendly than daylight. As opposed to the very unfamily-friendly horror film My Nocturnal Nana 2, about a grandma who kills somebody every time she gets up in the middle of the night to pee.
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Say hello to... I'm totally going to score. God bless the Great Wall of China buffet on a Tuesday afternoon at 3. It's just me, piles of fried MSG, and some lonely people reading romance novels. And of course, I picked up some fortune cookies.
Cookie, fortune, flip, cookie, message.
Okay, here's my fortune. You will ace the next big test life throws at you. Interesting. What will I do then? Get a 32 on the ACT, get a 400 on the GED, get a 2400 on the SAT, or get a 10,250 on the MCAT. A 2400 on the SAT is deemed a perfect score. Which is a coincidence because after lunch at the Great Buffet of China, I SAT on the toilet for about 2,400 minutes.
Scrolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm not nine.
It's time for... I don't think we're in Gotham anymore, Toto. Which Batman villain could double as a character from The Wizard of Oz? Dr. Victor Freeze, Edward Nygma, Oswald Cobblepot, or Professor Jonathan Crane? Jonathan Crane, a.k.a. the Scarecrow. I hear they're remaking The Wizard of Oz to be darker and edgier just like they did with the Batman movies. Dorothy is even going to speak in Christian Bale's scary Batman voice. There's no place like home! There's no place like home!
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming? Question time.
Next. Hot Jobs was not what I thought it would be. Times are tough, and I've been thinking lately I may need to get a second job to help make ends meet. Maybe use my skills as an artist. I don't have a lot of range, but I'm good at drawing hands. And no, that's not weird. Because they don't have a hand in their logo, which company is least likely to hire me for a hand job? United Way, Allstate, Lego, or Yellow Pages? United Way, Allstate, and Yellow Pages all have hands in their logos, but Lego does not. If the art thing doesn't work out, I could always try to get work in my other passion, Brazilian jazz. I'm quite the BJ expert. Step right up to the jack attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. $4,000 for a right answer, $4,000 gone if you're wrong. And one more thing.
Remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. I know who killed me. You're looking for the one who knocked him dead. Good luck. There you have it! A lot of people would be jealous of a performance like that. You might want to watch your back. Oh my god, what's that red light dancing around your head? Oh, I'm sorry. I think that cold medication I'm on might be making me see things. Sorry to alarm you, Rainbow Yeti.
You don't know Jack! Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Dr. Lenny's Assorted Pills. Some of these pills have to do something you need, right?
Okay, let's begin. First on the docket, I tried returning this album, but I only got a dime back. If Chad Kroeger of Nickelback sang a song about a nickel's back, what song would it be? Shaking Hands with the Lincoln Memorial, If Everyone Cared About the Liberty Bell, Photograph of Monticello, or Fly Away from the White House. With few exceptions, Thomas Jefferson's home, Monticello, is on the flip side of the nickel. By the way, I didn't mention my favorite Nickelback song, because I don't have a favorite Nickelback song. Why not try Mount Doom? I hardly know Doom. Which character from the Lord of the Rings films would probably get the most benefit out of some Visine? Sauron, Frodo, Gandalf, or Gelman? Sauron is seen as the giant flaming eye in the Lord of the Rings movies, so some Visine might help him get the red out. Or maybe Sauron should consider moving. I mean, all of Mordor seems pretty dirty and polluted. If he moved to, say, the Shire, I bet his allergies would clear right up. He should also avoid the Lonely Mountain because of smog. That last joke was for you Hobbit super nerds. Boom! Here's a good one. Putting the gel in evangelical. So, you know these big mega churches with the rockin' blue jeans wearing, tattoo having preacher dudes that run them? There's one in my neighborhood that's always showing free screenings of these hip, action-packed religious movies. So I was wondering, if these mega churches lived up to their name, what would I see if I attended one of their free religious movie screenings? 100 people viewing Moses with 2 tablet PCs of laws, 100,000 believers witnessing God tase the infidels, 1 million worshippers seeing Noah airlift animals, or 1 billion members watching Jesus tweet a sermon. Time's wasted. This. The prefix mega means 1 million, so a mega church would be packed to the hilt with 1 million mega churchgoers. My favorite part of that film is when Noah says, "I've had it with all these male and female motherfucking snakes on this motherfucking plane." There'll be more than that watching Moses and his tablets. And there'll be a lot more than 2 tablets for you because you've won Assorted pills from Dr. Lenny's Assorted Pills. Dr. Lenny says pills are medicine and medicine is good for you.
Dr. Lenny's pills are medicine and may or may not be good for you.
You'll be happy to know this wrong answer of the game comes with $4,000. Congrats. Here's one for you. Reading Rainbow.
Hey, everybody.
I haven't seen you in a while, Billy.
That's because I was sick and dead with a little dog.
A little bug? Was it a virus?
No, a termite.
One's made of skin, one's made of wood, so who's the dummy?
Not me. While I was sick, I started writing my memoir.
What's your memoir going to be about?
You don't know what a memoir is, do you, Dunny?
Very funny, Billy. You know, I bet you couldn't even name a memoir.
I know a million of them, I think. Maybe just one. Help me refresh my memory. Which of these ducks is a memoir? The 5 title you need in heaven? For whom the Del Toes, Tush, or Tuesdays with Nori?
Yes, Tuesdays with Maury was Mitch Albom's memoir about reconnecting with his old teacher, Maury Schwartz. Is your memoir going to be about our friendship, Billy?
Yeah, it'll be called Monday through Sunday with a blockhead.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Take a stab at. Now take off your shoe and finish him. And yep, it's a this or that. I'm going to read off 7 things, and for each one, tell me if it's a medieval weapon, a woman's shoe, or both. If it's a weapon, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a shoe, press right on your plus control pad. If it's both, press your A button. Each one right gets you 300. Each one wrong costs you 300. And don't forget the timer. Answer quickly for more bonus cash to spend on shoes. Cool, let's do it. Swing back. Stiletto. Pop. Morning Star. Espadrille. Annalise. Hand catcher. Oh my God, you are so the Carrie Bradshaw of medieval weapons. Now, I'm still trying to develop my idea for shoes with weapons built into them. These shoes may seem normal, but when I pull on the tongue... Oh, whoops. Holy crap, I just killed somebody. Oh. Oh, that scared me. It's just an intern. We finished round 1. And you should be very proud of that score, because I'm not. Remember, I'm doubling the value of each question in round 2. Enough small talk. Pucker up for... Check, 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 please.
Hey, Cookie, we're having some issues with your mic. Could you do a mic check but talk at exactly 5 decibels?
Sure, yeah. I could do that because I'm a professional and I totally know what that is. Yeah, I'll do it right now. Which of these is closest to 5 decibels? Mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2. Or 5 decibels is practically inaudible.
Thanks, Cookie. We thought there might be something wrong with the sound system, but we figured out that's just the way your voice sounds, you know? So thanks.
Why do I put up with this?
Question 7!
Try this on for size. Sky Mall. Which of the following is an example of a musician flying into an airport with the same name? The singer of Leaving on a Jet Plane flying into Chicago? The singer of Paper Planes flying into Miami? The singer of Fly Like an Eagle flying into Boston? Or the singer of In the Aeroplane Over the Sea flying into Seattle? That would be MIA flying into MIA, the Miami International Airport. MIA might have trouble getting through airport security, though, because according to her song, all she wants to do is
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Let's try Stop Gleeking. I've got a bone to pick with this TV show Glee. Sure, it's fun and all, but the group on the show is not a Glee club. As a proud former member of the Liberty Benton High School Glee Club, I know that you have to sing a Glee to be a Glee club, and I've never seen them sing one Glee. What should Glee change its name to if it wanted to stop lying about what kind of student organization it was depicting? Barbershop, a cappella, show choir, or madrigal? The group on Glee isn't strictly speaking a Glee club, but it is a show choir. Also, no one in the Liberty Benton High School Glee Club was nearly as attractive as the people on Glee. In fact, no one in Liberty Benton was particularly attractive at all.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm 99.
How about, is this movie ever going to end?
It's the put the choices into order, then buzz in and see if you are right. Question.
I know, these can be hard. That's why I'm adding $1,000. Okay. Arrange these perpetual films in order of length, longest to shortest. The Never-Ending Story, Nick and Nora's Infinite Playlist, Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. Infinite, eternal, never-ending, eternal, never-ending, infinite, eternal, infinite, never-ending, or never-ending, infinite, eternal. Nick and Nora's Infinite Playlist runs exactly 90 minutes and Eternal Sunshine runs 108. Both the original and international versions of The Never-Ending Story fall in between at 102 and 94 minutes. That'll net you an extra $1,000. But ironically, none of them seem as long as anything starring Martin Short.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming? Question time.
Up next, No Man's Land. You seen those commercials with the Travelocity roaming gnome? He always seems to be getting abused. He's plunged over a cliff, fallen over a waterfall, been put in a piranha tank, impaled himself in a ceiling, gotten electrocuted by some stadium lights, but somehow he always survives. And I bet he's starting to wonder if he's invincible, like Bruce Willis in Unbreakable, or Bill Murray in Groundhog Day. Suppose the Travelocity roaming gnome decides to test his invincibility. If he leaps off a building in the world's #1 country for tourist vacations, what will he do? Jump off the Leaning Tower of Pisa, dive off of Big Ben, tumble off of the Empire State Building, or plummet off the Eiffel Tower? Year after year after year, the #1 country for tourist vacations by far is France. Not even close. And if you jump off the Eiffel Tower, the appropriate expression to yell in French is "Whee!" Welcome to the attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. 4,000 if you're right, but say goodbye to 4,000 if you're wrong. And don't forget,
Remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Where does she grow? Where do these characters bloom? Good luck. That's all she wrote! You've blossomed into quite a fine player, youngin'.
You don't know Jack!
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Vance Van Van's Van Loft. You can't spell Vance Van Van without excellence.
Okay, let's hit it. Let's start with Don't Break My Organ. I went to a dueling piano bar recently and was really disappointed in how misleading it was. All they did was play really tired renditions of Elton John and Journey songs. There was no dueling. Suppose I start a dueling piano bar where the performers actually fight each other. If there are 2 pianos, how many piano hammers could be thrown? 88 hammers, 101 hammers, 124 hammers, or 176 hammers? There are 88 keys and therefore 88 hammers on a standard piano. So 2 dueling pianos would have 176 keys. But if you ask me, I prefer piano dueling with chopsticks. Take a good look at. Hell of a game, boys. If idle hands are the devil's playground, which of the following professional teams is the Prince of Darkness most likely rooting for? New Jersey Devils, Chicago Fire, El Paso Diablos, or Miami Heat? The Chicago Fire are a Major League Soccer team, and it doesn't take a devil to know that using your hands in soccer is a big no-no. Just don't ever go to a game with Satan. He doesn't pay for anything. I call this one, how do you say Times New Roman in horse? And it's a this or that. I'm gonna read off 7 names, and for each one, tell me if it's a type of font or a breed of horse. If it's a font, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a breed of horse, press right on your plus control pad. Each one right gets you a lifetime supply of oats and carrots. Each one wrong gets you sentenced to 300 hours of reading trivia books written in 3-point Arial Narrow. And don't forget to watch the clock. Those thoroughbreds travel fast. Okay, let's move. Palatino, Palomino, Andalusian, Hackney, American Miniature, Madonna, Wingdings. Well, hell, giddy up! By the way, here's a little known fact. If you try to teach a horse to type, it will actually smash the f*** out of your keyboard. Yeah, I know! Everybody quattro, hey! Open wide for getting to third. Who does not have the habit of speaking in the third person? The Hulk, the Dude, the Rock, or the Terminator? The Terminator may not speak well, but he doesn't refer to himself in the third person like those other weirdos. The Cookie would never speak in the third person. Oh, I see what I did there. All right, Cookie out.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
This one's known as Tuner Casserole. Wherever I go, there always seems to be a we play whatever we want radio station. They're always trying to be edgy and in your face, but it seems like they only want to play Free Falling or that Smash Mouth song from the Shrek soundtrack. Which of these radio stations is located on the highest possible commercial frequency on the FM dial? 105.5 Jerk FM, 107.9 The Fist, 108.1 Booyah FM, or 110.2 The Smack. The FM frequency for commercial radio stations goes all the way up to 107.9. 107.9 The Fist. We rock so hard, you gotta punch us in the face if you want our undivided attention. Round 1 is in the books. And surprisingly, you're doing pretty well. Keep in mind, all the prizes are doubled in round 2. And lest you forget, our wrong answer of the game is still out there waiting to be picked. Okay, let's see what's next. I introduce... I'll shank you with this protractor. What's the first rule of thermodynamic Fight Club? Do not talk about how an object at rest stays at rest. Do not talk about the conservation of energy. Do not talk about particles attracting and repelling. Or do not talk about boiling points of gases. Not much time. The first law of thermodynamics says energy can neither be created nor destroyed. The twist at the end of Thermodynamic Fight Club is that my science professor has been a figment of my imagination the whole time, which sucks because that means I'm not getting any class credit.
Question 7!
Next up, a really modest proposal. If a bad stand-up comedian were to buy an engagement ring made out of the mineral known as fool's gold, what would he say to his prospective bride when dropping to one knee? I'm so happy I could cryolite. You really hunk my hornblende. I think you're just pyrite for me. Or, I'm the manganite of your dreams. The mineral pyrite is also known by its common name, fool's gold. But any gold you give to a woman in hopes of marrying her is fool's gold, my friend. Take it from me, a lonely, aging game show host with a pretty halfway decent life most of the time.
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
This one's called Fox News. Stop making sense. Which of the following is a talking head interviewing a talking head? Bill O'Reilly grilling Bono, Anderson Cooper questioning David Byrne, Greta Van Susteren talking with Michael Stipe, or Wolf Blitzer tossing softballs at Ben Gibbard? Let me show you something. David Byrne was in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame band, the Talking Heads. I'd also like to see Glenn Beck interview Beck. It'd be fun to see who could out-crazy the other. Now, that would be a member of R.E.M. being interviewed by Greta Van. But you know what would be even Greta? If you won a new van. Yes, you've won a pre-airbrushed van from Vance Van Van's Van Lot. When you think Vans, think Vance Van Van. This wrong answer of the game comes with a bundle of cash worth $8,000. Congratulations.
Scrolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm 99.
And on its way, Sunny D+ average in science. Suppose you're on the sun and you start walking on a ray of sunshine. How many times will you be able to sing the song Walking on Sunshine before you reach Earth? 2, 200, 2,000, or 2 million? It takes just over 8 minutes for sunlight to reach Earth. And like many songs, that one is just under 4 minutes long. So with the little extra walking you do, you'd arrive in about 2 songs' time. That is, unless you catch a shortcut on a rainbow.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming?
And now, yes, I'm wearing sunglasses indoors. Suppose artist MC Escher had a weekend job as a DJ. If he named himself after one of his famous lithographs, what might he go by? MC Appleface, MC Dripping Clock, MC Drawing Hands, or MC Wizard Pose? Drawing Hands, where one hand is drawing the other, is one of Escher's many space-bending lithographs. Escher would be a great DJ. All he'd need would be 2 turntables and a microphone. No, wait, 1 turntable playing itself for the hands, and he could draw 2 microphones with the other hand that's drawing the other. With a pencil. Step right up to the Jack Attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. 4,000 big ones if you're right, but you lose 4,000 if you're wrong. And don't ever forget,
Remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Losers. Check out these losers and see if you can be a winner. Good luck. There it is! Let's take a moment to honor the losers. Now, I'm not gonna say you're a loser, but you sure know a lot about them. Maybe too much about them. And also, of course,
You don't know Jack!
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by the Cloud Registry. It may look like a duck, but it's named after you.
so why not get started? To get started, I will smear you. No, that's not what I asked for, Keith. I specifically asked for some everything bagels. But these bagels just have poppy seed, sesame seed, salt, and onion. Well, that's not everything, is it? These should be called four-thing bagels. Now, if I wanted to punish Keith using a traditional bagel prep technique, what would I do? Boil him, then bake him, fry him, then bake him, steam him, then fry him, or boil him, then broast him. The traditional way to prep bagels is to boil the dough first, then bake them. Don't worry, I won't inflict any physical harm onto Keith. It's not like he's an intern or anything. I will, however, punish him with a tickle fight. Come here, Keith. Come here. I know everything bagels don't have everything on them. I was just clowning you. Coming up, I'm feeling a little incontinent. If you were to combine the smallest continent and the largest continent, what would it be called? Asiarctica, Austrafrica, South Americarctica, or Austrasia? Austrasia is a combination of Australia, the smallest, and Asia, the largest. Combining the names of two things is fun. For example, I can't think of any more. Coming up next, World of Wonder.
It's the put the choices into order, then buzz in and see if you are right.
And I'm gonna make a right answer on this question worth 1,000 wondrous dollars more. Here we go. Put these things in the order they first appeared in the world. Wonder Woman, the Wonder Bra, Stevie Wonder. Wonder Bra, Wonder Woman, Stevie Wonder, Wonder Bra, Stevie Wonder, Wonder Woman, Wonder Woman, Stevie Wonder, Wonder Bra, or Stevie Wonder, Wonder Woman, Wonder Bra. Wonder Woman made her debut in 1941, Stevie Wonder was born in 1950, the Wonder Bra was invented in 1964. That earned you an extra grand. I'm working on a combination of all three. It's an invisible bra that plays music called the Stevie Wonder Brahmin.
Everybody quattro, hey!
This one's called Aiken May, Aiken Bay. Which of the following phrases in Igpay Attenlay was originally Itten-ray in Attenlay? Oats day, eel stay, my underthay, onglay in the uthday, upstay and else may the oses ray, or ease say the a day. The popular phrase seize the day is a translation of Carpe Diem, originally written in Latin by Horace in his Odes, Book 1. Now, if I could only master cat Spanish, I might finally know what Poopsie and Mayonnaise have been saying about me behind my back.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Buck her up for. If it weren't for bathrooms, I get no reading done. And it's a this or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 things, and for each one I want you to tell me if it's a magazine I could keep in the bathroom or just something I do in the bathroom. If it's a magazine, press left on your plus control pad. If it's not a magazine and a bathroom activity only, press right on your plus control pad. Right answers will bring in $300, but answer wrong and all that goes down the crapper. Let's get this done in 30 seconds before a line starts to form. Okay, we're off. Make. Go. Stuff. Squeeze. Overspray. Tuck. Parenting. Congratulations, you seem very well read. I'm guessing you read so much on the toilet your legs fall asleep. I suppose I keep a lot of magazines in the bathroom. I'm not a big toilet reader, I just often forget to refill the toilet paper. That about does it for round 1. And you're sitting pretty for someone so ugly. Remember, I'm doubling the value of each question in round 2. And keep in mind, the wrong answer of the game is still out there waiting for you. Okay, we're bringing it on. Open wide for Lit Happens. Children's books are so boring. If you ask me, they lack the tragedy of classic Russian literature. If I adapted a version of Tolstoy's Anna Karenina for children, what should I call it? The Three Bears Maul Lilana? Lilana throws herself under the little engine that could, Spot the dog gives Lilana rabies, or Lilana swims and drowns with the ugly duckling. Anna Karenina ends with Anna, grief-stricken, throwing herself under the train her departing lover rides in. But there's a valuable lesson for everyone in this story. If you dump someone, don't let them know exactly how you're getting out of town. And now, a classic piece of junk. I've been looking to buy a previously owned car, and I found that wherever the listing says a car is vintage, it usually means it has over 100,000 miles, or doesn't have a steering wheel. If CarMax started selling vintage cars instead of used cars, which of these popular vintage models would be the oldest and most vintage? A classic first-year Toyota Corolla, a first-year Ford Taurus in perfect condition, a fully restored first-year Dodge Stratus, or a rare first-year Honda Civic? Here's what you meant to pick. Toyota Corolla was first manufactured in 1966, making this car the oldest and most vintage. And let me tell you, if you've never been in a 66 Toyota Corolla, the back seat rides like a dream. Stratus, get your head out of the clouds. And put your name on them instead. With a cloud named after you from the Cloud Registry. Immortalize yourself in the sky until it rains. Today's wrong answer of the game is worth a whopping $8,000. Enjoy.
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Why not try? All signs point to, huh? Which of the following is an arrow team? That, or that thing? An arrow team is the fancy pants name for a question mark. But I suppose if you refer to a question mark as an arrow team, the more important question is, what the hell's the matter with you?
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm not nice.
Take a good look at. You look trashy in that. Wow, this garbage bag looks so beautiful. It must be from someone who really knows fashion.
Looking through your trash bag, what's it say about you? What's it say about you? Funky trash.
Huh, what do we have here? A set of angel wings, a sealed demo tape, and some designer baby diapers. What supermodel's trash am I rooting through? Cindy Crawford, Kate Moss, Tyra Banks, or Heidi Klum? Heidi Klum was one of Victoria's Secret's original angels and recently had a baby with husband Seal. And this is not the first time I've rooted through her garbage.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming?
I call this one Beans, Beans, the magical misnomer. Coffee beans, which really aren't beans at all, are seeds from the fruit of a coffee plant. With that in mind, which of these delicious beverages incorporates the name of the coffee plant's fruit and thus could exist? Coffee Orange Crush, Coffee Grape Kool-Aid, Coffee Cherry 7-Up, or Coffee Peach Schnapps? The coffee plant's fruit is called the coffee cherry, and coffee beans are basically the pits or seeds of coffee cherries. And I've been eating these coffee cherries all day, and I've got to say they are delicious. I probably shouldn't have eaten so many because I'm starting to feel weird. Oh, I'm pretty sure I'm having a heart attack. It was worth it. Brace yourself for the attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. $4,000 if you're right, but if you're wrong, you lose 4,000. And don't forget,
Remember the clue.
it's gotta be a match that fits this clue. How do you say TV show in British? These American shows were born in Britain. Good luck. That's the game! Wow, you made a flawless transition. But let's face it, you were probably funnier before you played this game.
You don't know Jack! Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Mee-Ow Inappropriate Cat Accessories. Because your cat has pissed you off for the last time.
So let's make this happen. To get things rolling, that angel wears too much eyeliner. How would illusionist Chris Angel perform a vanishing hat trick? He'd vanish 3 times in a show, he'd vanish while running backwards, he'd vanish inside the Saw a Woman in Half box, or he'd vanish with only 1 minute left in the show. In sports such as hockey, a hat trick is when a player scores 3 times in one game. But if he just vanished once and for all, that'd be fine. Up next, I have a degree in geography. You ever seen these things the contestants have to eat on Survivor or Amazing Race? I mean, do they realize when they eat those live beetles and spiders, they're eating the poop in their intestines too? I would never eat a live beetle or spider, unless I was assured it had just been given an enema. Anyway, which potential Amazing Race food challenge includes a food named after its country of origin? German chocolate cake-fed maggots, french fries and bull's testicles, toenails marinated in Russian dressing, or intestine with a side of Turkish delight. Turkish delight, the sweet confection, originated in Turkey. But turkey originated in America. You can tell because when you eat one, it tastes like freedom. Next up, the Jerry Orchard. And it's a this or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 titles. For each one, I want to know if it's a play by Anton Chekhov or an episode of Seinfeld. If it's Chekhov, press left on your plus control pad. If it's Seinfeld, press right on your plus control pad. Right answers will get you $300, but answer wrong and it will be worse than the series finale of Seinfeld. Let's have 30 seconds on the clock. Cool, let's do it. The Cherry Orchard. The Chinese Restaurant. The Maestro. The Wedding. The Contest. The Seagull. The Virgin. Serenity now! My My favorite Seinfeld episode was the one where Kramer concocted that outrageous plan and George kept having bad things happen to him over and over. Oh, that was a good one.
Everybody quattro, hey!
This one's known as, from the makers of Infant Mortality Rate, Travel Edition. If the board game Life released different versions based on the average life expectancy in various countries, which of these editions would make for the shortest game? Life America Edition, Life the United Kingdom Edition, Life Italy Edition, or Life Japan Edition? At roughly 78 years, the CIA World Factbook ranks the USA around 50th in world life expectancy, lower than the UK, Italy, or Japan. Of course, in the game of life, if you get married, buy a house, and have children, you'll feel like you're dead at around age 30.
Where's the ball, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Coming up, let's party till the credits roll. If Bradley Cooper's character in The Hangover held the occupation of a Cooper, what would he have said at the start of the movie? Dudes, get ready for a crazy night of cheese making. We're gonna forge steel till the sun comes up. Guys, let's just sit around and blow glass all night. Or, tonight, we're gonna make so many barrels. A Cooper is somebody who builds and repairs barrels for a living. I actually would have preferred it if there were some sort of barrel for that scene where the naked guy jumps out of the trunk. Any sort of barrel blocking the view. A pickle barrel might have been appropriate. Round one is complete. And surprisingly, you're doing pretty well. Don't forget, all the questions in round two are worth double. And remember, the wrong answer of the game is still there for the taking. Let's move on, shall we? It's time for Burnt to Smithereens. What might employees of The Simpsons' Mr. Burns call him if a fire destroyed his epidermis, dermis, and some underlying tissue and muscle? C. Montgomery first-degree burns, C. Montgomery second-degree burns, C. Montgomery third-degree burns, or C. Montgomery fourth-degree burns. A fourth-degree burn involves the destruction of the dermis and epidermis as well as damage to the underlying tissue, muscle, or bone. I can imagine how difficult it must be to locate yellow skin grafts. Maybe from Regis Philbin. Well, he's more of an orange.
Question 7!
Say hello to gentlemen like to be solicited. Which literary gentleman might receive a direct mailer for a gentleman's club if the mailer were sent to the Pemberley estate? Rhett Butler or current love interest, Mr. Darcy or current male protagonist, Heathcliff or current vengeful lover, or Ernest Worthing or other? The correct answer is Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy, the male protagonist in Jane Austen's Pride and Prejudice, lived at Pemberley. Did they even have gentlemen's clubs in 1800s London? Kindly remove your outer garments. Now would you please take off your foundation garments? Yes, quite lovely. Heathcliff? Well, the cat's out of the bag. And so is its riding gear. You want a cat saddle from our sponsor, Mee-Ow, inappropriate cat accessories. If your cat could thank you, it probably wouldn't. Today's wrong answer of the game is accompanied by an $8,000 cash bonus. Have at it.
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Try this on for size. Pick a number, any number. Which TV show was on the air for more seasons than the number in its title? 6 Feet Under, Seventh Heaven, John and Kate Plus 8, or 24? Seventh Heaven ran for 11 seasons. And speaking of heaven, those 11 seasons really felt like an eternity.
Scrolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm 99.
Here's a good one. Stir Friday nights. Most Chinese restaurants these days advertise that they don't use MSG. It's so annoying. I had to drive all over the place last night just to find a place that'll give me dangerous doses of delicious sodium. Which reminds me, I still need to read my fortune cookie.
Cookie, fortune flip, cookie, master flip.
Okay, here we go. When life gives you apple slices, take the largest piece. Hey, how did they know I was going to be moving to New York City? Well, if that's the case, which piece of the Big Apple should I move to? The Queens slice, the Brooklyn slice, the Manhattan slice, or the Staten Island slice? The largest borough by area is Queens. My female friends who live in New York told me that if I ever moved near them, I would totally be the Samantha of the group. I have no idea what that means.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming?
Next. Who got feces on the space bar? If a room full of chimps on typewriters managed to collectively type one actual word every week, what could they conceivably write in 1 year? The Pledge of Allegiance, the preamble to the U.S. Constitution, the Gettysburg Address, or the lyrics to Rick Astley's Never Gonna Give You Up? The preamble is 52 words long, so the chimps could write it in a year at 1 word a week. Of course, instead of signing it, they'd smear it with their own feces, just like Ben Franklin. Welcome to the attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. $4,000 for a right answer, but say goodbye to $4,000 if you're wrong. But keep this in mind.
Remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Who's in charge of our town? You may or may not do well on this one. Good luck. There it is! In honor of your amazing performance, I award you the key to the city. Of course, the city is Toledo, so it's kind of like a key to a lock you never want to open.
You don't know Jack!
And the wrong answer of the game is brought to you by
Just Hair Superstore. We'll supply you with real human hair without asking any embarrassing personal questions.
Okay, what are we waiting for? To begin with, just Biden his time. Imagine what it must have been like when Barack Obama and his family first walked into the White House. That very first day must have been something. If the United States #2 man, Vice President Joe Biden, had decided to go #2 in every bathroom in the White House, what would the Obamas have had to do to clear the air? Open 47 windows, light 35 matches, spray 23 spritzes of Glade air freshener, or turn on 11 exhaust fans. There are 35 bathrooms in the White House, so they would have had to wave 35 matches to air the place out. But you know, Biden seems like a real meat and potatoes kind of guy. Probably be more like 60 matches. Here's one I like to call, This Book Needs More Electrolytes, which means it's time for this or that. I'm gonna read off 7 names, and for each one, tell me if it's a Dean Koontz novel or a Gatorade flavor. If it's a Dean Koontz novel, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a Gatorade flavor, press right on your plus control pad. Get one right and you'll get a refreshing $300. Get one wrong and you'll experience the horror that is losing 300 bones. And you've only got 30 seconds. Alrighty then, here it comes. Glacier Freeze. Winter Moon. Cool Blue. Cold Fire. Riptide Rush. Night Chills. Icebound. You did it, and you didn't even break a neon liquid sweat. And if you add up the amount of Gatorade flavors with the number of Dean Koontz novels, you get... Let me just add this up on my calculator here. Ah, well, it appears the number is infinity. May I introduce Saturday Night Life? Which of these modern-era SNL cast members wasn't alive the Saturday night that Saturday Night Live first debuted? Seth Meyers, Kristen Wiig, Bill Hader, or Will Forte? Correct answer, show yourself. Bill Hader was born in 1978, 3 years after SNL's 1975 premiere. There are a couple other cast members who are younger than the show, but I can never remember their names. Girl who never gets in any scene, other girl who pretty much never gets in any scenes, and guy who mostly just raps. Not unless Wiig is the only actress in history to lie about her age in the opposite direction. And speaking of wigs, you've just won a bag of hair from the Just Hair Superstore. Use it to make a wig, stuff a disgusting pillow, or just as a conversation starter. A bag of hair. This wrong answer of the game has earned you $4,000. Don't spend it all in one place. Here's one for you. Even celebrities get tics. If the staff from TMZ were actual parasites, what wouldn't you see on their show? A tapeworm gossiping about Heidi Montag, a botfly chatting with Kim Kardashian, a pinworm provoking John Gosselin, or a redworm ridiculing Lindsay Lohan. Redworms are a type of earthworm and therefore do not rely on a host for survival. How many times do I have to accidentally leak bikini pictures of myself to get some press? At this rate, I will never have a VH1 celeb reality show.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Take a stab at... I refuse to believe that children are our future.
Look at me, I'm Toby. I'm on the show. Hello, hello, hello.
Hey, whose kid is this?
Yeah, we haven't been able to figure that out.
Hey kid, you had a good time hanging out here?
Yeah, I had a candy bar with nuts in it. Then I ran around and around and around. And I drew in the cue cards. I had 2 sodas, and I hopped like this, and I hopped like this. And then I licked all the cameras. And I had 2 more candy bars with nuts in it, and I fought all the monsters. And I flew up and I started shooting everybody. Pew, pew, pew. And everybody said, yay, Tommy! And then they gave me another soda and karate chop. I kill you with my karate chop!
Holy crap. What kind of candy bars might Toby have eaten? Butterfingers, Milky Ways, Wonka bars, or Baby Ruths? Yeah, Toby said he ate 3 candy bars with nuts in them, and the Baby Ruth is the only candy bar here with nuts.
I'm starting to feel kind of tired.
Yeah, you're crashing from having all that sugar.
I'm gonna lie down right here.
You know, I'm not a big fan of kids, but he's kind of adorable.
Cookie?
Yes, Toby?
What's a 69?
Somebody get this kid out of here! That'll bring an end to our first round. And you're doing pretty well, probably because there's no competition. Remember, in round 2, every question is worth double. It's time. Let's try tag, you're vaporized. Prior to the construction of the first laser in 1960, which of the following competitive tag games might you have found physicists playing on a Saturday afternoon? Fiber optic tag, LED tag, microwave radiation tag, or Super Hadron Collider tag? The existence of the microwave, known as the predecessor of the laser, was first demonstrated by Heinrich Hertz in 1886. Microwave radiation tag was kind of like flag football, but instead of ripping off a flag, you'd irradiate your opponent and then rip off a limb.
Question 7!
How about don't eat the yellow flowers? Which flower is not yellow like its name suggests? Sunflower, cornflower, buttercup, or goldenrod? Cornflowers aren't yellow like yellow corn. They're purplish bluish, like that corn they use to make those freakish blue corn chips. Likewise, these corns on my feet aren't yellow either. Well, they started out that way, but as they developed more infected pus, they've turned more of a sea green.
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Coming up, kitty conversations. Last night I was talking to my cats when the phone rang and
somebody said, sorry, wrong number.
Billy!
One's made of skin, one's made of wood, so who's the dummy?
Not me.
So, do you want to tell a joke?
Anything's better than listening to you, you moron.
Just tell the joke.
Hey, Cookie, what kind of bees produce milk?
I don't know, Billy. What kind of bees produce milk?
Deedies, dadies, doodies, or dundledees? The kind of bees that produce milk are duties.
Billy, that's disgusting.
Nady to you, you loser.
Billy, you really need to clean up your act.
Great, let's start with you taking a shower. You smell like a wet muskox.
All right, back in the box.
No, wait, I can't breathe in there.
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm not...
Open wide for Conquistador Air. What do Nicolas Cage and Don Quixote have in common? They both have a home in La Mancha, they both were born with different names, both have had run-ins with windmills, or they both have lower back tats. Nick Cage was born as Nicholas Coppola, and Don Quixote was born as Alonso Quijano. Yeah, Nick didn't want to have the last name Coppola tarnish his career as a respected artist.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming?
Coming up next, the long and winding chode. So, you know how the person who performs Jewish circumcisions is called a moil? Well, now you do. Anyway, if over the course of his career a moil manages to collect 80 foreskins, what retirement gift to himself could he make from them? An 8 foreskin wallet, a 24 foreskin scarf, a 40 foreskin pair of shoes, or an 80 foreskin leather jacket? 40 means 4 times 20, or 80 foreskins. And of course, when the moil rubs his leather jacket, it grows into a leather jumpsuit. Step right up to the Jack Attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. 4,000 big ones if you're right, 4,000 gone if you're wrong. And of course,
remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. You are my evil minions. Thoughtlessly obey and complete this Jack Attack. Good luck. That's all she wrote! I think MTV should make a reality show where they put an orc and a stormtrooper and a foot soldier and all the rest in a beach house and then see who fights and who hooks up. Oh, did you finish? Oh, okay. Hey, that wasn't paying attention.
You don't know Jack! Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Tooties, Butt Kazoos, and Anal Instruments. Cleaning supplies sold separately.
Hang on tight, we're in for a ride. Right off the top, Tiger Wood. What should Tiger Woods change his name to if he wants to be associated with a monogamous animal? Dolphin Woods, Warthog Woods, Rooster Woods, or Beaver Woods? Unlike tigers, beavers are known to mate for life. And unlike Tiger Woods, rarely will you see them in a foursome. May I introduce Ninja Please! If the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles were, say, 16 years old when their comic book first debuted, what should they be called now? Very elderly Mutant Ninja Turtles, retirement-aged Mutant Ninja Turtles, 40-something Mutant Ninja Turtles, or 30-something Mutant Ninja Turtles. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles comic book debuted in 1984, so they'd be 40-something. And probably coming to terms with the fact that as their metabolisms change, they just can't eat all that pizza all the time and still expect to fit in their shells. Here's one I like to call Attica! 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 Imagine a new series of prison tycoon games where you must recreate famous American prisons. Which game would not be part of the series? Prison Tycoon Devil's Island, Prison Tycoon Leavenworth, Prison Tycoon Sing Sing, or Prison Tycoon Rikers Island? Devil's Island is in French Guiana. And French Guiana is in, don't know where French Guiana is.
Everybody quattro, hey!
Let's try Flying Solo. And I'd say it's about time for this or that. I'm gonna rattle off the names of 7 different musical acts, and for each one, I'd like you to tell me if it's the name of a solo performer or the name of a band. If it's a solo act, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a band, press right on your plus control pad. Each one you get right earns you 300 concert tees, but each one you get wrong is gonna cost you. Finish up in less than 30 seconds and I might let you backstage. Ready? Let's go. Jethro Tull, Steely Dan, Leonard Skinner, World Assault, Judas Priest, Marcy Plate, Gnarls Barkley. That was fine, but I was so turned off by Ticketmaster's processing fee, and I couldn't enjoy any of it. I wasn't nearly as surprised to find out none of those bands were solo artists as I was when I found out that Justin Bieber wasn't a girl.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
This one's known as Where the Wild Things Are. Oh man, I love the children's book Where the Wild Things Are, but tell me this. If instead of Let the Wild Rumpus Begin, Max yelled, Let the Wild Ructus Begin, what would the new book be called? Where the Wild Farts Are, Where the Wild Burps Are, Where the Wild Whizzes Are, or Where the Wild Boogers Are? Here's where the money is. A ructus or eructation is a burp or belch. I learned how to burp on command when I was about 6, and it always makes me feel like a kid again when I do it. Ow! My hernia! And my acid reflux! Sadly, no. But since you're clearly a flatulence enthusiast, you've just won a Wazoo Kazoo from Tooties, Butt Kazoos, and Anal Instruments. Because everybody's moon deserves its own tune. Tooties Wazoo Kazoo. Just pucker up and blow one. This wrong answer of the game is worth $4,000. Congratulations. That's the end of round 1. And you should be very proud of that score, because I'm not. Don't forget, in round 2, all the cash is doubled. All right, you ready? Too bad. This one's called Taj Mahal and Oats. What would be the best name for an episode of Extreme Makeover in which Ty Pennington remodels the Taj Mahal?
Extreme Makeover Mausoleum Edition! Extreme Makeover Temple Edition! Extreme Makeover Marketplace Edition! Extreme Makeover Bathhouse Edition!
Built in Agra, India by Mughal Emperor Shah Jahan, the Taj Mahal is a mausoleum in memory of his favorite wife. Should be a pretty good show. I'm looking forward to seeing the Taj Mahal with a race car themed bedroom and 2-story doghouse. Try this on for size. Hot Gotham Knights. Imagine that after defeating Killer Croc, Batman and Robin faced a villain named Killer Ray Kroc. What would be an appropriate exclamation from the boy wonder? Holy helicopter, Batman! Holy hijacker, Batman! Holy hamburger, Batman! Holy House of Representatives, Batman! Ray Kroc, though not a killer, is the American businessman and franchisor responsible for a small hamburger chain now known as McDonald's. I once bought a holy hamburger on eBay. The bun looked just like Mother Teresa. This is buns.
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Up next, my nose hairs shop with that one celebrity in Spain, the moon. Oh man, last night I was watching great performances on PBS because the cable was out, obviously, and I sucked down 5 cans of Easy Cheese while they ran this old Shakespeare play. I fell asleep halfway through and had the craziest dream. My cat Mayonnaise was the king, and I was Mayonnaise's brother, but I wanted to be king, so I kept killing or putting in prison anyone else who I thought could ever be king besides me. Finally, Mayonnaise died, and I became king, but everyone hates me, and this other kingdom invades, led by my mom. And I was riding my other cat Poopsie into battle, but I fell off and I was like, my kingdom for another cat! But then my mom killed me. Oh, and I had a hunchback. That's kind of important. Holy crap, what play did I half see last night on PBS? Was it Henry V, Richard III, Henry IV Part 2, or Richard II? Oh yeah, I watched a production of Richard III, evil dude with a hump. Totally. Normally I love dreams where I have a hump, but not like that.
Scrolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm 99.
Buck her up for Runaway, Eventually Bride. What would Julia Roberts' name be if she took and kept the last name of every man she's married? Julia Roberts Patrick Lovett Bratt, Julia Roberts Sutherland Bratt Motor, Julia Roberts McDermott Sutherland, or Julia Roberts Lovett Motor? Despite a couple famously disastrous engagements, Roberts has only been married twice, to country singer Lyle Lovett and her current husband, the not famous Daniel Motor. And someday, if I play my cards right, she will be Julia Roberts Lovett Motor Masterson Clooney. I mean, she'll leave me for Clooney, but I'll be cool with it because it's Clooney.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming? Question.
Say hello to Once Upon a Game Show Dreary. When I'm around my cultured friends, you know, at art galleries, book readings, cockfights, I like to quote great literature. One of my favorites is Edgar Allan Poe, but this passage doesn't sound quite right. Can you identify the mistake? Quote the raven, nevermore. What's wrong with that? Quote the raven or nevermore. Edgar Allan Poe wrote, quoth the raven nevermore, not quote the raven nevermore. and you can quote me on that. Brace yourself for the attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. 4,000 if you're right, but you'll lose 4,000 if you're wrong. And one more thing.
Remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. I'll say it 3 times. Good luck, good luck, good luck. There you have it! I'm only going to say this once. Good job. But I'm going to say this 3 times. So what? So what? And so what?
You don't know Jack! Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Grammar Garments and Punctuation Pants Warehouse. You'll never have a period problem in our pants.
Okay, let's get this show on the road. Kicking things off, part of a nutritious Blechfest. Which cereal mascot is unable to vomit up its own product? The Trix Rabbit, Tony the Tiger, Toucan Sam, or Honey Nut Bee? The reason you never see a rabbit barfing is because rabbits don't barf. And again, maybe they're just very discreet about it. Why not try depth thoughts? Who would not be considered a pirate of the Caribbean? Jamaica Jack, Captain Cook Islands, the Barbados Brothers, or Cuba Beard? The Caribbean Sea is between North and South America, but the Cook Islands are near New Zealand. And they say no man is an island. Look at me, I've been single my whole life. And I don't need anyone. Next, Dennis Kucinich in the kitchen with the rope. And here's a clue, it's a dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 things, and for each one, tell me if it's a room in the classic board game Clue, not the stupid new version of Clue, the classic one, a room in the White House, or both. If it's a Clue room, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a White House room, press right on your plus control pad. And if you think it's both, press your A button. Each one right gets you 300. Each one wrong gets you killed. And your term will be up in 30 seconds. We good? Here we go. Library. Conservatory. Math room. Game room. Study. Ballroom. Lounge. You really murdered that one. Frankly, I think the problem with White House administrations lately is perhaps a few too many Colonel Mustards and not enough Professor Plums, if you catch my drift. Everybody quattro, hey! Next up, thou shalt not mess with the hair. If Zac Efron were like Samson from the Bible, what would happen if he cut off that full head of thick, luscious hair? Vanessa Hudgens would turn into a pillar of salt. He would lose his singing and dancing powers. The cast of High School Musical would wander the desert, or Hairspray 2 would take place in a whale. In the Bible, Samson lost his strength and power when his hair was cut off. I heard Zac Efron isn't going to go back to the High School Musical franchise, though he does plan on getting his GED musical equivalency.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
I call this one Go Jones. What do Indiana Jones and G.I. Joe have in common? They were originally toys, they were named after a dog, they shot blue lasers, or they hate cobras. G.I. Joe fights the terrorist organization Cobra, and Indiana Jones hates all snakes, especially the cobras he comes face to face with in Raiders of the Lost Ark. I hate Cobra too. I mean, my yoga instructor is all about moving from downward-facing dog to Cobra, and it's really difficult. You know, I get the engaging your core and, yeah, but my pubis just does not want to maintain a connection with the floor. Does anyone else have problems with pubis connection? Anyone? Let's say so long to round one. And you've got a decent score there. Don't screw it up. Keep in mind, in round two, everything is worth twice as much. And don't forget, keep an eye out for the wrong answer of the game. It's still out there. Let's get back to the action. Here's a good one. Chicken soup for the organs. If the eyes are the windows to the soul, what is your spleen? The vacuum to your blood, the garbage disposal to your intestines, the screen door to your gallbladder, or the attic fan to your colon? I so wanted you to pick this one. One of the main functions of the spleen is to clean your blood by removing particles of debris. And as I've learned the hard way, don't forget to change the bag every month or so. That colon answer blows. But luckily, you're about to look colon sharp in this brand new punctuation suit from the Grammar Garments and Punctuation Pants Warehouse. The best place to find a suit with a comma, colon, or question mark at the best prices. Period. This wrong answer of the game is worth $8,000 for you. Nice job.
Question 7.
Here's one for you. Kentucky Fried Souls. In the mood for some light reading? Try the Book of Revelation. I hear it's a quick read with a happy ending. And speaking of quick, suppose the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse descend upon Earth to race in the Kentucky Derby. Given the order that the horsemen arrive in the Bible, how might the announcer call the winner?
And we have pestilence at first. It's famine at first by a nose. It's war at first by 3 lengths. Or death pulls it out in a photo finish.
According to the New Testament, the first horseman will bring pestilence, followed by the horsemen of war, famine, and finally death. Oh man, I just missed a trifecta. I had war followed by famine, followed by Fabio on an attractive stallion.
Fucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
And now, tenacious DHTML. If Jack Black wants to start writing his last name in HTML so it'll show up black on a computer screen, what should he write? Jack $FFFFFF, Jack $0000000, Jack $6033311, or Jack $0000FF. Time is in HTML, the code for the color black is $00000000. And if you knew that, I'd say 000000 is probably how many hot dates you've had in your lifetime.
Scrolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm Nite-Time.
Take a good look at Getting Lucky Numbers. Yeah, but I don't understand if they were in purgatory the whole time or just at the end.
Cookie, we're back.
Oh, hey, let's do one of those fortune cookie questions.
Cookie fortune with cookie fortune cookie messages.
Okay. Let's see what fortune I got. Help! I'm trapped in a fortune cookie factory. Ha! Classic fortune cookie joke. Although maybe they're really in trouble, considering the location of the majority of the fortune cookie factories, where is this person probably trapped? Somewhere in China, somewhere in Japan, somewhere in Germany, or somewhere in the United States. The fortune cookie is a predominantly American custom, and the vast majority of fortune cookie companies are based in the United States. I wonder if there are more clues in these other cookies. I'm okay. I thought the door out of the fortune cookie factory was locked, but it was really just kind of stuck. My bad. Well, that's a relief. Help! I'm trapped in the parking lot behind a fortune cookie factory.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming? Question time.
It's time for Twilight. Which Twilight book describes the natural event that happens most frequently in the real world? Twilight, new moon, eclipse, or breaking dawn? An eclipse happens a couple times a year, a new moon about once a month, breaking dawn every day, but twilight happens the most, twice a day, as the sun rises and as it sets. Maybe Stephanie Meyer stopped writing the books because the titles would have started sounding lame. Brunch time, partly cloudy afternoon, twilight again. Welcome to the attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. $4,000 if you're right, 4,000 gone if you're wrong. And most importantly,
Remember the clue.
it's gotta be a match that fits this clue. I'm super, thanks for asking. Don't you dare call any of these things mega. Good luck. That's all she wrote! Wow, that was super. Someone should put you in a cape and parade you around. Yeah, that should be enough to publicly humiliate you.
You don't know Jack!
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by the Grim Reaper Depot. Our prices are out of this netherworld.
Okay, let's begin. Right off the bat, Repellent of the Gods. Because they wouldn't have survived his 40-day ride on the Ark anyway, which annoying pests might Noah have justified leaving behind? The 2 houseflies, the 2 worker bees, the 2 cockroaches, or the 2 mosquitoes? The average lifespan of a housefly is 15 to 30 days, meaning they'd have died anyway before the ship found dry land. Would have been nice if he could have also left behind the termites, intestinal tapeworms, and viral meningitis. Take a stab at. Everybody should have equal access to touch this. Based on the prominent symbol, which communist DJ would be best paired with MC Hammer to complete his next album? DJ Handsaw, DJ Awl, DJ Sickle, or DJ Scythe? The hammer and sickle make up one of the prominent symbols of communism. MC Hammer and DJ Sickle, too legit to quit the fight for the redistribution of giant puffy pants. This one's known as Simply the Best. What would make most deaf? Being in the audience at an orchestra, standing right near a jet engine, standing right near field artillery, or using an electric saw? Artillery and gunshots at close range are the loudest things here. I have to say, I'm a bigger fan of Most Blind. That guy does a lot of stage diving. Or falling.
Everybody quattro, hey!
This one's called I Want a President with a Cape. Which member of the Justice League of America is most likely to become U.S. President without starting a wasn't really born in the country firestorm? Superman, Batman, Aquaman, or Wonder Woman? Superman is from another planet, Aquaman is from Atlantis, Wonder Woman is some kind of Amazonian goddess, but Batman was born in Gotham City, a fictional U.S. city. Although Batman's brutal vigilantism may get him in trouble, or the fact that he's an aging bachelor who spends most of his time hanging out with a young boy.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Let's try Battle Like a Rock Star, cause it's another dis or dat. I'm gonna read off 7 names, and for each one, tell me if it's a famous World War II operation or a popular energy drink. If it's a World War II operation, press left on your plus control pad. If it's an energy drink, press right on your plus control pad. Get one right and you'll be boosted with $300. Get one wrong and you'll lose $300. And you've only got 30 seconds. Okay, let's move. Red Thunder. Overlord. Full Throttle. Battle Axe. Torch. Piranha. Amp. You know your energy drinks from your horrific bloodsheds. Personally, whenever I need a little extra boost of energy, I just hook myself up to my car with some jumpers and rev it up to about 3,000 RPMs. Wakes me right up, and I still have a good 30% of each nipple left. That'll wrap up round 1. And you've got a pretty nice score. It's a shame there's nobody here to share it with. Remember, in round 2, every question is worth double. Let's keep going. Here's one for you. Mob Mentality, Lover's Touch. Based on his alleged Valentine's Day crime, which candy heart should Al Capone hand out? Hot as arson, gunning for your heart, rob my heart, or my love isn't counterfeit? Al Capone was the main suspect of the St. Valentine's Day Massacre, an event that left 6 of George Bugs Malone's men gunned down in a Chicago North Side warehouse. Ah, yes, candy hearts. The candy heart I gave to my last ex said, "My heart has no restraining order." I think there's a good chance it'll work.
Question 7!
Open wide for It Just Wasn't the Right Time.
It's the put the choices into order, then buzz in and see if you are right.
Don't tell anyone I did this, but I'm adding an extra $1,000 to this one. It'll be our secret. Put these movie characters in order of who traveled the farthest in time to who traveled the least far in time. Bill and Ted, the crew from Hot Tub Time Machine, Marty McFly. Bill and Ted, Hot Tub Time Machine, Marty McFly. Marty McFly, Bill and Ted, Hot Tub Time Machine. Hot Tub Time Machine, Bill and Ted, Marty McFly. Or Bill and Ted, Marty McFly, crew from Hot Tub Time Machine. Bill and Ted went all the way back to ancient Greece to pick up Socrates. McFly went back to cowboy times in the 3rd movie. And the crew from Hot Tub Time Machine just went back to 1986. That earned you an extra $1,000. If I could go back in time, I'd remind myself to change into clean underwear today.
Locking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
And now, Sister Act. Remember Twisted Sister? The band of guys who dressed up in women's clothing and sang "We're Not Gonna Take It," and then apparently a bunch of other songs too? Well, which of these 7 sisters would Dee Snider of Twisted Sister not have to dress up in women's clothing to get into? Barnard College, Wellesley College, Vassar College, or Smith College? The 7 sisters are famous American private women's colleges. Of them, Vassar has accepted men since 1969, which means Dee Snider won't have to dress up in women's clothing to get into it. Although all students are required to wear heels at graduation.
Scrolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm 99.
May I introduce the California Old Rush. What would most likely be the title of a new Beverly Hills 90210 if it took place before 1963? Los Angeles 90210, Beverly Hills, Territory of New Spain 9, or Rancho Rodeo de las Aguas 902? Zone Improvement Plan Codes, or ZIP codes, were created by the original U.S. Postmaster Robert Moon and made mandatory in 1963. I'm looking forward to a version of the show set in the 1800s called Bunch of Hills Over There Not Too Far From the Ocean Over by Old Man Dingle's Farm.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming?
It's time for triangles. Because it is a right triangle, which triangular corporate logo could have its area calculated by the Pythagorean theorem? Delta, Nabisco, AOL, or Citgo? The Pythagorean theorem posits a ratio among the sides of a triangle with a right or 90-degree angle, like the Nabisco logo. You can also test out his theorem on the busted-up Triscuits in the bottom of the box. I love you, Pythagoras. Brace yourself for the attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. $4,000 for a right answer, but say goodbye to $4,000 if you're wrong. And of course,
Remember the clue.
it's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Say hello to my imaginary friend. I have an imaginary friend named Cookie Masterson too. Good luck. There it is! Wow, you really know your imaginary friends. Maybe you can impress all your imaginary friends with some of this imaginary money you won. You go do that. I'm gonna go hang out with my real friends and impress them with my real money. Party, people! Any one of you interns maybe want to go to Hardee's with me? Anybody? No? Nobody?
You don't know Jack!
Today's wrong answer of the game is brought to you by Cookie Masterson's eBay store. Cookie Masterson's horrible gambling debts can be your gain.
All right, let's do this thing. Let's begin with This severe weather storm smells like wet dog. Suppose a powerful application of Febreze developed into a Fetornado. If it moved through one of the states in Tornado Alley, what would the effect be? Ohio smelling like lavender, a fresher, more fruity Georgia, Nevada with a clean citrus scent, or a vanilla-scented Nebraska? Nebraska is situated in the middle of the central column of states nicknamed Tornado Alley because of the frequent occurrences of, you guessed it, tornadoes. Which reminds me, I was too busy watching a DVR'd episode of Storm Chasers earlier, and I forgot to shower. Ah, fresh as a daisy. And on its way, head off, apply blade directly to the neck. You know that headache remedy, Head On? You know, Head On, apply directly to the forehead. Head On, apply directly to the forehead. Head On, apply directly to the forehead. Which of these alternate head-on taglines suggests that you're applying it incorrectly? Head on, apply directly to the supraorbital ridge. Head on, apply directly to the manubrium. Head on, apply directly to the glabella. Head on, apply directly to the frontalis. The supraorbital ridge, glabella, and frontalis are all parts of your forehead. Your manubrium is part of your sternum. It's near your heart. Remember, for heart pain, try Hard On. Why not try Jerry Seinfeld's observational grammar? Which of these Jerry Seinfeld-esque jokes features a gerund? What's the deal with small rodents? What's the deal with skiing? What's the deal with rollerbladers? What's the deal with flying saucers? A gerund is a verb that ends in ing and is used as a noun. Gerunds are crazy! Is it a noun? Is it a verb? Make up your mind already! Next thing you're gonna tell me is you've done a lot of soul searching and you've decided you're an adjective! It's ridiculous!
Everybody quattro, hey!
Try this on for size. The revolution will be green, and it's time for a this or that. I'm gonna read off 7 names, and for each one, tell me if it's an organic food company or a secret society. If it's an organic food company, press left on your plus control pad. If it's a secret society, press right on your plus control pad. Get one right and you'll get $300 with no synthetic chemicals. Get one wrong and you'll never be heard from again. And you've only got 30 seconds. All right, let's get started. Seeds of Change, Great Eastern Sun, Bilderbergers, Priory of Sion, Rising Moon, Living Tree Community, Skull and Bones. Good work, hippie. And why do you think every grocery store now has an organic aisle? 2 words, the Freemasons.
Where's the vibe, girl? Rock my world, girl. Ooh, yeah.
Here's a good one. Uh-oh, where'd that come from? What kind of specialist should I see if I find myself with a nasty cockchafer? A herpetologist, an entomologist, a lexicologist, or a urologist? Entomologists study insects, so they'd be the perfect specialist to look at my cockchafer, which is a type of beetle. Probably just tell me to put some ointment on it. That's all we got for round 1. And you're in pretty good shape for now. Keep in mind, all the prizes are doubled in round 2. And keep in mind, our wrong answer of the game is still out there waiting to be picked. Okay, how about it? Next, the biggest loser in the galaxy. What might a 300-pound contestant on The Biggest Loser yell if they film the show on Mars? I'm back to my toddler weight of 10 pounds. I'm now a svelte 114 pounds. I still weigh 300 pounds. Or who can resist my new 467-pound body? Due to the lighter gravitational pull on Mars, your weight decreases by 62%, bringing a 300-pounder down to a mere 114. And when you consider the lack of food or oxygen on the planet, in a matter of months you'd weigh almost nothing.
Question 7!
I call this one Chips and Salsa from Hell! So, Doritos created this flavor called Tacos at Midnight, which I guess they devised for people who really wanted tacos at midnight, but just couldn't bring themselves to drive a half a mile to the nearest Taco Bell drive-thru. Anyway, suppose Doritos made a spin-off of its Tacos at Midnight flavor. If the new chip flavor were named after the Devil's Hour, what might the chips be called? Quesadillas at 11 o'clock, tortadas at 2 in the morning, empanadas at 3 a.m., or burritos at dusk? The Devil's Hour, according to Christian folklore and horror movies, is 3 a.m., which is coincidentally a really bad time to eat spicy fried things. Look, I've been saving this fart sound effect for a question, and if I'm not gonna play it here, I don't know when I would. Oh, it's a good one. Okay, cue the big one. What? Where's my fart sound? Who took my fart sound?
Plucking chickens picking out a mate. Guess I'll marry 8.
Take a good look at. Someone's nodding at my door. Hey, look who it is. It's my good friend Billy O'Brien.
Hiya, Cookie.
One's made of skin, one's made of wood, so who's the dummy?
Not me.
So what's on your mind today, Billy?
Well, Cookie, I was just practicing my tongue twisters.
Tongue twisters, eh? Let's hear one.
Okay. Teeter-titer, tick-the-tack of tickled tatters. A tack of tickled tatters, the teeter-titer tick. If teeter-titer, tick-the-tack of tickled tatters, how many tickled tatters did teeter-titer tick? 1/4 of a bushel, 1 bushel, 3.5 bushels, or 10 bushels?
Okay, he meant bushels.
A tack is equal to 1/4 of a bushel.
That was a great tongue twister, Billy.
Thanks. And you know what I like better than tongue twisters, Cookie?
What's that, Billy?
Titty twisters!
Ow, you motherfucker!
Strolling through the park with the sarsaparilla. For me, I'm 99.
Say hello to error, question name file not found. In my free time, I've been learning some computer programming. Hopefully someday I'll be able to make my own game. It'll be a lot better than this one. Anyway, I'm having trouble coming up with tricks to remember what all the different file types are. What would be the best clue to help me remember what a jar file does? Cookie.jar, coffee.jar, peanut butter.jar, or swear.jar? Watch how easy this is. Jar files are commonly associated with the application Java, you know, as in coffee. And trust me, you're totally gonna want to play this game I'm gonna make. It's gonna be like Grand Theft Auto meets Call of Duty meets Animal Crossing. No, but I'm flattered you chose my name. And you should be thrilled too. Because you just won Billy O'Brien! Compliments of Cookie Masterson's eBay store. And I just want to bet that I could actually get someone to take the damn dummy off my hands.
Hey!
Shut it, Billy! This wrong answer of the game nets you a handsome $8,000. Yeah, you're welcome.
Hold me, never let me go. Am I dreaming? Question 10.
Up next. Who is going to clean all the blood in this elevator? Alright, you've made it almost to the end of episode 73, which means you've either played through this whole game or you jumped ahead because you were just too excited to get to the end. But either way, we like to remind you just how little you know. So we saved our toughest multiple choice question for last. Which of the following is not a line from the novel Jack Torrance's writing in the movie The Shining? All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. Or all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. Jack Torrance's book included such clever lines as all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy, all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy, and of course my favorite, all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. But it did not include all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. Okay, I admit that was impossible. But if you play this game long enough, you realize that the correct answer is the third answer I read much more than any of the other answers are. So maybe you figured that out. Or maybe you just guessed. I don't care. Let's get this over with. Step right up to the Jack attack. When you see two clues that match, press your A button. 4,000 big ones if you're right, but if you're wrong, you lose 4,000. And don't ever forget,
Remember the clue.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. What are you buried under? What are you buried under exactly? Good luck. That's the game! Wow, you were doing pretty good before, but after that Jack attack, you're buried in money. Which sounds great, but would still be a terrible way to die.
You don't know Jack!
Good game, everyone. Donnie, what's next?
All right, give me the hey sign if you're interested in more playage.
Your kids never cleaning up after themselves? The windows need a wipe down. Muddy footprints all over the floor? Then try Master Spotless's Candy Spray. Simply apply a thin film on the offending surface and presto, your children will be literally licking your home clean.
Yummy!
My kitchen was covered in dog hair and garbage, but not after I coated the tile in Master Spotless's Candy Spray. Little Olive has never been so good at chores.
I love carpet.
Master Spotless's Candy Spray also works on picky eaters who won't touch their vegetables. Buy it now. Available in bubblegum, chocolate bubblegum, and sugar.
Hi, Anthony Matterhorn here for Bloodco, the Tri-County's #1 resource for your commercial blood needs. And right now, we got more blood than we know what to do with. We got in buckets, baggies, pots, and pans. You name it, it's filled with blood. It's a bloody mess at Bloodco. And I don't mean in a British way. I mean in a there's stuff that was once circulating through a living thing all over the place way. Having a party? Need a transfusion? Come to Bloodco. We don't ask questions. Need lamb's blood? We probably have it. We don't really keep track of that sort of thing. Bloodco. We got blood. Why don't you know where it came from? Bloodco. When you need blood, you gotta go to Bloodco. Bloodco.
And now a message from the law offices of Edgar J. Penrod.
I'm attorney Edgar J. Penrod. Have you recently been in an auto accident? Have you suffered major injuries? If you answered yes to both of these questions, then chances are you're the person I hit with my car last week. So call the law offices of Edgar J. Penrod today. Because hey, nobody wants to go to court, right?
The law offices of Edgar J. Penrod. Sorry, our bad.
Each year, tens of dozens of puppeteers suffer serious hand injuries because they didn't use the proper lubrication before stuffing their hands into a puppet. These injuries can range from minor chafing and small blisters all the way to the loss of a limb and death. Luckily, there is a solution. Felt-up hand puppet lube was specifically designed by scientists to provide the lubrication that feels good, but also keeps puppeteers safe.
I feel good. My puppet feels good. And because of Felt-Up, well, we're both healthy.
If you or someone you love uses hand puppets, don't they deserve to get felt up?
If I didn't get my son felt up when he was younger, he might not be here today.
Felt-up hand puppet lube for your loved ones.
What the was that? Find out tonight.
And now, great moments in driving history.
Oh man, I love this song. If only there were a way to let drivers around me know that I love this song. Too bad you can't hear anything from outside these stupid rolled up windows. Wait a minute, what if I...
This has been another installment of Great Moments in Driving History.
You dress yourself to the nines every day. Why shouldn't you do the same for your friend with 9 lives? At Mee-Ow Inappropriate Cat Accessories, we stock hundreds of unnecessary adornments to shamelessly decorate any cat. We've got cat saddles, kitty swim trunks, feline infrared goggles, and introducing the electronic cat translator.
Feed me, leave me alone, go f*** yourself.
So if it's cute, if it's teeny, and if it probably shouldn't go on a cat, then you'll find it at Mee-Ow Inappropriate Cat Accessories, located between the Bicycles for Dogs warehouse and the Lizard Mittens Emporium.